Chapter 334 Mechanical Self-Destruction. Countless tentacles danced on its back. And after the tops were fused with mechanical debris, they had transformed into various weapons. It locked onto the nearby awakened team in an instant. And under the control of high-level mechanical life forms, it could attack targets in all directions. Boom! An energy missile shot out from the huge mouth of the mechanical beast, blasting a torrent in the crowd. Then countless weapons bombarded wildly, and 9 heads sprayed out energy lasers, completely covering the battlefield. The Source Plan warriors, who had just left, looked at the scene of the beast sweeping with horror. This was not an attack that those mechanical life forms could perform just now. It merged the wreckage of mechanical life forms, and fired the energy cores in those wreckages as weapons. The power of one bomb was enough to rival a fourth-order energy bomb. Fortunately, we evacuated in time. A leader of a safety zone looked at the bombing center with lingering fear. There were the teams of the 4 major bases and the Beijing safety zone, which were now shrouded in smoke and completely lost. Those Project Warriors might be able to withstand this bombing. But what about the logistics combatants and the awakened ones with weaker defenses? Commander Lin. They didn't obey orders. They deserved it. Immediately, a smart leader of the safety zone wanted to excuse Lin Chi. After all, as the commander-in-chief, he would have to bear some responsibility for this situation. Do you dare to wait for them to come back? Lin Chi didn't care about other people's opinions at all. The guys in those 2 teams were probably some kind of relatives. And they were very arrogant. People like this can't play together at all. And they are all calculating. What are you afraid of? Just wait until they come back, and see what I will say. He was provoked by Lin Chi, and he stiffened his neck to express his opinion. But there was a trace of retreat in his eyes. While Lin Chi was not paying attention, he quickly hid in the crowd and disappeared. After the explosion, few Source Plan warriors flew out. But they quickly adjusted their formation and flew towards the mechanical monster again under the command of that person. Although they suffered heavy damage in the first encounter, the 2 still believed that they could destroy this mechanical monster. After all, an awakened person who controls metal can exert his ultimate combat power in this battle. They can't win. Lin Chi stood on the giant mecha, looking at the hideous body of the mechanical beast, which could no longer be seen in its original form. The tentacles growing on its back were like living individuals, and its attacks were even more diversified. But this was only the surface, and the core of the mechanical beast had already experienced a violent energy reaction at this moment. Under Wei Lan's reminder, it was almost out of control. Notify everyone to prepare to evacuate. Lin Chi issued an order again, and even passed the order to the Source Plan warriors in front of the battlefield. However, this kind reminder was once again ignored by the 2 men. After blocking the first wave of attacks, the Project Warriors had already approached the behemoth. With the help of many Project Warriors, they had already suppressed the mechanical behemoth. In this case, they were naturally unwilling to retreat. They had paid a huge price to approach the mechanical behemoth and were preparing to kill it in one go. How could they give up easily? Lin Chi led the others to evacuate dozens of kilometers away, and most of them boarded the flying battleship. Only a part of the Project Warriors remained, guarding around. Do we really have to evacuate? Yan Ming was a little worried. After all, he was once a member of the system, and he knew that if the other party made trouble afterwards, it would be a big trouble. They disobeyed the Commander-in-Chief's orders and acted on their own. Do you want me to clean up their mess? When the mechanical behemoth appeared in this situation, it was very likely that the final program had been activated. It would not be long before the accumulated energy would explode. By then, it would be difficult for anyone to survive within a radius of dozens of miles. Lin Chi had already reminded them once, but the other party did not listen at all. So there was no need to remind them again. He just reminded those familiar people again, signaling them to stay away from the mechanical behemoth. After everyone boarded the warship, they flew away quickly. At this moment, the battlefield became more and more tragic. The mechanical behemoth continued to burst out powerful attacks. The tentacles on its body separated one by one, turning into giant steel pythons to attack the Source Plan soldiers. Every time after being destroyed, it would completely expose its energy core and blow up a large area. Not long after leaving, Lin Chi suddenly felt a violent fluctuation. When he looked through the screen of the battleship, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky in the distance, followed by a layer of flames. After a long time, the shock wave reached the vicinity of the battleship, shaking the battleship in the air back and forth. Everyone looked at the direction of the explosion with lingering fear. At this moment, they had understood that it must be the power generated by the self-explosion of the mechanical giant beast. It's over. Those people are afraid of heavy casualties. Someone in the battleship gloated. Such a horrible explosion. Like the power of a nuclear bomb. The source plan warriors in the center, even with strong defense, would probably find it difficult to survive. Not to mention those awakeners without the project armor, who would be turned into ashes in an instant. Lin Chi raised his hand to signal the warship to stop. And when the shock wave completely dissipated, he quickly issued an order. Yan Ming, take some people and drive a warship back. If there are survivors, help rescue them. For those who died, bring back the project core. Don't do it in vain. Since he saw the power of the explosion, Lin Chi couldn't just leave. He had to help others deal with the aftermath. Okay, I'll go now. Yan Ming didn't delay at all. He quickly counted the number of people. After leaving the warship, a group of people boarded another warship and flew quickly towards the explosion. Lin Chi took the rest of the people and returned to the Central Plains safety zone. As for the final outcome of the battlefield, Lin Chi did not pay attention to it. But the people he was familiar with later contacted him and expressed their gratitude. This battle with the mechanical lifeforms made Lin Chi realize that high-level mechanical lifeforms were not easy to deal with. Once they were forced into a desperate situation, they would start the final self-destruction program. Moreover, before the self-destruction, the high-level mechanical lifeform had already transferred its consciousness to other places. In the absence of finding a way to limit this ability, even if it was killed many times, it would be useless. In the underground base of the safety zone, Lin Chi projected several holographic images in front of him, including Zheng Lao from the 4 major bases and a leader of the Beijing safety zone. Old Zheng was lucky enough to escape, but he was still seriously injured. He was still wearing medical equipment. Lin Chi, it was the fault of the 4 major bases this time. They did not follow your command in time. I apologize to you on their behalf. Old Zheng's eyes were dim. Although he had some command power in this battle, he could not make the decision at the critical moment. The one who came to gild himself was too eager to prove himself. But he really did not recognize his position. Old Zheng, you don't need to apologize. After all, the commander-in-chief you promised at the beginning may not include commanding your 4 major bases. Since then, Lin Chi has known that this will be the last cooperation with the 4 major bases. Chapter 335 Giant Zombie Advancement. In comparison, the Beijing safe zone was much more unlucky. The commander rushed too far forward, and after the explosion, not even a slag was left. Knowing that they were in the wrong, they only sent a representative to apologize to Lin Chi, and did not dwell on what happened. After a period of rest, although the invasion of mechanical life forms was temporarily resisted, the hidden dangers were still not resolved. In order to completely eliminate the mechanical races on Blue Star, the consciousness of those high-level mechanical life forms must be eliminated once and for all. Otherwise, even if only one is left, they can revive again with mechanical intelligence. Lin Chi has thought of a brilliant way to deal with this kind of intelligent life. Only by using the same intelligent life can the problem be solved once and for all. Since its birth, Azure has been improving its database, which not only integrates all the data of Blue Star, but also some knowledge of alien technology. Although there is no complete record of intelligent life in the technological development of the Geneling race, the construction of the virtual network has also allowed Azure to improve itself a lot. However, if you want to rely on Azure to deal with the mechanical life race, you must let the virtual network spread all over Blue Star to restrict the development of the other party. Therefore, Lin first contacted several familiar safe zones, shared Azure's network, and gave them some high permissions, for the benefits of being able to enter the virtual world to exercise their abilities. Those safe zones will naturally not miss this opportunity. Not long after, several other federations also applied to join the Azure network. At the same time, in the distant Arctic glacier, an iceberg slowly cracked, and a blue figure walked out of it. This blue figure was 3 meters tall, and the whole body was crystal clear, emitting a faint blue light. The body was as transparent as if reflecting the luster, and the breath was cold and wanton. My Frost clan will rise again on this planet. As his voice fell, a group of blue frost giants followed out of the crack. The threat of mutant creatures is still not to be underestimated, and at the same time, the increase in mechanical life wandering in the ruins has further reduced the scope of human activities. If ordinary awakeners want to search for supplies over long distances, they must build a strong team and cooperate with each other tacitly. Only the official forces in the safe zone can go deep into the ruins and mountains to obtain supplies on a large scale. But even so, every time a mission is carried out, battles of all sizes will occur. Lin Chi has not left the underground base for some time. Now with Wei Lan, an intelligent life, coordinating the overall situation. Even commanding all the teams will not make any mistakes. At this moment, Lin Chi's attention is on the island. The zombie giant of the clone has entered the advanced state. This island country has been completely destroyed. And even the last safe zone has been completely destroyed. However, there are still some surviving teams of the Source Plan warriors lingering on the island. But they couldn't leave here. After all, they were surrounded by the sea. The super mutant creatures hidden in the sea were not something that humans could deal with now. Moreover, high-level flying mutant creatures would appear from time to time in the sea and sky. Once locked, it would be difficult to get rid of the target. In an abandoned nuclear power plant, the figure of the zombie giant was hiding in it. The concentration of radiation around it was even more terrifying than the center of a nuclear explosion. It was with the help of the power of radiation that Lin Chi's zombie clone reached the conditions for advancement. As long as he survived this crisis, he could upgrade himself to the terrifying strength of an 8th level zombie. The high-level mutant creatures on the island country had been hunted down almost. Those gene crystals were absorbed by the zombie giant, constantly replenishing their own strength, in addition to the fusion of flesh and blood purification. The zombie giant at this moment had reached a height of 200 meters. The endless energy gathered into the body, allowing Lin Chi to feel that the strength of this zombie clone was rapidly increasing. And even a faint red light condensed around the body. This was the change of the source power mutation. Nowadays, most zombies have been eliminated, and some have even become food for mutant beasts. Only the place where the mother zombie exists will become a zombie kingdom, and even mutant beasts cannot enter it. There are several areas on Blue Star that have become such a corpse city where only zombies exist. In each corpse city, there is a mother zombie, which constantly absorbs energy and flesh and blood, and then breeds mutant zombies to reproduce rapidly. As long as the flesh and blood are not cut off, this kind of zombie will never become extinct. The predecessor of Lin Chi's zombie giant clone was a mother zombie. But after the kidneys were broken, it could not continue to reproduce, and the genes in the body automatically changed and converted to a single mode in advance. This single mode will continuously optimize its own genes and make itself stronger. At the critical moment of the giant zombie's advancement, the sea surface in the distance suddenly set off huge waves, and a giant beast slowly emerged from the sea and swam towards the shore. There is a special energy induction between powerful mutant creatures. When they sense the appearance of an 8th level mutant creature and sense the breath of a strong person nearby, they rush over as soon as possible. The 8th level mutant has a strong sense of territory. How could it tolerate another 8th level mutant in its range of activities? When its body was fully exposed from the sea, the whole body could be seen clearly. It turned out to be a giant squid. The 10 tentacles moved quickly, and on the huge head, 2 dark blue eyes stared at the direction of the breath. The tentacles climbed ashore, leaving deep traces. When the body was fully extended, it was more than 300 meters in size, and each tentacle could extend 200 meters away. The remaining buildings on the coast were directly destroyed. The 10 tentacles moved quickly, and the ground shook violently, moving towards the abandoned nuclear power plant. At this moment, the zombie giant also sensed the strange breath of the 8th level mutant creature, and Lin Chi, who was far away in the central plane safety zone, became alert instantly. No, it's coming for me. At the critical moment of the zombie giant's advancement, if it is interrupted, it will definitely fail. And there is also the danger of being swallowed by the giant squid. So he quickly started the blue, and the spaceship suspended in the atmosphere instantly burst out at an extreme speed and flew towards the island country. In just a moment, the spaceship has arrived above the island country, and the 8th level giant squid has also arrived near the nuclear power plant. Boom! A laser shot out from the tentacles of the giant squid, turning the building in front into ruins. The giant zombie jumped out and avoided the center of the explosion. Although it did not advance to the 8th level in time, the giant zombie still had the strength to fight. A flame fell from the sky and hit the ground heavily, raising clouds of dust. When the dust cleared, it turned out to be a spiral spear dropped from the spaceship. Then a flying device fell and landed steadily on the giant zombie. The next second, the black flying device quickly extended, and almost in the blink of an eye, it formed a full coverage origin plan armor. Chapter 336 Shockwave. This is the equipment that Lin Chi had prepared for the zombie giant clone a long time ago. The spiral spear is a modification of the unicorn on the head of the unicorn beast, which has the function of activating source power. With weapons and equipment in hand, the zombie giant no longer worries about whether he can deal with the giant squid. He jumped up with the spear in hand. With the blessing of the source plan armor, the zombie giant's strength has been improved to a higher level. With the spear, the spiral sonic boom exploded, and the red source power laser condensed into a spear shadow. Whistling out, the giant squid rolled up 2 tentacles to resist. But as soon as it touched the spear shadow, it was shaken away by the invisible force, and even cuts appeared on the tentacles. However, this kind of attack was almost like tickling an 8th level mutant creature, and the torn tentacles were restored to their original state in just a moment. Controlling such a large body, Lin Chi not only did not feel awkward, but felt that he had endless power, but his own perverted skills could not be used. But with the blessing of the source plan armor and the ability of the spiral gun, he could use the source martial arts. Source martial arts. Liao Yuan gun. Waving the spear, a flame soared into the air. The flame emitted by the spiral gun tip contained red source power, and the scorching high temperature made the air feel distorted. A shot swept the fire, and a sharp burst suddenly came from the 8th level squid. The originally smooth tentacles were instantly burned and swollen and burst, and even emitted a burnt smell of teppanyaki. The giant squid seemed to be somewhat afraid of the flame. After being stained by a little bit, the tentacles quickly retracted, and then a wave of water gushed out from the suction cups of the tentacles, trying to extinguish the flames. 10 tentacles danced wildly and quickly wrapped around the spiral gun. But Lin Chi had already prepared a way to deal with it. When he used the prairie fire gun, the extreme high temperature had already made the spiral gun emit super high temperature. As soon as the tentacle wrapped around it, white smoke came out again. Liao Yuan chop. Swallow fire. The long spear was fiercely picked up, and a thick tentacle was instantly cut off, flying hundreds of meters away and falling to the ground. Although the tentacles of the giant squid were cut off, they were still very active, and they were still wriggling to destroy everything around them. In pain, the giant squid let out a sharp cry, and a shockwave spread from the center of its body, instantly turning the ruins of buildings within a radius of 1 kilometer into pieces. This sound wave continued to spread for more than 10 kilometers before gradually dissipating. Its power was so great that it was the strongest sound wave attack Lin Chi had ever seen. If there were any source plan warriors around at this moment, even with armor defense, they would not be able to withstand this terrifying sound wave, and their heads would explode instantly. Although the zombie giant persisted, blood oozed out of his 7 orifices. Fortunately, this was Lin Chi's clone, and as long as he was not completely dead, he could not affect Lin Chi. Taking advantage of the pause in the other party's release of the sound wave, Lin Chi once again raised his spear and rushed straight towards the giant squid. A spear pierced straight through the giant squid's head, and the rotating spear body directly penetrated the giant squid's head, turning a large piece of flesh and blood into mud. The spear instantly turned red, and with a puff of white smoke, the giant squid's 9 tentacles quickly rolled towards the giant clone. Lin Chi subconsciously controlled the giant clone to retreat. Although the opponent's head was blown off, the headless body was still alive and well. And even more irritable, the giant squid's body kept flashing blue light, and streams of light went straight from the body to the tentacles. And then the suction cups of the tentacles also lit up blue light. In this scene, it was clear at a glance that he wanted to use a big move, and even the energy was scattered around. The project armor quickly activated its thrust and flew the giant zombie into the sky. When it was far away from the giant squid, its entire body was already wrapped in blue light. The next second, countless blue lasers shot out, all shooting towards the giant zombie in the sky. If it were an ordinary mutant creature, even an 8th level existence, its defense would not be able to withstand such a condensed laser sweep. Under such dense lasers, even a blue stream of shadows appeared in the sky, which could not be dispersed for a long time. Even with the kinetic energy speed brought by the armor, the giant zombie did not avoid this attack, and had to condense the armor defense into a shield to block it in front of him. With a violent roar and flash of explosion, the giant zombie was directly knocked thousands of meters away and fell to the ground. crushing the ground into a flat ground. In the ruins, a big hand stretched out and climbed up with difficulty. The armor condensed again, covering the whole body of the giant zombie. With its powerful recovery ability, it began to recover immediately after being injured. But even after recovery, the armor was still the same as before. But the giant zombie's body was heavily damaged. There is still an unbridgeable gap between the 7th and 8th levels. Even with the assistance of the source plan armor, the giant zombie is not the opponent of the giant squid. Seeing the remaining 9-clawed squid rushing again, the giant zombie quickly stood up, and the spear instantly turned red. Source martial arts. Spiral gun broken. A bright red light burst out from the spiral gun, and the source power was stimulated to the extreme. The surrounding space trembled faintly as a huge spiral source power burst out from the spear. The giant zombie retreated directly 100 meters away under this recoil. The 9 tentacles of the giant squid also quickly entangled together, and the 9 source powers were conducted, converging into a huge blue light ball, which shot out immediately. Boom! 2 energies with different properties collided instantly. After a short silence, a violent explosion shook the ground, and waves like sea waves were formed on the ground, spreading layer by layer. In an instant, countless cracks appeared in the ruins, extending rapidly in all directions. And in the cracks, bright red light shone, and streams of magma spurted out. The violent explosion completely annihilated the surrounding area of thousands of meters, and even a bottomless pit appeared inside. In just a short time, the pit was filled with red magma, and it was still beating actively. The giant squid crawled out of the ruins next to the deep pit. At this moment, 3 of its tentacles were broken again. But as long as there was no fatal injury, it was still alive and well. It's over. The giant is injured and can't move. Lin Chi could already feel the miserable condition of the giant zombie at this moment. The project armor on his body was completely broken. It would take enough time to recover. The body of the giant zombie was hit by this energy and felt fragmented. It was almost broken. However, if the giant squid wanted to get close, it had to bypass the giant pit, and there was magma flowing around, which gave Lin Chi some time. The spaceship in the sky locked the target again, and an unknown device detached from the spaceship and quickly fell towards the position of the giant zombie. Chapter 337 Giant Zombie Advancement. The flying object landed accurately on the giant zombie, and a mass of wriggling matter slowly separated from it and injected into the giant zombie's body. I don't know if the fusion gene in the unicorn monster's body will work. If the giant zombie's power can be stimulated, perhaps there is still a chance of winning this battle. Lin Chi tried his best to control the giant zombie in the underground base, mobilized the remaining source power in the source plan armor, and quickly promoted gene fusion. These special gene fusion substances were recently extracted from the unicorn monster by Wei Lan and Bai Su. After testing, they have the effect of promoting gene fusion, but it has never been tried on high-level mutant monsters. The giant squid in the distance was still approaching slowly. The loss of 4 tentacles and the head slowed down its movement, and it had to avoid the magma gushing out of the cracks in the ground. The spaceship in the sky shot out blue lasers, greatly slowing down the giant squid's speed. Suddenly, the zombie giant's body trembled violently, and the flesh and blood squirmed rapidly, and the body swelled up in the blink of an eye. Just like the unicorn before, when the genes in the body were disordered, it could not control the genes of the body, causing the flesh and blood to swell. In just a short moment, the zombie giant's body had doubled in size, and even absorbed the project armor on the surface into the body. The zombie giant, which was originally human-like, has now turned into a beast, with strange features appearing on its body from time to time. What is this? Has it merged the mutant gene on the project armor? Seeing the familiar mutant features, Lin Chi immediately reacted. After the mutant creatures in the previous experiment were injected with this fusion gene, they would quickly merge all the genes they came into contact with and change their physical features. And there are a large number of gene samples of 7th and 8th level mutant beasts in the project armor, so the changes are naturally the greatest. I saw that the zombie giant's arms kept growing out of his body, and then they quickly melted and were absorbed by his body. Even a snake head would drill out of his chest, and just as he opened his mouth, it was absorbed into his body again. The squirming body continued to expand, and the original form could hardly be seen. In the end, it turned directly into a meat mountain. At this moment, Lin Chi could no longer control this clone. The zombie giant that turned into a meat mountain seemed to be out of his control. Its genes were completely disordered, and it even lost its independent consciousness. The giant squid that was constantly attacked by lasers finally broke through the blockade and came near the zombie giant. However, when it saw the expanding meat mountain, the giant squid stopped, as if it was afraid of something. It circled the meat mountain, and after confirming that there was no danger, it stretched out a tentacle, condensed a ball of blue source power, and blasted it over. Boom! With a muffled sound, a hole was blown open in the meat mountain, and a sticky liquid slowly flowed out of it. But the wound squirmed and recovered in the next second. The giant squid's head had grown back at some point, but the broken tentacles had not yet recovered. The hit made the giant squid get closer, and the brave one stretched out a tentacle and stabbed the meat mountain. At this moment, the zombie giant had erupted in a chaotic form of gene fusion, with multiple genes in the body colliding with each other, showing the characteristics of various creatures from time to time. The meat mountain squirmed and changed, and when the squid tentacle was inserted into it, it was immediately controlled by an invisible force, as if the flesh and blood were connected together. The giant squid tried to pull it several times, but it still couldn't pull the tentacle out. Even when it used the source power, it still couldn't pull the tentacle out. The source power just flowed to the tentacle, and it couldn't continue to flow. It seemed that it was blocked when it touched the giant zombie's body. It tried to pull it several times, but it still couldn't pull the tentacle out, and even lost control of it. At this moment, the giant squid finally became frightened, and another tentacle condensed the blue source power light again, directly cutting off the tentacle. There were only 5 of the 10 tentacles left, which reduced its strength by almost half. Whether it was melee or energy attack, it was far less powerful than before. But looking at the increasingly swollen opponent, he was reluctant to leave. The giant squid hesitated for a moment, but saw that the meat mountain suddenly swelled and cracked. Thick arms stretched out from the crack, tearing a huge hole, and half of the giant zombie's body came out of the crack. At this moment, it can no longer be called a giant zombie, and it has several characteristics of mutant creatures, especially on the back. It actually grew a pair of huge flesh wings, and the original 2 arms have now become 4 arms, and the body is more sturdy than before, and the height has soared to about 300 meters, reaching the level of an 8th level mutant creature. A tail similar to the squid's tentacle grew out from its back, and the tail was covered with dense scales. The project armor had been integrated into the giant zombie's body. At this moment, as the genes changed, the black armor slowly emerged, forming a mecha form on the surface of the body. A spiral spear condensed from his hand, shining with red light. At this moment, Lynchy took over the control of the giant zombie's body again. In a short period of time, it actually integrated multiple genes in its body, and even a tentacle of the 8th level giant squid. The powerful aura instantly crushed the giant squid. The opponent had realized that he could not match it at this moment, so he rolled up his tentacles and quickly crawled away. But how could Lynchy miss this opportunity to practice? He danced with the spear in his hand and jumped up. The huge flesh wings behind him opened and swooped down. The red source power on the spiral spear condensed into substance, directly piercing through the body of the giant squid, blasting its flesh and blood to pieces. However, this kind of damage, which is fatal to ordinary mutants, could not make the giant squid lose its combat effectiveness immediately. The remaining 5 tentacles squirmed quickly, and after struggling, 3 of them supported themselves on the ground and suddenly shot up. The remaining 2 tentacles burst into blue light, and actually sprayed a blue shock wave and flew into the sky. The 5 tentacles continuously sprayed source power, and the giant squid actually flew up quickly. Want to escape back to the sea? Although this place is far from the coast, the eruption energy makes the body fly at a very fast speed. It will disappear in the sky in the blink of an eye. However, how could Lynchy let go of this seafood delicacy that is about to be in his mouth? He immediately grasped the spear in his hand and threw it out. Then he jumped up. The flesh wings on his back spread out, and the armor on his body also sprayed out a red source force propulsion device, breaking through the air and flying towards the giant squid. The spear broke through the air and spun, turning into a rocket, instantly piercing the giant squid in the sky. Chapter 338, 8th Level Mutant Zombies. The giant zombie grabbed one of the squid's tentacles with both hands, spun it quickly in the air, and threw it directly to the ground. The force of the rotation made the giant squid unable to control its body at all. When it fell heavily to the ground, half of its body just fell into the crack of the magma. The limbs were immediately baked by the hot lava, emitting a burnt smell. The spiral spear automatically flew into the giant zombie's hand and jumped down from the air. Source: martial arts. Meteor drop. The spear fell like a meteor, and it hit hard with flames, smashing the giant squid that was struggling to crawl out of the magma into it again. As the flames rushed, thick black smoke filled the air. A shrill scream came from the giant squid's mouth, and blue light burst out from its body. The hot lava was blocked outside, and it crawled out of the crack again. After several heavy blows, it is now extremely weak, and even has a little powerlessness to move. The strength of the giant zombie that has reached the 8th level has undergone earth-shaking changes, and because of the multiple fusion genes in its body, it has the power of many giant beasts. The long tail behind it rolled up, firmly fixed the body of the giant squid, and the spear was inserted again. The spiral spear tip rotated at a high speed, directly penetrating the body of the giant squid, and quickly rotating inside. The red source of power emits extremely high temperature, destroying its vitality bit by bit. The other 2 arms held the struggling tentacles and pinned them to the ground, unable to move. Finally feeling that the other party was powerless to struggle, the giant zombie rolled up its long tail and grabbed the energy core that was flashing blue light from the giant squid. The giant zombie swallowed the gene crystal in one gulp, and then devoured the remaining body of the squid. At the same time, the source plant armor on its body also separated black substances and slowly merged the remaining body of the giant squid. As the giant zombie finished devouring the other party's huge body, special changes appeared on its body again. The flesh and blood behind it squirmed again, and strange tentacles grew out one by one. After the gene fusion was completed, 10 huge tentacles slowly extended out and slowly crawled behind him. Far away in the underground base of the Central Plain Safety Zone, Lin Chi felt the special changes of the giant zombie and was somewhat shocked. I didn't expect that gene fusion would be so suitable for the giant zombie that it could take away the genetic power of the giant squid. At this moment, the giant zombie was almost unrecognizable in its previous form, although it still looked mainly human. It had grown 4 arms, wings on its back, and 10 tails on its back, like a synthetic giant beast. Moreover, it had just swallowed the body and gene crystal of the giant squid, and its energy was full, and it could continue to improve its strength. The previous battle had completely collapsed this area. With the tragic death of the giant squid, the cracks on the ground gradually widened, and even seawater poured into the cracks, colliding with the lava, spraying out streams of white water vapor. The original nuclear power plant ruins also completely collapsed, and several violent explosions were heard, and the crust movement appeared again. The giant zombie had to abandon this place and fly towards another place in the island country with strong nuclear radiation. There are still many survivors and special mutants on this island. Lin Chi decided to let the giant zombie get familiar with its own abilities as soon as possible here, and absorb some useful genes by the way. As for whether all the creatures on the island will be wiped out, Lin Chi doesn't care at all. Mechanical life has been active on Blue Star, and even disguised as mutant creatures or human survivors. They have created a special material that can cover the mechanical body and achieve 100% restoration of mimicry by absorbing biological materials. In this case, if you don't peel off the surface skin, you can't tell it from the surface. However, humans have also found various means of identification, and can still detect subtle differences through magnetic fields or energy reactions. The battle between humans and mechanical life forms has been going on, and they can often learn about the wars in various regions through the Azure network. In just a few months, several safe zones were destroyed by mechanical life, and countless lives disappeared in the statistics of Azure. Several major federations finally couldn't hold back and started the first real alliance. And this invitation letter was also sent to Lin Chi. But the outside world was full of dangers. Even powerful people didn't dare to go out easily. So this joint meeting chose to be held through the Azure Network virtual world. Lin Chi was naturally happy to see this situation. After all, with this precedent, the Azure Network will truly cover the entire Blue Star. Therefore, Lin Chi deliberately asked Azure to open up a separate copy world in the virtual world to welcome the leaders of the major federations to enter. Information flows flowed in, flashing like light. A huge venue appeared in the dungeon world that was opened up. All the information flows gathered into human figures and appeared in their respective camps. All the Federation forces, the leaders of the safe zones, had a seat, and there were even a large number of spectators on the periphery, witnessing this historic moment. The only 5 remaining Federation forces on Blue Star entered, including the 4 major bases represented by the Central Asian Federation, the Savior Alliance of the North American Federation, the United World of the Ross Federation, and the Nordic Alliance. The other safe zones were all small countries. But after experiencing catastrophes again and again, only one safe zone was left to survive, and it was possible to be destroyed at any time. In the Azure Virtual Network world. As the host, Lin Chi also participated in the meeting. But from the beginning to the end, he had no chance to make any progress. Although Lin Chi's strength has reached the strongest level of human beings, and he also has something special like the Azure Network. Under the traditional concept, the 5 major federations do not recognize Lin Chi's status at all. They even treat Lin Chi as a small safe zone in the Central Asian Federation. They have formulated a plan to deal with the mechanical life race, dividing the Blue Star into 5 regions, each federation corresponding to one region, and launching a full-scale war. Among them, the North American Federation has shown great strength. They now seem to have inherited an alien race and obtained a large amount of advanced civilization technology. The meeting lasted a whole day. After the alliance, the major federations unconditionally shared some of their technologies and even published the data of mecha production. This move brought a lot of benefits to some small federations and safe zones, at least in a short period of time, and also gave them the opportunity to develop rapidly. After the meeting, the Azure Network was not shut down, but became the main way for the major federations to communicate. Of course, it was not without gain. Through the deployment of this network, he really spread Azure's data throughout the blue planet. In a sense, it was considered to have gained control of the entire planet. Chapter 339 Ice Giant. For the first time, humans united and issued a battle order to the mechanical race. The 5 major federations plus more than a dozen forces, each of which sent out elite fighters to start the siege of the mechanical race. At the same time, Azure also played a key role in this. With the continuous replenishment of the database, the level of this intelligent life was raised again, and it was able to accurately determine the location of high-level mechanical life. The multiple key lock positions gave humans a great advantage in this battle, thus destroying several mechanical life bases. But those high-level mechanical life have the ability to transfer consciousness data, so it is difficult to kill them. With the Central Plane Safety Zone as the center, most of the mechanical races and mutant creatures that can pose a threat within a radius of hundreds of kilometers have been cleared. However, due to the radiation effect after the nuclear explosion, most of the vegetation has withered, and the materials that can be found are very scarce. The safety zone has to cultivate new crops to adapt to this harsh environment. On the one hand, it also needs to form a transportation team to go to places with less radiation energy to hunt mutant beasts and find materials. Therefore, the entire safety zone has become busy, working together for the future development of mankind. All major bases are in a tense state, and the resources they supply can only maintain the operation of the safety zone with difficulty. It is necessary to find a new direction to allow mankind to survive this crisis. Most of the terrain in the Central Plains is flat. With the help of giant mechas, it is easy to level the land. Wei Lan selected the plant seeds brought back from outside and cultivated them through advanced civilization technology to make them grow rapidly, cultivating the first generation of food that can grow rapidly under radiation. At the same time, the captured mutant cubs were also domesticated and gradually became human reserve food, adding 2 methods of accumulating food. Time passed quickly, and winter came again in the blink of an eye. The space for human activity shrank again. But with the change of seasons, the energy of the radiation was also rapidly decreasing. Perhaps it would not be long before humans could move freely outside. Several heavy snowfalls covered the scarred blue planet with a layer of silver makeup. But far away in the extreme ice land, a catastrophe was about to come unknowingly. The ice giants quickly accumulated power in the extreme cold land, and now have absorbed the extreme ice power of the blue planet. Taking advantage of the severe winter cold, they began to control the entire blue planet. Their race is a semi-energy body, which can spread with the help of ice and exert its own powerful power. Under the surge of the cold current, the first to be attacked was the Ross Federation. Countless ice giants appeared from the extreme ice land of the Arctic, forming a mighty army of ice giants, covering the area where humans live. These ice giants are not afraid of casualties at all. As long as there is a part of their body, they can condense the power of ice to recover again, wherever they pass. They are all covered with ice, covering up all life. As long as they take the opportunity to make the entire blue planet a low-temperature planet, then even without any strong attack, this planet will become their trophy. What happened in the Ross Federation was naturally noticed by Azure at the first time. And soon through the Azure network, the major federations responded. The 5 major federations responded at the first time and mobilized a part of the Source Plan warriors to go to the place where the ice fell to investigate the truth. These ice giant races don't have high technology, and all use elemental power? Lin Chi observed the existence of those ice giants closely through the information transmitted back by the Blue Network. The data showed that all ice giants contained a powerful ice power, and the source of this power was the ice crystals in their bodies. All this happened because a powerful ice giant dispersed its power into countless parts, absorbed the power of ice, and finally slowly gave birth to new ice life. Although it is similar to mechanical life, the speed of this reproduction will be faster, and it can even change the environment of a planet in the end. Before the supporting Source Plan team arrived, the Ross Federation had already started a war with those ice giants, with countless artillery fire and laser sweeps. A large federation only showed part of its strength, and its firepower intensity far exceeded that of an ordinary safe zone. In just a moment, the dense army of ice giants was completely destroyed into pieces, with broken ice crystals and broken limbs all over the ground. But as the power of ice surged, the ice layer trembled rapidly, and the ice giants emerged from the ice again, standing up almost unscathed. Under the control of the ice giant leader, ice spears flew out one after another, hitting the ground densely, completely covering the land that had not yet been covered by ice with a layer of solid ice. With this simple method, wherever they passed, they were covered with a thick layer of ice, and even some ruins were covered with a layer of solid ice. Those mutant creatures were completely frozen in place before they could escape. Physical attacks are ineffective, and energy attacks are also ineffective. After reaching this conclusion, the Source Plan warriors of the Ross Federation did not know what to do for a while, and could only use burning flames to temporarily block the invasion of ice. Only by raising the temperature to a certain level, completely melting the ice into water, and then vaporizing it, can the spread of these ice layers be stopped. The base below the Central Plain Safety Zone is connected to the starship. The Jinling race has now adapted to the new environment, and even occasionally comes out of the starship to exchange some information with Lin Chi. But because of the golden appearance, it has never been revealed to outsiders. These ice giants are the lowest existence in the universe. When our race controls a galaxy, they are slaves of those abandoned planets. Jinling looked at the mighty ice army with disdain. Such low-level life forms still wanted to control a planet with life, even if those cosmic life forms did not intervene. The humans on Blue Star would have a way to destroy them. Slaves? These ice giants are not weak. Why are their status so low? Lin Chi was a little confused. According to the energy evaluation, the ice crystals in their bodies have energy that is not weaker than the 4th-level gene crystals. But the properties are a bit single. That's because you underestimated the power of cosmic life technology. The starship has weapons that are enough to change the climate of a planet. As long as the temperature of this planet is adjusted to a certain limit, the ice giants will not be able to survive at all. This can almost be called a dimensionality reduction attack, which is the power of advanced life science and technology. We will capture some fresh giants who are not weak, and send them to planets where life cannot survive, and let them mine the resources on the planets. Aren't they slaves? Jinling folded his hands, with a proud look on his face. Chapter 340 New Goal. After learning about the disadvantages of the ice giants, Lin Chi no longer paid attention to this race that was destined to be exterminated. However, he could try to catch a few of them and get them to a planet without life in the universe and let them mine resources. However, he still sent a team of all fire attributes, led by Su Lan, to support the Ross Federation. Although the Zhongyuan Safety Zone base still seemed to be developing slowly as before, the real core had actually been moved underground. Now the entire underground base has been dug out and completely constructed into a solid defense layer, and a large number of super energy reactors have been built inside to provide a large amount of energy for the safety zone. If all the work is completed in time, even if the opponent loses, this powerful energy reactor will lift the entire safe zone from the ground and suspend it in the air, forming an aerial fortress. After a brief confrontation, the Human Coalition army quickly discovered the weakness of the frost giants, and thus developed weapons that could change the climate, completely destroying the frost giants' progress. After the winter passed, the temperature suddenly changed. And with the blessing of meteorological weapons, these ice giants could no longer move forward, forcing them to retreat back to the Arctic ice zone. The human coalition army was not to be outdone, and it went all the way to the Arctic ice zone, captured a large number of ice giants, and suppressed this cosmic life race to a very small area. But as long as a piece of ice disappears, this kind of life will not become extinct, unless the far north is completely transformed into a warm zone. They can be completely eliminated, but that would undoubtedly be more loss than gain. After suppressing the ice giant race, the main enemy of mankind is still the rapidly multiplying mutants and evolved insects, as well as the mechanical life hidden in the ruins. Fortunately, after the major federations, a strict information network has been formed. As long as there is an active mechanical life race, there will be a large number of teams to encircle and suppress it. Although it is impossible to completely eliminate the mechanical life race, it has also formed a balance. Continuous hunting can bring humans a good resource harvest, and also allow the awakened warriors to grow rapidly. In the new year, after the mutant beasts encountered the nuclear explosion, they did not become rampant. But the mutant beasts after the radiation were obviously stronger, and even appeared in new forms that had never been seen before. But the biggest threat came from the evolved insects. The third evolution of the insects made this genetically abnormal creature completely dominate the blue planet. Among the evolved insects that have been discovered, the highest level has reached the 8th level, and a large number of tribes have been formed. That fixed tribe has almost become a bug country, and no creature can enter it. And the mobile Zerg will turn the ruins into sand and dust wherever they pass. And even the mechanical life race will be eaten into metal residues and cannot be spared. Moreover, after radiation mutation, the ability of the evolved bugs has been greatly improved, and both the size and energy intensity are far superior to the previous ones. The several ice giants captured by Su Lan from the Arctic ice field were imprisoned in the starship, and a separate freezing chamber was built. These ice giants are not very intelligent, probably because their brains are frozen all year round, and their thinking ability is limited. Some of the ice power was extracted for research, and there was no power to resist. How did this kind of ice giant reproduce? Lin Chi tried to disassemble the ice giant into several parts, but as soon as the limbs were separated from the body, they turned into ordinary ice, and could not be cultivated at all. They are lives with independent consciousness. If you want to control them, you don't need to completely enslave them. You can control them with the power of the mind, and let them reproduce voluntarily. Of course, a suitable environment is also needed. There is an absolute low temperature in the universe, which is the most suitable place for ice giants to survive. They can be active without the premise of life. Just find a planet with ice to put them there, and let these slowly multiplying ice giants be responsible for mining resources, and you can maximize your benefits. Are there many similar races in the universe? Lin Chi's understanding of cosmic life is still limited to ordinary life forms. Elemental life, like this, should be extremely rare. Of course, the universe is vast and boundless. Even though we once controlled only one galaxy, there are hundreds of different races in that galaxy, but they are roughly divided into several categories. Jean Ling projected information about cosmic life, with all kinds of strange creatures in the picture. Some are intelligent life forms that have built civilizations and opened the interstellar era, while others are low-level life forms that have no civilization inheritance at all and only know the instinct to reproduce. Most carbon-based life forms can evolve their own civilizations, but they will basically go extinct in the future. On the contrary, those low-level life forms can survive for a long time. There are elemental bodies like ice giants, fire giants, earth giants, lava giants, etc. Low-level carbon-based life also includes evolved Zerg and mutant behemoths similar to those on Blue Star. Moreover, there are also beings beyond ordinary life in the universe, which exist only in legends and are rarely encountered. Hearing Jean Ling's description of cosmic life, Lin Chi couldn't help but feel yearning. One day, he will explore the mysterious universe. But the premise is that Blue Star must be in his own hands and become his strong backing. At this moment, Lin Chi's mentality slowly began to change. Originally, the 5 federations united to form an alliance to fight against foreign enemies, which was also a constraint. As for those small federations, they will be destroyed step by step, and their inheritance will disappear completely, and the world will be destroyed. Lin Chi also understands this truth. But the strength of the Central Plain Safety Zone is not enough to compete with the 5 major federations. and the strength of the safety zone must be accumulated quickly. Within 5 years, I will control this planet and become the master of the blue star. If it was before, Lin Chi might have only had a small family mentality, guarding a central plane safety zone and being free and easy. But now that he has a goal, his vision is broader, and a safety zone can no longer limit itself. With a goal, Lin Chi asked Wei Lan to quickly start formulating a 5-year plan. In addition to raising the strength of the source plan warriors in the safety zone to the 9th level, it is also necessary to vigorously develop the construction of spaceships so as to have the ability to enter the universe. Although the starship has the ability to travel freely in the universe, because it has been severely damaged by falling on the blue star, it must be repaired slowly with special materials and replenished with energy. With the current materials, it is necessary to use biological materials from 9th level mutants or evolved insects to slowly repair with the core of the source plan. Chapter 341 Hunting for the Insect Valley. Lin Chi soon found a nest of evolved insects under the lock of the blue. The population of this evolved insect is extremely large. After 3 generations of evolution, the strongest individual now has the strength of the 8th level, and even the weakest of the Zerg has the strength of the 3rd level, which can be said to be the strongest group among the Zerg. The location is in the southwest direction, in a worm valley. After quickly locking the target, Lin Chi opened the blue virtual network world and first detected the terrain of the worm valley, because the area is rarely visited. When the nuclear bomb exploded and was dropped on the area, it still retains the original terrain. Moreover, the energy absorbed by the nuclear radiation, both the vegetation and the surviving evolved insects, have evolved to varying degrees. The towering trees and dense vegetation have become a world like a primeval forest. And there are also many high-level mutant beasts. Lin Chi selected some powerful subordinates, and after some preparation, he took a spaceship and arrived near the insect valley. At this stage, ordinary warships dare not go out easily, and must be escorted by fighters to clear the approaching flying creatures one step ahead. But the spaceship can fly in the atmosphere, and most mutant creatures cannot reach that level. Arriving above the insect valley, the terrain below was quickly scanned by Azure and presented in the database. It was just that the layers of vegetation blocked the existence of mutant creatures. After all, most of the evolved bugs were hidden underground. We will be divided into 3 teams. One team will stay on the spacecraft and use the blue network to control the mecha to assist in the battle. The other team will be led by Su Lan to provide support and reconnaissance in the air. The last team will follow me down and go deep into the primeval forest. The people brought this time are all top-level project fighters in the safe zone, and they all have rich combat experience. Even if Lin Chi does not take action, they can retreat unscathed. But since he is here, Lin Chi's goal is to kill the 8th level evolved bug, or even eliminate all the mutant creatures in the bug valley, and obtain enough resources. In the past, the evolution of human beings was not high, and the low-level gene crystals were enough for all awakeners to consume. However, as the level was raised to the 6th level, the gene crystals were no longer enough to use. Even now, most awakeners began to get stuck at the level, and could not get timely resources to advance. Lin Chi could only upgrade the powerful awakeners first, so that they could all be independent, and then lead other awakeners. Moreover, at this stage, the number of mutant creatures above the 7th level is far from enough for humans to hunt. Often, the appearance of one will cause competition among various forces, and only those that are more difficult to hunt will be ignored. At present, the place with the most mutant creatures is the animal paradise of Australia. At the beginning of the Doomsday outbreak, it was completely occupied by mutant creatures. However, that continent has now been divided up by the 5 major federations, and other ordinary forces cannot enter it at all. After the team assembled, figures flew out of the spacecraft and fell into the sky above the deep forest. As soon as these Project Plan warriors showed their figures, they were sensed by the mutant creatures in the forest. Immediately, a group of mutant birds were startled and flew out from the lush tree trunks, chirping and attacking the crowd. Attention! Prepare for battle. In fact, Lin Chi didn't need to remind them. Everyone entered the combat state. The flying team led by Su Lan even stepped forward one step ahead to block the mutant birds and cover the landing of others. Endless flames bloomed, flying in the air like a phoenix. The group of mutant birds were frightened and fled the forest screaming. Taking this opportunity, everyone landed quickly. And at the same time, the equipment fell down one by one and fixed firmly on the ground. forming a simple camp. A layer of energy ripples quickly spread out on the device, connecting with several surrounding ones, forming a square protective shield, completely isolating from the outside world. Azure. Quickly scan the nearby mutant creatures and share the location and information with everyone. Cooperative combat. In the Azure Virtual Network, everyone has tried countless times, just like going to dungeons to fight monsters in the game. This time, the team is truly exploring the wasteland for the first time. All the mutant creatures encountered will also be recorded by Wei-Lan, and the information will be uploaded to the Wei-Lan Virtual Network world to form a real battle copy. In the future, the awakened warriors in the safe zone will not have to go out, and they can try to enter this real copy battle first, thereby increasing their combat experience. In this way, there will be no gap in strength, and even a steady stream of powerful combat power can be cultivated. Data recording completed. Start scanning. Copy real data. With the 4 devices as the center, a wave of waves spread rapidly, forming an information network that covered the entire Worm Valley. Of course, this kind of fluctuation will also attract the attention of the vigilant mutants. It is feared that a large number of mutants will appear nearby in a short time. This is exactly what Lin Chi needs. Only by luring out the powerful mutants can it be easier to hunt. Stepping out of the defensive barrier, he saw several ferocious mutants appearing in the jungle from a distance. The other party had the characteristics of mutant wolves, but the body was like a strong giant bull, with a height of 4 or 5 meters. This is a 4th level mutant giant wolf, and it is a type with relatively weak genetic strength among the wolf clan, so the threat level is not high. Some mutants do not have the giant gene, and their body size will not increase much, but their strength is still not to be underestimated. The mutant wolves growled and yelled, as if to alert other creatures that they had discovered an unknown intruder. Several others went into the jungle and surrounded them from all sides. The mutant wolves were quite intelligent. Even when hunting normally, they would work together to test the strength of the opponent. If they could deal with it, they would rush forward and kill it as quickly as possible. One person. One. Quick battle and quick decision. Lin Chi jumped onto the tree and was alert to the surroundings. This kind of low-level mutant creature did not need him to take action at all. Any of the others could easily kill it. However, in order to better record the data of the mutant wolves, he let these guys live a little longer. Let me do this. Xiaoling held a long sword, and when her body was not deformed, the long sword was even taller than her body. So it looked strange, but her figure was quite flexible, and she disappeared in just a few flashes. And then the screams of the mutant wolf came from the jungle. Tuanchuan held a huge sword, and with one hand, a hurricane was raised. She didn't even see how hard she was trying, and the whirlwind brought by the giant sword swept across a large area in front, revealing the mutant wolf trembling in the jungle. The space shook slightly, and Jinna's figure flashed by. A mutant wolf running fast suddenly fell to the ground and rolled, with a deep wound on its forehead. These people are now at the top level of Blue Star, and they are all at the level of perfect genetic strength. Any one of them is in existence that other forces need to look up to. Too easy. I don't even have a chance to make a move. Bai Su pushed her glasses. She naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity to go out and relax. Although she spent a long time in the laboratory, her strength was not much weaker than anyone else. Chapter 342 Alien. These ordinary mutant creatures really don't need Bai Su to take action. A few people who are in a good mood have already taken the lead and cleaned them up. Afterwards, the mechas transferred the bodies of the mutant beasts to the inside of the protective barrier and then transported them outside. The movement just now has aroused the vigilance of other mutant creatures in the forest, and the bloody smell is pervasive. Unknowingly, some special insects have appeared and wandered around. Good mantis. A mantis more than 3 meters long crawled slowly on the tree trunk. The huge sickles exuded cold light, and the triangular head turned slightly, as if locking onto something. Suddenly, everyone felt a flash of illusion before their eyes. The mantis jumped and disappeared. The thin wings on its back trembled, and it rushed straight towards one person. However, such a terrifying speed was only the auxiliary function of the armor for the Source Plan warriors, and they could lock the target. Jinna took a step and disappeared on the spot. Passing by the mutant mantis, the weaker mantis was directly cut in half. From beginning to end, it was neat and tidy. This kind of mantis can probably hunt 4th level mutant beasts. Although the mantis is smaller than the previous mutant wolf, the insect's strength and speed are far superior to the same level life, and most of them will hide and attack. A green evolution crystal was taken out. But the mantis that was cut in half was still alive. And its body was still trembling slightly. The vitality of the insect is so strong that it can move even if its body is cut in half. Jean-Na didn't understand the reason, and thought it was due to mutation. Be careful. There is something inside it. Bai Su, who was standing by, noticed something was wrong. And a red light shot out from her hand, blasting half of the belly of the evolved mantis out a distance. As the belly completely exploded, a black worm as thick as an arm slowly emerged from it, squirming wildly. Wireworm! Such a thick wireworm! Almost like a black snake. Slowly squirmed and crawled after emerging from the mantis's belly. This thing scared several people, and they quickly dispersed, all with disgust on their faces. Everyone knew what this thing was. It was one of the parasitic insects. But they didn't expect it to change so much. Burn it. It's disgusting enough. Even if this thing had any use. Several people couldn't study it. One of them stepped forward and shot out a red laser from his arm, burning the slowly crawling iron wire worm into ashes. Next, 2 people will fight together. If you encounter a mutant creature above the 7th level, you can call for support from the sky. Lin Chi had his own things to do. Under this insect valley, there was an 8th level evolved insect hidden. This kind of thing can only be solved by himself. I'll go with you. Bai Su took a step forward, thinking of the last time they explored the cave of the evolved ants. They had cooperated with each other, so they had some experience. In addition, she had other thoughts in her mind. After all, it seemed to be a different experience to be deep underground without being disturbed. No, that evolved insect king is a little special. It has a strong mental power. Except for me, no one else can get close to it. Moreover, this kind of insect is extremely poisonous. You can't handle it. Mental power is invisible and intangible, and it is impossible to defend against it. Even the source plant armor can't resist it. This is why no force dares to hunt the 8th level evolved insect. Hearing Lin Chi's words, Bai Su curled her lips in silence, feeling slightly disappointed. After assigning the tasks to everyone, Lin Chi walked alone into the depths of the forest. But not long after, the air around him fluctuated, and a golden figure emerged. It was Jean Ling of the Golden Race. Jean Ling was outside for the first time, and was very curious about everything on this planet. The species on this planet are really diverse, and the potential is very high. Jean Ling picked a mutant fruit, took a bite, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. Although the taste of this naturally reproduced fruit is not perfect, it has a unique taste under the free combination of genes. Their planet had cultivated plants before, but they were all cultivated according to the most perfect combination of genes. Both the taste and the individual have reached the most perfect level, but they are far inferior to the wild ones. Are you not afraid of poisoning? You dare to pick and eat anything? Lin Chi didn't know what the fruit was. It should be the product of plant mutation. I have a 9th level physique, so why should I be afraid of this little toxicity? The more poisonous the thing, the more delicious it is, Jean Ling said nonchalantly, and then began to share the interesting things about her planet. When they occupied a planet before, they would release evolutionary potions to make the life of the entire planet begin to evolve. And the one that survived in the end was the most promising life. Of course, there will be a special situation. That is, multiple lives have given birth to wisdom, thus achieving peaceful coexistence. Blue Star is an exception. There are too many lives. The competition between them is also very fierce, and each has strong genes, which has led to this chaotic situation. The two chatted while walking through the forest, and unknowingly came to a foggy forest. A layer of illusory mental power barrier was propped up to block the fog outside. It seemed that something was spying in the dark, making people feel sharp. Suddenly, a black shadow emerged from the fog and rushed towards Lin Chi through the fog. But under the blessing of mental power, the black shadow was suppressed by a repulsive force as soon as it rushed over, and fell to the ground and could not move. What is this? Alien? Seeing the pure black bug, Lin Chi frowned, feeling that things were not simple. Previously, in the scan information of Wei Lan, there were only life projections and level assessments, and no detailed graphics. But when he saw this bug for the first time, Lin Chi recognized it. The black shell with a metallic luster, the terrifying and hideous shape, and the long tail behind it like an iron chain, full of lethality. Is this kind of bug called an alien? I remember that there are such things in the universe. It is a kind of parasite that relies on other organisms to reproduce and grow. Jean Ling raised his hand to control the alien, and his mental power surged. The controlled alien was instantly dismembered, and the green blood sprayed on the ground, corroding the ground into deep pits. Could it be something you cosmic beings brought when you landed on the blue planet? Lin Chi knew very well how troublesome the aliens were. But now all mutants were rampant. And in terms of individual strength, the aliens were really not good enough. However, this alien was a little different from the one in my memory. Not only was it much bigger, but it also seemed to have source power in its body. It should be because the hosts they parasitized were different, which led to the differences between each alien. Chapter 343 Parasites in the Universe. The two continued to go deeper, and they encountered aliens of different sizes. And these aliens clearly had the characteristics of other creatures. These alien shells are good materials. Lin Chi picked up an alien tail stinger. Whether it was sharp or hard, it was not inferior to the materials of ordinary mutant beasts. If it was made into armor, it would have strong corrosion resistance. If you want to enter the alien's nest, you must use this material. The two immediately killed several aliens, absorbed and fused the materials with the super armor, and added them to the armor materials. Sure enough, a drop of green blood stained it, leaving only a little trace. And it could not be corroded anymore. I just checked the database. This kind of bug is very rare in the universe. Generally, it is used by the fighting nation for training, and they will buy a planet to raise it in captivity. Jean Ling shared the data of the alien with Lin Chi, combining the information in his own cognition. He roughly understood the habits of this kind of bug. The alien should be brought to the blue planet by alien creatures from the universe. So there must be a spaceship wreckage near the Worm Valley. So he contacted Wei Lan and asked it to search the vicinity carefully to see if it could locate the wreckage. Through the fog, he suddenly saw a deep cave, and there were a lot of traces of corroded rocks nearby. Before approaching, a low roar came from the cave. This should be a Tianking. I didn't expect it to be occupied by aliens and become their nest. It seems that they should all be down there. The levels of the alien race are very clear. If there is only one, the single body will automatically evolve into an alien queen and can reproduce and lay eggs by itself. Once the eggs mature, they will enter a dormant period. When they sense the existence of life nearby, they will break out of the eggs and parasitize the host in the form of face huggers. After reviewing the habits of the aliens, Lin Chi jumped decisively into the deep pit, and a long knife condensed in his hand. The Tianking is deep, and its diameter reaches hundreds of meters. The inside is extremely dark, but Lin Chi can see any environment clearly in the dark. At the same time, his mental power covers all creatures, and no creature can hide. And Jean Ling's eyes were shining with golden light, as if darkness was no obstacle to her at all. Here it comes! Sensing the appearance of an alien, Lin Chi turned the long knife in his hand and drew a shadow. The head of the alien that rushed over was cut open instantly, and the green juice inside flowed out. Aliens are very sensitive to life fluctuations. Since the two entered the deep pit, the whole cave began to become restless, and there was an invisible sense of oppression that kept coming, which was the pressure emanating from the alien queen. In addition to her own powerful strength, this alien queen also has special mental telekinesis control to manipulate the entire alien race. As if some kind of signal had been transmitted, the aliens in the cave suddenly became irritable. In Lin Chi's perception, groups of aliens kept rushing here from the depths. These aliens were of different sizes and shapes. Some were only about 3 meters tall, while others were more than 10 meters tall. Perhaps because the cave was limited, those huge aliens did not appear, but instead sent out some miscellaneous soldiers first. Aliens are monsters that are good at hiding and hunting. With the blessing of the Blue Star biological genes, they have a more comprehensive enhancement. Mutated beasts of the same level are no match for this dangerous killing monster. In just a moment, those strange aliens have all surrounded them, forming a black tide. Help me locate the position of the alien queen. Lin Chi probed into the cave with his mental power, but was disturbed by the same powerful force, and could not probe deep into the alien nest. But Jean Ling was a 9th level gene powerhouse after all, and that power could not interfere with her. I will connect your mental power and share it with you. A huge mental power instantly connected to Lin Chi, and the situation of the entire underground cave was clearly imprinted in his mind. Even the giant alien deep in the cave was clearly presented. After sensing the specific location, Lin Chi no longer held back, and the long sword in his hand glowed with blue light, and a huge sword shadow quickly emerged. Slashed the wind. The blade was like a gust of wind. In this closed space, the power it exploded was increased countless times. The blade energy cut through, leaving deep scars on the rocks. The aliens that surrounded them were directly chopped into pieces, their bodies torn into pieces, and green juice spilled all over the ground. The smell of corrosion instantly filled the air. The ground sizzled, and even the air was filled with a rancid smell. Fortunately, the armor had a strong protective function, and the materials on the aliens were added to effectively prevent corrosion. Lin Chi rushed forward with a knife, killing his way through. All the aliens he met could not escape the second knife, and corpses were everywhere. Jean Ling had hidden her figure and floated behind Lin Chi, ignoring the influence of gravity and avoiding the splashing corrosive liquid. "There's a big guy in front. It's quite interesting," Jean Ling reminded, and Lin Chi also realized what she said. A stone wall was instantly broken, and sharp spikes shot out from it, like a thick arm, straight into the stone wall behind. When the stone wall was broken, an alien with spikes all over its body crawled out from it. Is it parasitic on a hedgehog? The strange shape of this alien instantly reminded Lin Chi of a hedgehog. Sure enough, the next second, the spikes on the alien's back flew out again, like a sharp arrow breaking through the air. Lin Chi swung his long sword in his backhand and split the hedgehog alien into two. Although special, the level is not high, only around the 4th level. What's so surprising about this? Lin Chi looked at Jean Ling curiously. Could it be that a hedgehog was also worthy of her curiosity? That's not what I'm talking about. Be careful. After Jean Ling said that, she disappeared into the void again. However, because of the connection of mental power, Lin Chi was still able to lock her position. But the next second, a terrifying breath rushed towards him, which immediately attracted Lin Chi's attention. In the dark cave ahead, there was a dull sound of footsteps, and a huge head poked out from it. The head was shining with a metallic luster, with silver teeth exposed, and transparent mucus exuding cold air and dripping slowly. A strange tongue slowly extended out of its mouth and aimed at Lin Chi. This is indeed a bit unusual. Lin Chi raised his sword and prepared to attack. But before he could swing the sword, a green energy shot out from the alien's mouth, instantly filling the cave. Boom! The powerful shock wave made Lin Chi unable to react at all. So he had to subconsciously concentrate his mental power and build a thick barrier in front of him, which blocked the energy impact. 7th level alien. Chapter 344 Alien Queen. Only the head of this 7th level alien was exposed, and it was hard to imagine how huge the body behind it was. A mouthful of energy gushed out, with a corrosive breath, making the cave a little bigger out of thin air. The rocks above his head were constantly corroded into ash, and turned into gravel floating in the cave. Lin Chi moved forward step by step with the mental barrier, and when he arrived in front of the alien's head, he slapped it. Paw! With a crisp sound, the energy in the alien's mouth exploded uncontrollably in an instant, and the powerful impact force directly tore its mouth apart. But this kind of injury seemed to have no effect on the alien at all. The sharp tongue in its mouth suddenly popped out and bit Lin Chi. The alien's tongue is also a special means of attack. The impact force of the ejection can even break steel. But as soon as this attack appeared, Lin Chi saw through the intention. After all, he already knew the attack methods of creatures like aliens. He just turned slightly to avoid the attack and chopped it back with a knife. The long knife directly cut off the thick tongue, and a stream of green blood gushed out, corroding the ground with a deep mark. In pain, the alien quickly retracted its head into the cave, and only a painful wail remained. The entire underground space was extremely spacious. Although the alien was nearly 100 meters tall, it could still move freely. It disappeared into the darkness again in just a moment and disappeared without a trace. Those small aliens surrounded them again at this moment, with a fearless attitude. Let me do it. I don't know how long it will take to kill them like this. Jean Ling watched Lin Chi constantly cleaning up those small aliens, and felt a little bored. So she stepped forward with her hands open. In an instant, golden light burst out from her body, and an invisible force spread out from her body, illuminating the entire dark cave. The swarming aliens were suddenly imprisoned by an invisible force, and they all stopped in place and could not move. After one fell to the ground, the remaining aliens fell to the ground one by one like a chain reaction, completely losing the power to move. What's your move? Lin Chi was surprised, thinking that these cosmic creatures were very capable, and even hid their strength. This is the use of mental power. Aliens are creatures with low intelligence. Only the alien queen has wisdom. They only have the instinct to kill. As long as you find the frequency of their mental fluctuations, you could easily destroy them, Jean Ling said proudly. This is a high-level use of mental power by cosmic life. Humans like Lan Xing who have just awakened their genetic abilities have not yet understood it. Even the use of mental power is at an extremely superficial level. How to do this? Teach me. Lin Chi's eyes lit up when he heard this. The database of the Jean Ling race contains a lot of technology and other information. But there is no information on the use of abilities. These seem to be special inheritances. This cannot be taught. There is a hidden inheritance in our blood. As long as a certain ability is awakened, there will be automatic perceptions at a certain level. It is innate. Jean Ling's body trembled and flew directly into the depths of the cave, no longer paying attention to Lin Chi. After passing through the dense group of alien corpses and entering the depths, the space became more spacious, and the corrosion marks on the surrounding rock walls became more and more obvious. In the corners of the stone walls on both sides, there are a large number of alien eggs piled up. Judging from the shape, they have already broken out of the eggs. And there is a lot of mucus wrapped on the stone walls. And there are mutant creatures trapped inside. The lowest level of these mutant creatures is at the 3rd level. And the highest level is at the 6th level. Unfortunately, they have no power to resist the alien army. These are all parasitic individuals. It seems that they have captured a lot of materials. The large number of mutant creatures that entered the insect valley before. But it benefited these aliens, allowing them to multiply and grow rapidly. Before they went deeper, they heard a low roar. And the 7th level alien with a wounded mouth appeared again, blocking the two. Lin Chi looked back and saw that the aliens around him had been killed. He didn't expect this guy to survive. The alien of the 7th order has some mental resistance, and it is normal for a large-scale attack to kill. Golden Ling seemed unwilling to shoot, but took a few steps back. Forget it. Let me come. Lin Chi waved his hand to grab an alien tail. As the super body warfare was fused, he turned into a long gun in his hand, and then suddenly threw it against the alien head. You long throw away. Long gunfire. Whistling out. After the alien was locked, he couldn't avoid it at all. But he was instantly penetrated through a black yulong through his head, and half of his body was destroyed into fragments. The crushed body flowed out of the rich green fluid, quickly corroded the ground into a large pit, and fell directly to the lower layer. Lin Chi took the crystal of the alien evolutionary crystal, threw it aside, and flew towards the space that collapsed underground. This cave had long been riddled with holes by the aliens. There were countless passages of different sizes inside, and the nest of the alien queen was located below. Before landing, a thick fungus blanket was seen on the ground, with countless mycelium-like things connected and intertwined. And in front of him was a dense field of alien eggs. Sensing the emergence of life fluctuations, these alien eggs trembled slightly for a few times, and the top slowly opened and split like flowers. The face hugger with long claws like bones and a thin tail crawled out of the alien chaos and keenly sensed the location of the two. It's this little thing. It looks really disgusting. Lin Chi stretched out his hand and grasped it, and the face hugger that pounced on him was fixed in the air. As his mental power strengthened, the face hugger was dismembered bit by bit. It's just that there is no evolution crystal in its body. After all, it is not a creature from Blue Star, and it can't produce evolution crystal at all. But after parasitizing other life forms, evolution crystals will appear in the body, and special abilities will be born. Should we get a few eggs to raise? Looking at the densely packed alien eggs on the ground, Lin Chi suddenly had a bold idea. If he wants to control Blue Star in his own hands, he must completely eliminate other opposing forces. And the alien, a special body that reproduces rapidly, may become a great weapon in his hands. He immediately condensed the material of the super body armor and sealed up several alien eggs. A strong sense of mental oppression suddenly emanated from the depths of the cave. In the darkness, blue light spread out, followed by dull footsteps. A huge alien with a crown on its head slowly walked out of the cave and stood upright in front of the two. Chapter 345. Find a clean place to recover. The alien queen stared at the two with cold eyes without a trace of emotion. For the enemy who broke into her cave and slaughtered wantonly, the alien queen roared, and a powerful mental wave spread. Ripples vibrated in the air, and the strong sense of oppression even distorted the air. Jean Ling raised one hand, and a layer of ripples spread out from her palm. instantly offsetting the oppression. Low-level insects dare to be presumptuous in front of high-level cosmic life. At this moment, Jean Ling's voice was actually full of majesty, and the mental power released from her body was all suppressed on the alien queen, making the king of the clan couldn't help but take a step back. The two spiritual powers collided with each other, and a fierce hurricane came from the silent cave, and it rolled up with the two people as the center. How is it? Do you need help? Lin Chi hid aside and watched the show. The size of this alien queen was not big, and it was not as strong as the 7th level alien just now. But the appearance of the queen alien was different from that of ordinary aliens. The most obvious thing was the alien crown on its head, which seemed to have the function of guiding the spiritual emission. This alien was grown from the first face hugger that parasitized the creatures of Blue Star. Its own genes were restricted by evolution, so its strength was not outstanding. However, because of the blessing of the queen's bloodline, it awakened its spiritual power, and coupled with the suppression of the bloodline, the aliens born later would obey its orders. It's just a small bug. I can handle it with one hand. Jean Ling seemed to look down on this low-energy bug. Her aura changed and the fluctuations intensified again. The armor on the alien queen's body cracked quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. She couldn't help but retreat several steps and her hind legs collapsed to the ground. In the universe, the aliens are just low-level parasites. Even if they can reorder the host's genes and select strong ones to enhance themselves, their growth limit is not high. In the eyes of our high-level intelligent life, they are not up to the standard at all, Jean Ling explained, and her outstretched hand suddenly clenched. Under the strong pressure, the alien queen's head exploded instantly and collapsed to the ground. After all, one is at the 8th level and the other is at the 9th level. There is a big difference in realm, and they cannot be compared at all. A green evolution crystal was taken out and thrown into Lin Chi's hand. Check it again. There can't be only one 7th level alien here. Maybe there are hidden things. Lin Chi didn't think it was so easy to eliminate the alien. After contacting Wei Lan to send some mechas to collect some alien eggs, he walked towards the depths of the cave. Deep in the cave, there are still densely packed alien eggs. But in the innermost part, there is a huge meat ball with a torn wound on the top. This should be the ovary of the alien queen that just attached, which is a must for the reproduction of this race. However, once separated from the body, this kind of ovary has no function, and can only become food for the growth of the alien. This ovary is so familiar. I remember the ovaries of the lizardmen born in the deep Kunlun Mountains, which are similar to this one. Lin Chi studied it carefully for a moment. Except that this is the part of the alien queen's body. The functions of other aspects are almost the same as that one. It is probably a biological culture dish made to simulate the alien ovary. The cave is connected in all directions. Looking from the center of the nest, there are actually 3 passages around. As the movement came, a giant 7th level alien appeared in each of the 3 passages. The 3 aliens roared and rushed over, not panicking at all because of the disappearance of the life wave of the alien queen. There are 4 exits in a cave, and there is a 7th level alien at each exit. It seems that the alien population is developing well, with the alien queen as the center. The 4 directions are constantly hunting mutants to reproduce and grow. In a short time, I am afraid that they will completely sweep the entire insect valley. 3 7th level aliens slowly approached, and the cold breath almost enveloped the 2 people, especially the green energy that continued to condense in the alien's mouth, as if it would be spit out in the next second. Help me. I will deal with 1, and you will deal with 2. Is that okay? Lin Chi's long knife slowly condensed into a gun and aimed at one of the aliens. You deal with these 3 big ones, and I will deal with the remaining small ones. Jean Ling was somewhat reluctant. The reason why she could kill those low-level aliens in seconds was because she had already known the frequency of the mental fluctuations of ordinary aliens. Moreover, she had just fought with the 8th level alien queen, which consumed too much mental power. At this moment, she could not concentrate on dealing with these 7th level aliens. Well, it's just one more weapon. Lin Chi also reacted. He seemed to have overestimated this alien life. The long spear in his hand was thrown out, turning into a dragon-shaped spear shadow, breaking the head of an alien. With the backhand, another long spear condensed out and immediately stabbed at another alien. But in this short shot, the last alien had already seized the opportunity, spewing green energy from its mouth, turning into a beam of light and bombarding Lin Chi. Lin Chi imitated Jean Ling's action just now, holding one hand in front of him, and a solid mental power barrier blocked in front of him. At the same time, the mental power surged, gradually suppressing the last 7th level alien. "Break it for me!" With a low shout, the violent mental power directly hit the alien's head, completely blasting the soft organs inside into mud. At the same time, Jean Ling's mental power fluctuations also swept the entire cave, and those ordinary aliens that swarmed and fell to the ground one by one and lost their life fluctuations, as if the machine stopped powering up. After trying hard to wipe out the mental fluctuations of the last ordinary alien, Jean Ling felt a little dazed and slowly fell from the air. But before landing, Lin Chi hugged her and flew outside. 9th level strength shouldn't be limited to this, right? Although he already had the means to suppress Jean Ling, she was a 9th level Gene Awakener after all, and her strength shouldn't be so superficial. After using a few big moves, she fell into a weak state. I didn't expect the aliens to become so strong after parasitizing the creatures of Blue Star. Jean Ling rubbed her forehead. After performing beyond the standard, her head was tingling. This was the result of excessive consumption of mental power. Fortunately, all the aliens in the cave had been cleared out. In the end, they only needed to let the mecha transport the corpses out and collect the evolution crystals and alien eggs. Let's find a clean place to recover first. Lin Chi looked around and saw that there were corpses of aliens everywhere. The blood that flowed out after the 2 7th level aliens exploded had corroded the surrounding ground and emitted an unpleasant smell. So he took Jean Ling and flew into a cave, looking for an exit. Chapter 346 Genetic Exchange. The two found a clean place in the cave, and Lin Chi's armor quickly detached, forming a flat ground on the ground. "You can rest here for a while. I'll go to help collect supplies." In the alien nest, there are still a lot of evolution crystals that have not been processed, although there is no need to worry about these things being lost. Those above the 7th level are of great value. Don't worry about those things for now. Don't you want to learn how to control mental power from me? Jean Ling sat on the ground formed by the super body armor, and his whole body began to emit a faint golden light, and also exuded a unique breath. "Huh? Are you having a fever?" This golden light, with a special heat flow, makes a sense of warmth in the cold cave. I just consumed transitions, and the gene is automatically repaired and exacerbated with overflowing energy. Golden Ling's performance is more and more like a human, if it is not golden skin and hair on the body. After she came to Blue Star, she took the initiative to learn the history of human beings, and the habits she learned from it also retained. Originally, the race of the Golden Spirit could automatically regulate the change of genes, but because of the environment of the Blue Star and consumed the transition, the in vivo genes have begun to be restless. Female genes are nothing more than 2 aspects. One is physical development, and the other is the heavy responsibility of breeding. When a race is about to become extinct, most creatures will take on the responsibility of reproducing the race, and the genes in their bodies will also sense this change and automatically awaken their abilities to remind the main body. Just like the alien, when there is only one individual, it will automatically evolve into the alien queen and take on the responsibility of reproduction. At this time, Jean Ling's inner desire and the symptoms in her body constantly guided her choice. "Didn't you say that mental power is a genetic inheritance? How can you teach me?" Lin Chi has been exploring on his own, but he has found a way. He has always used mental power as an auxiliary skill. "I have a way to share the genetic inheritance information with you. Do you want to try it?" After learning about the information of Blue Star, Jean Ling also knew that the reproduction of humans on Blue Star was a very important responsibility, so she was a little worried that Lin Chi would refuse. After all, the concept between races seems to be somewhat deep-rooted. At this time, Lin Chi also saw something wrong. Jean Ling sat on the ground, and his body began to tremble, and his eyes were blurred, as if he was coveting him. "How do I try it?" Lin Chi walked over slowly. In fact, putting aside the race, Jean Ling's appearance and figure are not worse than Tuan Tuan and Teacher Bai, and even have a unique noble temperament, which is even more attractive. "We can pass genetic information to you through intercourse, but I also want to get something from you as compensation," Jean Ling said seriously. On her planet, reproduction is a very formal procedure. After reaching adulthood, everyone can choose to upload their own genes, so as to match the appropriate gene combination in the database, and use the cradle of life to replace reproduction. But now those things do not exist. If you want to reproduce life, you must do it yourself. use the most instinctive method of humans on the blue planet. And the process is quite complicated. Jean Ling has never experienced it. But after learning about this information, she has also collected detailed information. For her, it was a little hard to accept at first. But if the other party was Lin Chi, it seemed that she would not be so resistant. So that's how it is. I'm good at this. Lin Chi suddenly realized that sharing genetic inheritance actually has such benefits, and immediately moved closer, his eyes full of expectation. If it were someone else, Lin Chi would have already taken care of her and undressed her. But the armor on Jean Ling seemed to fit seamlessly, even more complicated than the original plan armor, and he had no idea how to remove it. I haven't tried it. You have to cooperate. As Jean Ling said, the golden armor on her body became fluid and slowly separated from her body. The golden skin shone with a faint luster, and as the armor slid off, a straight figure was revealed. This body showed perfect proportions, and even had a feeling of being fragile. On our blue planet, this kind of thing usually requires men to take the initiative. From now on, everything will be arranged by me, and you can just lie down and enjoy it. Although Lin Chi had no experience in invading alien life for the first time, he still suppressed his restlessness and started according to his own habits. After a while, a muffled groan came out, and the huge ball slowly trembled, becoming more and more violent. At this moment in the forest on the ground, the Source Project team was clearing waves of mutant beasts, and could not be distracted by anything else. Bai Su was surrounded by red energy, and the Source laser in her hand burst out, clearing the mutant creatures that kept pouring out from a distance. With the cooperation of everyone, they easily resisted the continuous attacks. Why are there so many mutant beasts? How long will it take to kill them? They had received Lin Chi's message and were ready to go to the underground space for support. But so many mutant creatures suddenly appeared, making it impossible for them to escape. Sky Su Lan also brought people to support, but still couldn't stop the mutant creatures from rioting. It should be some terrifying aura that alarmed them, causing these mutant creatures to choose to leave this forest. Looking carefully, those mutant creatures actually ignored everyone. Some chose to bypass them, and even several of them collided with each other. But no fighting occurred. The situation was not stabilized until several large mechas landed on the spacecraft to support them. After clearing the remaining mutant creatures, the team regrouped and flew towards the coordinates given by Lin Chi before. After arriving at the Tinkang, a cold breath emanated from the pit. Undercurrents surged, and even emitted a special fishy smell. That was the damage caused by the blood corroding the rocks after the alien died. And it even emitted a faint green gas. Be careful. Increase the armor defense to the highest level. Let's go down and take a look. Bai Su walked in front, with a red light shining in her hand, condensing a ball of light and throwing it into the deep pit. The next second, everyone saw clearly that in the deep pit, the densely packed alien corpses were like steel behemoths, spreading a layer slowly. Chapter 347: A Cloud-Piercing Arrow. So many aliens. They had learned from previous information what the bugs underground were, but they were still shocked after seeing them with their own eyes. Except for the miserable deaths of those killed by Lin Chi at the beginning. When he went deeper into the cave, he found that most of the alien bodies were intact, without any damage at all. Should we take these alien bodies back? The team behind entered the cave, carefully avoiding the liquid on the ground, fearing that it would corrode the armor. Take them all back. The blood on the aliens can be used to make powerful corrosive weapons. And the body shell is also a good material. And Xian knew the value of these things. If the corrosive liquids were made into gaseous weapons, and the awakened warriors were wearing alien armor, then they would have an absolute advantage. All the transport robots on the spacecraft were dispatched immediately, intending to recover all the alien corpses. Where is Lin Chi? Why can't I contact him? Suddenly, Bai Su realized something was wrong. Lin Chi's signal disappeared at this moment. After asking Wei Lan, she only got a reply that he was safe, but did not tell her where he was. There was no awakened person with spiritual power in the team, so they could not find any trace of Lin Chi for a while. In desperation, they could only search in the cave bit by bit. But the alien's nest is full of dense passages, and it is not easy to find a living person. Half a day later, everyone explored the alien's nest clearly. Robots were sent to guard the 4 exits, and they also encountered a lot of remaining aliens, which made everyone enjoy it. While everyone was discussing and guessing where Lin Chi had gone, and Xian suddenly received a message from Lin Chi. Lin Chi has gone outside. He said he went to track down a special mutant beast. He fought with it for hundreds of rounds before defeating it. He is now on his way back. After an Xian told everyone this news, he also had some doubts in his heart. With Lin Chi's strength, what kind of mutant beast is worth fighting for so long? But the thought only flashed through his mind, and he immediately went to deal with other things. In the forest outside the cave, on the branch of a big tree, Lin Chi and Jean Ling lay side by side. The aftermath brought about deep changes in genes, allowing Lin Chi to continue to experience this subtle feeling. The most obvious benefit is that he has inherited Jean Ling's genes, and has learned from it the deep application of mental power and source power. It turns out that these two powers can be used together. It seems that the previous development was too superficial. Lying on the tree trunk and enjoying the rare peace, the mental power around him surged, isolating all the breath. Even if a bug crawled over the tree trunk, it would not be able to detect the two of them. How is your body recovering? Lin Chi turned his head to look at Jean Ling, who was lying beside him. Although he was a 9th-level genetic expert, he had to recover for a long time after a battle. I'm almost recovered. I'm going back to the spaceship first. You can handle the next thing yourself. Jean Ling had not recovered from the impact just now. The after-effects made her body tremble from time to time. She had just rested for a while, and she had the desire to have sex again. But under the self-esteem, she still held back and found an excuse to leave. The corpses in the alien nest were cleaned up one after another for 3 days, and the transport machine for carrying the aliens had to be upgraded, and the storage warehouse had to be modified. Otherwise, although the material of the spaceship was strong, it could not withstand the corrosion of a large amount of alien blood. This time, we returned with a full load, in addition to a large amount of materials. The evolution crystals of the aliens are also very useful, and the most special one is the collected alien blood. After returning to the safe zone, Jean Ling immediately began to make large-scale meteorological weapons, with the cooperation of Wei Lan. A weapon that can cause corrosive rain once detonated is extremely terrifying whether used against humans or mutant beasts. Since he has made up his mind to control the entire Blue Star, Lin Chi must accumulate enough trump cards. In the future, the development of the major federations will definitely have the ability to control the planet in one fell swoop, and no one will be willing to be a foil for others. All the major federations are developing at full speed. Some of them have obtained the power of alien technology and have built space fleets. They even fly over the blue planet in a swagger, patrolling the airspace that does not belong to them. One of the Eagle fleets is very arrogant. It has appeared in the Central Plains many times. It even flew directly over the Central Plains safety zone once. The sonic boom that broke through the air was echoed for dozens of miles. In their eyes, the Central Plains safety zone is just a small safety zone, and it belongs to the 4 major federations. Even if they condemn it step by step, it seems that it is not their turn. During this period of dormancy, Lin Chi has hardly shown his personal force again. So the rising stars are all very self-righteous, and they seem to have no regard for Lin Chi. Those awakeners who have undergone special experiments to improve their gene strength have developed their gene power to above level 7. And they think they have reached the highest level of human beings. Among them are superheroes of the North American Federation, who often hunt high-level mutants and upload battle videos on the Azure network from time to time. Personal hero worship has made their reputation soar, and some of them even have private forces. After researching the corrosive bomb, Lin Chi has figured out how to use it. At this stage, the safe zone needs a large number of high-level gene crystals to improve its strength. The mutant beasts near the safe zone have been almost cleared. If you want to find some high-level kills, you must go to other places. Therefore, Lin Chi targeted the coastal area and the Peninsula Federation surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. Recently, the small federation has been a bit high-profile. Before the outbreak of the Doomsday, the survivors of the small federation suffered heavy casualties before the first round of disasters, and finally only formed a safe zone to survive. Fortunately, with the help of some alien technology, a stable safe zone was established. After a period of development, it was fortunately connected to the Azure network and began to promote its own strength. At this stage, obtaining alien technology does not mean anything. After all, Lin Chi has 2 spaceships, and the huge form of the starship has never been revealed outside. But that small federation claimed that it had received help from the strongest race in the universe, and claimed to be the spokesperson of mankind, trying to get a say in the 4 major federations. However, because everyone's impression of them was already deeply rooted. No one paid any attention to them. But Lin Chi noticed something wrong. That small federation seemed to have received some special support. The Eagle fleet is coming again, Wei Lan reminded in time, and found the target through information scanning before the warship arrived in the Central Plains. Last time, I didn't have time to deal with it because I didn't know the other party's background. But this time, I locked the coordinates of the warship in the first time. Let the spaceship prepare. Forget it. I'll do it. Lin Chi flew into the sky, condensed a longbow in his hand, and locked the Eagle warship 100 kilometers away with one arrow. Cloud-piercing arrow. Chapter 348 Alien Warriors. The arrow locked onto the Eagle warship and hit the target from a very long distance. The extreme rotation condensed into a huge tornado and whizzed away. The farther the distance, the stronger the power of the arrow. After flying nearly 100 kilometers, it already had the prototype of a meteorological weapon. We are locked. In the Eagle warship, the detection radar was beeping rapidly, and an unknown target was constantly approaching them. What is it? A missile? Or a laser weapon? If it was the former, they still had a chance to avoid it. But if it was the latter, they would need to open the energy shield to resist it. The Eagle warship dared to fly anywhere on the Blue Star, relying on the most advanced warship technology. It's not a missile, nor a laser. It's an arrow. Oh my god. It's actually an arrow. After the detector detected the situation inside the whirlwind and saw that it was a rotating arrow, the people in the warship screamed in disbelief. How could such a low-end cold weapon have such a terrifying power? The Eagle warship quickly dodged and avoided the flight path of the arrow. But not long after it repaired the route, it found that it was locked again. The flying arrows seemed to have automatic navigation capabilities, locking them again. And the speed was getting faster and faster. Intercept. At all costs. We must intercept that arrow. As the order was issued, missiles flew out of the warship, bombarding the fast-shooting arrow, and even activated laser weapons on the armor, trying to destroy the arrow directly. However, no matter how powerful the attack was, the arrows seemed to be unaffected and passed through the explosion directly. The illusory light and shadow emitted by the arrow was not affected at all. In the horrified eyes of those on the warship, the arrow pierced through, and the power of the rotation directly shattered the warship made of special materials into pieces. After seeing the information through the blue monitoring screen far away in the safe zone, Lin Chi retracted his gaze. Next time if a UFO enters our territory, notify me. Since it's here, don't go back. Send a team of project soldiers to clean up the mess. After Lin Chi gave the order, he began to gather the team and prepare to go to the small federation on the peninsula to make the first step to conquer the planet. We have collected information about that safe zone. There are less than 20 project soldiers. However, there is a special combat team in their safe zone. When there is an irresistible crisis, that team will appear and quickly clear the crisis. When Shio collected information from the Azure Virtual Network world and integrated a lot of information about the federal safe zone, he roughly judged that the team should be a life form in the universe. The spaceship passed through the atmosphere and quickly flew towards the location of the Federation on the peninsula. But outside the atmosphere, several special signal fluctuations were discovered. At this stage, many federations have the ability to fly in space, either by obtaining technology from alien civilizations or by researching it themselves. But everyone still maintains rational restraint and does not take the initiative to provoke a war. After a short flight, the spaceship has arrived above the small federation and scanned the sky above the safe zone through special information fluctuations. This information fluctuation instantly attracted the attention of the safe zone below. After a warning sound came, a layer of energy barrier rose above the safe zone. And then a team of tall humanoid creatures flew out of it and quickly rushed into the sky. Are these the alien creatures they rely on? These alien creatures are about 5 meters tall, with a slim streamlined figure. But the energy they exude cannot ignore the hidden explosive power. After flying into the sky, you can faintly feel the biological force field and the hot energy reaction around them. These guys are a little unusual. I'll go meet them. Wei Lan scanned them clearly at the first time. These life forms are all 8th level existences. At this stage, no human can reach this genetic height. There is no doubt that these are alien life forms. For some reason, they are willing to stay in the safe zone. Be careful. These guys have very strong energy reactions. When Shio looked at the detection results and said with a worried look on her face, The energy reactions of these alien life forms even exceeded those of some 8th-level mutant creatures. It doesn't matter. For me, these alien creatures are much easier to deal with than 8th-level mutant beasts. The hatch of the spaceship opened. Lin Chi jumped down directly, accelerated towards the ground, and met the team of space warriors in midair. But only 2 flew up head-on. Perhaps in their cognition, only 2 people are needed to destroy a spaceship. When they saw a figure falling quickly, both of them gathered their source power and prepared to attack. But before the light solidified, a strong sense of oppression suddenly came over them, and they fell straight to the ground as if they were hit hard. How fast they flew! How fast they fell! But when they fell above the energy shield, they were intercepted by other alien warriors. Lin Chi, wearing the project armor, slowly fell from the air, looking down at the group of alien warriors from a high position. "Humans, leave our territory," the leading alien warrior ordered in a low voice. Since coming to Blue Star, they have also learned all the languages of this planet, and they have just collected some information and know the identity of the invader. "Your territory? Blue Star is the territory of humans. When did it become your territory? Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Blue Star is a planet with rich resources and unlimited potential. Any alien life that notices it will choose to control it. It's nothing more than their own strength is not enough. They choose to stay in this safe zone. First, the humans here are more obedient. And second, they avoid dangerous areas and will not be noticed by humans too early. After all, the experiences of the mechanical life race and the ice giant race that were exposed before are completely different from what we imagined. The purpose of our coming to this planet is to help you humans overcome difficulties and improve genetic evolution. We have no malicious intentions." Sensing the mental pressure released by Lin Chi just now, these alien warriors remain vigilant. Others may not know the value of this spiritual power, but as a relatively powerful race in the universe, they deeply understand the terrifying nature of spiritual power. "Is that so?" Lin Chi remained skeptical, and before he continued to ask, Jean Ling's voice came out in his mind at the same time. "These alien life forms are the space warriors who attacked our starship before. Humans have the same genes as us. They will not let you go. What they want is the secret of our gene." After hearing Jean Ling's reminder, Lin Chi suddenly realized it, and quickly condensed a long spear in his hand. The spear shadow condensed, and the momentum burst out. Chapter 349 Corrosive Acid Rain. The spear transformed into a series of spear shadows and enveloped the opponent. Lin Chi suppressed the entire 10-man team of the opponent with his own strength in an instant. However, this team of alien warriors was not in a hurry. They each condensed their weapons to fight back, and the energy spread out. They were tall, and their hands instantly turned into sharp spikes when attacking, and their bodies showed a layer of hard scales. Like a war beast, this seems to be the most perfect form of combat. With just a slight touch, any target can be easily destroyed. However, the spear is the strongest weapon in Lin Chi's hand. The illusory spear shadows can break any defense. Even the powerful body of the 8th-level alien warrior, even with a special layer of defense on it, can't resist the illusory spear tip. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud explosions. The 2 leading alien warriors were instantly hunted. Black blood splashed out of their bodies and fell into the air. With just one strike, the shadow of the spear pierced through the bodies of the 2, even tearing half of their bodies apart, revealing the black flesh and blood inside. Black blood? It was the first time that Lin Chi saw black blood, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. It was indeed the life in the universe, which was unexpected and endless. This strike also completely shocked the remaining alien warriors, who retreated a distance and maintained absolute vigilance. The 2 injured alien warriors were caught by the other 2 before they fell. They saw their bodies squirming and absorbed the 2 injured people into their bodies. After absorbing their companions, the 2's energy response surged instantly, and even their bodies became a little bigger. 8 lasers shot out from their chests at the same time. This strange laser was pure black, and the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. During the shooting, black ripples appeared in the air. Lin Chi did not dare to underestimate it. He first condensed the source power defense in front of him, and then quickly dodged and stabbed away. Under the piercing of his body, he avoided these laser shots. At the same time, his mental power surged and turned into mental spikes, smashing towards them. His physical strength was far inferior to that of the other party, but in terms of energy and mental power, He was no worse than these 8th-level creatures. And even stronger. The successive thrusts of mental power caused the 8 alien warriors to be blown away one after another. This kind of power is almost impossible to defend against, and can only be resisted by the same mental power. But it happened that these guys did not master this kind of power at all. Wei Lan. Start the high-energy laser and attack the barrier of the safe zone. As Lin Chi's order was issued, a thick laser shot out from the bottom of the spacecraft and hit the energy barrier above the safe zone, directly breaking the defense they were proud of. In just a moment, the attack direction was completely turned into ruins, and even a deep scorched pit that went straight to the depths of the underground appeared. More than a dozen Source Plan warriors flew out of the safe zone quickly, and countless attacks followed behind them, trying to shoot down Lin Chi in the air. But those old weapons were detonated by lasers as soon as they flew into the sky, and exploded into fireworks in the air. The humans in this safe zone have been controlled by alien creatures. At this moment, Wei Lan has invaded the central network of the safe zone and noticed the difference. At this moment, the survivors in the safe zone are all like crazy, attacking the sky. Some awakened people with the ability to fly directly rushed into the sky and burned their lives in a suicidal way. It's genetic infection. These alien creatures have infected those humans with their own genes. As long as they activate the genetic power, these people will become puppet-like existences, and they are not afraid of any danger at all. Jean Ling knew those alien life forms very well. After noticing something was wrong, he quickly contacted Lin Chi, fearing that he would not attack those infected humans because of his human identity. So that's how it is. I was wondering why the Koreans had the courage to attack me. It turns out that they were controlled. After learning the detailed information, Lin Chi became even more unscrupulous. He originally wanted to destroy the alien life forms here. Now that he had a suitable excuse, even the last bit of pressure disappeared without a trace. Release meteorological weapons. Corrosive acid rain. The corrosive acid rain made of alien blood is extremely corrosive. At this stage, it is not made of materials on the alien body and cannot resist it at all. Even the project armor cannot avoid the horror of this corrosion. The spacecraft dropped a giant bomb, which quickly fell towards the clouds. After entering the clouds, it suddenly exploded. In an instant, the clouds in the sky turned black, and a torrential rain quietly brewed amid lightning and thunder. Green raindrops fell one by one, dripping on a project warrior. With a sizzling sound, his armor was corroded, and a trace was left. However, before he could react, a torrential rain fell, soaking his whole body in an instant. The indestructible high-level project armor melted in an instant, revealing the body inside. But the flesh was more fragile, and the flesh and blood were corroded in an instant, and the bones turned into liquid. Those alien warriors were as if they were facing a great enemy. The corrosive rain fell on them, and white smoke also rose. Although it was not as terrifying as the others, it could still cause considerable damage to them. The 8 people immediately fell to the ground and hid in the building. The safe zone was basically completely covered by the corrosive rain. The cars and buildings outside were completely corroded by the heavy rain, and everything was like melted wax. Those survivors, as long as they touched a drop, their bodies would quickly collapse, and there was no possibility of survival. In the void, Lin Chi looked coldly at the gradually melting safe zone, letting the green corrosive rain pour over him. After the upgrade of the super armor, it is no longer afraid of this corrosive energy, and even reveals a more shining luster. Half an hour later, the green corrosive rain finally stopped, and the sky became clear again. But the originally prosperous safe zone was completely silent at this moment, with only some relatively strong buildings left, standing crookedly in the ruins. Azure. Search for life forms. Lin Chi didn't believe that those alien warriors would die so easily, and they must be found and completely eliminated. Searching. The location has been marked. In Lin Chi's field of vision, a few light spots suddenly appeared, scattered in the ruins, and these light spots were strong and weak, and it was obvious that some were hidden deep underground. Then a bow and arrow condensed in his hand, and several arrows condensed automatically behind him. Spiral arrow. Fu Long Xiang Tianpa. From a high position, the arrow broke through the air and fell into the ground, turning into a flying dragon. After locking the opponent's position, no matter where the arrow was shot, it would eventually hit the target and destroy it. Lin Chi didn't want to let go of any survivors in the safe zone. Chapter 350. Occupy the base. They have been enslaved by alien creatures and have lost their identity as human beings. Everything they have is to serve the alien creatures. Since Lin Chi has chosen to rule this planet, he is destined not to tolerate the existence of such humans. Therefore, the newly developed meteorological weapons were used to completely destroy the entire safe zone. Under the corrosive rain, those ordinary survivors could not avoid the fate of being dissolved. Even in the end, they did not directly contact the corrosive rain, but the gas infiltrated in the air could cause great harm to the body. The arrows fell to the ground, and bursts of explosions came from the ruins. After the aftermath of the explosion disappeared, several black figures flew out of the ruins and hovered in the air. The alien warrior had changed his form at this moment. His originally slender body had become strong and tall, and he had an extra layer of special armor on his body. And after the ground was broken, a huge crack appeared, and a small warship slowly broke out of the ground. "Human, you will pay the price for your ignorance." The alien warrior's low voice came out, as if warning Lin Chi. The 8 of them actually merged together to form a special existence, and their strength was even improved by a level, reaching the terrifying 9th level. The oppressive feeling of this 9th level is even more terrifying than the golden spirit. Quickly stop that spaceship. It is sending signals to outer space. Jean Ling seemed to have sensed something and controlled the spaceship to attack the black warship. But countless lasers hit it, but could not cause any damage to it. "It's over." Sensing that the information was transmitted, Jean Ling showed a trace of despair in his eyes. This alien warrior race has very strong strength in the universe. If it attracts warriors from other fleets to arrive at Blue Star, it will definitely destroy Blue Star completely and plunder everything here. At that time, they who are hiding on this planet will not escape the fate of being discovered. "Kill this guy first." Lin Chi did not bother to study how the information was transmitted. He immediately transformed the sharp tip of the spear in his hand and rushed towards the space warrior. With a combination of 10 people, the opponent's strength has surged unprecedentedly, and the energy radiated from his body can even affect the surrounding space fluctuations. The opponent just waved his hand, and a black energy light wave passed by, and a huge black mark appeared on the ground instantly. It rushed towards Lin Chi, and its arm also turned into a spear, using the spear to fight the spear, stabbing and swinging. The 9th level physique made his attack extremely powerful, even surpassing the sharpest substance in the world. But even so, the sharp spikes still exploded inch by inch when they touched the illusory spear tip, and were completely shattered. "Do you understand the value of indestructibility? My spear can pierce through everything." The gun penetrated the body of the alien life form instantly, and at the same time, the gun body exploded, splitting into spikes, completely piercing the body of the alien warrior, with the internal bones and muscles completely shattered. The opponent's life fluctuations were still very tenacious, and the flesh and blood squirmed and merged, trying to squeeze the long gun out of the body. One shot to open the gate of heaven. Lin Chi held the gun with one hand, and it trembled violently. The gun body shook violently, transmitting the power of shock, making all the efforts of the alien warrior unable to play the slightest role. And even the flesh was torn a little bit, and cracks appeared from the chest. After smashing his body heavily to the ground, a long gun fell down, nailing him to the ground. At this moment, the spaceship also slowly descended, emitting beams of light, fixing the black warship. Jean Ling flew out of it, suspended in the air, and shot a golden energy into the warship, trying to control it. No, the security level of this warship is too high, and it can't be cracked in a short time. Jean Ling frowned. If he controlled the warship at this time, he might be able to modify the information data sent. But there was no time. Let Wei Lan try. Lin Chi's armor automatically detached, and Wei Lan controlled him to land on the warship. The black superbody armor slowly merged into the warship, as if it had merged into one. After a while, there was a slight tremor inside the black battleship, and layers of energy light appeared on the surface, as if a very violent reaction had occurred. Fortunately, the energy burst was not strong. It just flashed a few times and then returned to calm. "Sir, I have controlled this battleship. Please give instructions." A blue voice sounded in the void. It was the voice of the black battleship. "Can you intercept the message just sent?" Lin Chi asked quickly, although he didn't care about the cosmic life on Blue Star. If the other party brought reinforcements and a large-scale cosmic fleet attacked, he would definitely not be able to resist. "Sorry, the message has been sent and cannot be intercepted. It is expected that in 3 years, the enemy's fleet will receive the message and obtain the coordinates of Blue Star. In this case, Wei Lan could not intercept the information that had been sent out. After all, it was a special communication method of the other planet, which could not be cracked in a short time. Since it has been sent, there is no way. As long as they are not allowed to enter Blue Star, I will find a way to destroy them. Lin Chi is now quite confident. After all, he has a starship and several spaceships, and he is qualified to fight against alien creatures. Taking advantage of this time, integrate the resources of Blue Star to create more warships. When facing the attack of alien creatures, there may be a fighting force. As the battle ended, the Source Plan warriors on the spaceship also flew out quickly and surrounded the ruins. There are also many humans infected by genes hidden among them. Now that they are no longer restrained by alien creatures, they have exposed crazy behaviors. Some bodies have dissolved half, revealing mottled bones, but they still drill out from the ground fearlessly and attack crazily. Seeing this scene, the project team almost regarded them as zombies and attacked them mercilessly. I hate 2 kinds of people the most in my life. One is the little life, and the other is the little Korean. One person in the team killed an infected little Korean with a cannon, and couldn't help talking to himself. In just 1 hour, everyone killed all the infected people who were still alive in the safe zone and completely occupied the ruins. Although the upper layer of the ruins was completely corroded, there were still a lot of precious materials and precious items left by alien life hidden underneath. Among them, the black battleship was almost as valuable as Lin Chi's spaceship. After integrating the resources, Lin Chi built a small base under the ruins as the first step to conquer this planet. Chapter 351, The Clash of Intelligent Life. After taking over the safe zone, Lin Chi quickly erased the other party's information on the Azure network, and even other federations did not know any news of what happened. After a period of rest, Lin Chi set his sights on the mechanical life race that still posed some threat. This alien race survived tenaciously after being suppressed by the major federations, and even established an independent base on the Blue Star. The 4 major federations' joint attacks failed to break through this base several times, but the resources left over from the battle allowed them to develop very rapidly. A few days later, Lin Chi took a black battleship, quickly crossed the atmosphere, and arrived above the steel base. At this moment, there were only Lin Chi and Jean Ling in the battleship, as well as Wei Lan, who used nanotechnology to shape his body. To deal with this kind of mechanical life form, you must control its core. It's up to you, Wei Lan, to do it next. With the blessing of alien technology again, Wei Lan evolved again. At this moment, his form looked a bit like those alien warriors. Moreover, he learned the means of gene infection from their database and transformed it into a special virus. If this virus is implanted into a mechanical life form, it may cause a chain reaction of infection, thereby controlling most of the infected mechanical life forms. Sir, I will do my best. Please buy me some time. Wei Lan's voice was very clear, and he had no idea how dangerous it would be to enter the information database of such a data life. Once he failed, his data information would be completely disordered and he would be lost in it. After the 3 of them briefly exchanged tactics, as the black battleship slowly fell, it was also detected by the mechanical life of the steel base, and a large number of locking information alerted. At the same time, lasers rose up and locked the position of the black battleship. Start the energy defense. Jean Ling and I are ready to attack, and it's up to you next. As the energy defense unfolded, those lasers were completely blocked outside, and the sky was as bright as fireworks. Taking advantage of this opportunity, countless missile attacks were launched from the warship, and the blue figure was mixed in these missiles and fell to the ground quickly. Lin Chi also flew out immediately, standing on the top of the black warship, pulling open a huge bow in his hand. Arrows shot out one by one, turning into dragons flying in the sky, and after accumulating enough momentum, they swooped down. The power contained in the arrows is even more terrifying than those laser weapons. Once it falls on the ground, the damage caused is comparable to that of missiles. Jean Ling mobilized the golden source power and added it to the warship, pushing the power to the extreme. One by one, golden energy bombs shot out and shot towards the steel base below. The 2 sides bombarded fiercely for a round, but the flying arrows finally fell, destroying most of the laser weapons in the steel base, and the offensive was instantly weakened. Azure's body fell into the base. Although it was bombarded several times, the nanomaterial body had the function of automatic recovery and quickly returned to normal. After landing, it was integrated into the machinery of the steel base and completely integrated into it. Azure has already entered. Next, as long as we give them a heavy blow, we will have great confidence with the cooperation of inside and outside. The black warship burst out with a strong black light again. The warship slowly turned its direction, and a huge energy port extended from the front. Almost all the energy was gathered into it, turning into a pure black sphere, destroying Spirit Sphere. The most powerful attack of the escort warship can easily destroy a meteorite, and this destroying Spirit Sphere has the ability to absorb other energy, which is impossible to stop. No matter how special these mechanical races are, they can't make powerful weapons with the limited resources of Blue Star. Although they tried their best to stop it, the destroying Spirit Sphere still landed in the steel base. In just a moment of contact, the surface of the steel base melted by half, and was directly vaporized and melted. With just one blow, the strong magnetic field that erupted caused most of the mechanical life to fall into a brief pause, which also gave Wei Lan enough time to invade the database of mechanical life. After the attack, Lin Chi did not stop at all. A spaceship appeared above the clouds again. As the bottom opened, a giant sword slowly fell from it. Sword control technique. Sword opens the clouds. The giant sword broke through the clouds and split the sky in half. When it fell into the steel base, it instantly split the ground into a deep scar stretching for tens of kilometers. The buildings hidden underground were revealed one after another, and the core parts of the mechanical life were directly exposed to Lin Chi's vision. Countless parts of the steel base flew and quickly combined into a steel giant beast. Countless steel tentacles flew and extended towards the sky, trying to control the battleship. And those small mechanical lives changed into flying objects one after another, rushing towards the sky like a torrent. They have all activated the self-explosion program, and want to use this suicidal attack method to ease the situation. But Lin Chi's strength alone is enough to resist thousands. Sword control technique. Sword into thousands. As the voice fell, the giant sword quickly split into countless small flying swords, also turning into a torrent, cutting quickly in the sky. The steel mechanical life can't resist this flying sword made of special materials at all. Just a moment of contact, those parts exploded and fell to the ground. However, these parts did not end up being scrapped, but quickly merged into the mechanical beast, making the already huge beast even more terrifying. The energy intensity of this big guy is almost the same as that of a 9th level mutant. Lin Chi was slightly surprised. The level division of mechanical life and mutant life is also very similar, which is based on the energy contained in the body. However, there is a huge disadvantage. That is, the body of mechanical life is relatively fragile. After all, the body is hastily assembled, and most of the materials used are ordinary steel, which basically breaks at the touch, unless it is the most core part. The strongest metal is used. The giant beast looks terrifying, but under the attack of Lin Chi's flying sword, it was shattered in just a moment, and a large piece was cut off. Suddenly, the attack of the steel base paused, as if it was hindered by something, and all the mechanical life put down their weapons. Did Wei Lan succeed? Lin Chi was surprised to notice this change and stopped his attack. If Wei Lan succeeds, then all these mechanical lives will be controlled by it. If he continues to kill them, it will be his own loss. In the core area of the mechanical life, countless information is constantly flowing. The blue information flow represents Wei Lan, and the red information flow represents the mechanical life. The two information flows are constantly fighting. Under the interference of external factors, the blue information flow gradually gains the upper hand. Chapter 352: The Invading Fleet. The super artificial intelligence created by the mechanical transformation skill has infinite possibilities, and its innate level is higher than that of mechanical life. It was just that at the beginning. Due to incomplete data, it did not show its uniqueness. But during this period of time, it has learned a lot of knowledge and even integrated several alien technologies, and it is no longer the same as before. In just a moment, as if infected by a virus, the eyes of all the mechanical life in the steel base turned blue and stopped all actions. Even the giant mechanical beast, whose originally scarlet eyes gradually began to emit blue light. At the core of the mechanical life, the red data stream became increasingly scarce, and was eroded by the blue data stream bit by bit, leaving only the last piece of pure land. As a last resort, all of them were transferred to the deepest area of the core and entered a special body. The red light shone, and a figure soared into the sky. But then the blue also occupied a mechanical body and flew out. You and I are both data life. Why do you want to go against me? Why don't we join forces to eliminate all other life on this planet? Then you and I will be the masters of this planet. The mechanically synthesized voice came from a steel body. With a faint sense of madness, it escaped from the cosmic war and ended up on this planet by chance. Although the technology on this planet is very backward, and it doesn't even have the ability to cross the galaxy. Such a backward planet is the most suitable for its development. Without the constraints of intelligent life, the mechanical life quickly established its own base. But the subsequent attacks made its hard work completely in vain. It just recovered and was raided again. This advanced mechanical life looked at the black warship in the sky unwillingly. It had recognized the other party's identity. It was a powerful cosmic life race, and even some abilities were better at restraining them. Wei Lan did not reply to the other party's words. The blue energy around him surged, and a laser blasted over. Now this high-level mechanical life has retreated into the strongest steel body. Basically, there is no way out. It will naturally not sit and wait for death. After dodging the laser, the red laser surged, and Wei Lan trembled rapidly. Big bitch. It just flew out not far, and the body could not be controlled and flew out directly. This kind of force skill also works on mechanical life. Lin Chi shook his hand and slapped again. The flying mechanical life was quickly pulled over and was slapped hard. Taking advantage of the force control period, Wei Lan had already flown behind the mechanical life form, condensed a blue light with one hand, and directly inserted it into the chest of the mechanical life form. An energy core was controlled, so that the opponent could no longer control this body, and the blue information flow was running fast, madly invading the opponent's database. The golden spirit fell from the sky, and the golden energy burst, completely piercing the head of the mechanical life. The unwilling thoughts continued to transmit in the air, and finally turned into nothingness. In the steel base, all the surviving mechanical life forms knelt on the ground, welcoming the new master. Those blue data flows have controlled their dominant actions, and there is an additional control restriction on the evolution of intelligence. Receiving the legacy of mechanical life, Lin Chi's power surged again, especially the dominant position of Wei Lan, which was easier to control. The originally destroyed base was quickly rebuilt, and even those mechanical life forms that had left the base returned here under the call. A few months later, the entire steel base had a brand new look, especially the building in the center of the base. The blue light was particularly dazzling. Wei Lan had a new body, and added biotechnology to the nanomaterials, giving it the same experience as humans. The combination of many alien technologies made the steel base develop very rapidly, and even built a huge steel battleship and a large number of escort battleships in a short period of time. This kind of combat power has given Lin Chi the capital to explore the mysteries of the universe. While Lin Chi was developing rapidly, several major federations on Blue Star were not to be outdone, especially the North American Federation, which, with the help of an alien technology, also built its own warships. However, the capabilities of these warships can only operate near the atmosphere and cannot leave Blue Star too far. Other federations lag behind in research because it takes a certain amount of time to crack alien technology. It was this slight lag that made the North American Federation completely expand and was the first to expose the idea of conquering Blue Star. 3 huge space carriers moved quickly in the atmosphere with a fleet of ships, patrolling various parts of Blue Star, and also transmitting the collected data back to the Federation. The smallest frigates in the fleet were larger than the 3 captured by Lin Chi last time, and were equipped with more powerful weapons. Their first stop was the Southwest Forest, where they suffered a setback last time, obviously targeting the white mutant giant sheep. Perhaps there was also the idea of forcing Lin Chi to show up. The fleet surrounded the entire mountain range, and those powerful high-level mutant beasts had already sensed the danger. All gathered together, and looked up at the sky. Suddenly, a thick laser fell from the sky and locked onto a rank 7 mutant giant beast. In just a moment, the rank 7 mutant giant beast was directly blasted into pieces by the laser, without even a chance to resist. The beasts were raging, and each beast raised its head and roared. The blue source energy condensed and shot towards the sky. However, although this level of source energy was extremely powerful at ordinary times, it still could not break through the energy defense layer on the warship. The white giant sheep stood on the top of the mountain, and appeared again. Its form had changed again. The hair on its body looked more elegant, and a pair of wings grew on its back. In its strange horizontal pupils, amazing wisdom was emanated. It roared in a low voice, and all the mutant creatures retreated quickly and disappeared without a trace in an instant. At the same time, the blue in the steel base opened its eyes, and blue data streams emanated from its control. Send a fleet to infect them with the virus. The control system used by the warships of the North American Federation happened to be developed from the wisdom core of mechanical life. Although the two are essentially different, they have great similarities. Therefore, Wei Lan only needs to invade the opponent's system to easily control it. Therefore, this fleet did not attract Lin Chi's attention at the moment it appeared. Just send Wei Lan, and it can be easily solved. The real crisis is the last alien life hidden in the blue star. From beginning to end, this most mysterious one has been dormant, and even Jean Ling cannot sense the specific location of the other party. Chapter 353 Declaration of War. The war was about to break out. The North American Federation, which had lost 3 fleets, spoke out in the Azure network, and was bound to make Lin Chi pay the price. However, Lin Chi issued a ban on speech, completely making the Federation lose the ability to speak. The Azure network had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It was directly unusable, which caused them great inconvenience. And the ordinary network did not have that kind of authenticity and convenience. This led to the fact that before they took action, the free survivors could not hold back and protested one after another. In the Central Plain Safety Zone, Lin Chi once again checked his combat power. Now in terms of technology, with the blessing of the mechanical life race, it has quickly surpassed other federations, and even large-scale spaceships can be easily built. By transforming the 3 fleets of warships, Lin Chi had a huge fleet. Other aspects were also developing rapidly. Even the awakened warriors in the safe zone, as long as they reached level 5 or above, could get a piece of project equipment. However, this equipment was synthesized with some materials and assisted with intelligent programs, which was weaker than the real project armor. During this period, Lin Chi had to receive some guests every day. They all knew the strength of the Central Plain safe zone and wanted to join the small safe zones, or the project warriors he had known before, and came to visit through some kind of relationship. Even other federations sent envoys to express their goodwill, fearing that Lin Chi would attack them. Many familiar people from the 4 major bases and the Beijing safety zone also came. Donfang Song, Duan Ruoyun, and the previous group of 7 people gathered together again. Now everyone is the top combat force of the Source Plan warriors. When they meet again, they no longer feel as relaxed as before. The spacious conference room was full of people on both sides, and the atmosphere became serious for a while. The left side was full of Source Plan warriors from the Central Plain Safety Zone, each of whom had outstanding strength and status, while the right side was full of envoys from the 4 major bases and the Beijing Safety Zone, as well as some leaders of small safety zones. Although there was no tension, seeing the powerful strength of the Central Plain Safety Zone, several people were a little surprised. It has only been a short time since I last came to the Central Plain Security Zone, and they have developed so rapidly. Commander Lin, the base sent me here this time to ask why you attacked the North American Federation fleet. The pressure from the top is great, and I hope you can explain it. The speaker is the newly appointed diplomat of the 4 major bases. He has a kind face, and can naturally make people relax their vigilance. What do you mean by this? Others have already attacked our territory. Should we just leave them alone? Before Lin Chi spoke, a person on the left said in a weird tone that it was fine in peacetime before. Considering the international impact, only some safe measures could be taken. But now it is the Doomsday era. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. You can report to the 4 major bases, and we will make a decision after discussion. It is too reckless to take the initiative. If the other party has any hidden tricks, the price to pay will be too high. The diplomat frowned and said earnestly, with a bit of persuasion. But now it has come to this point. The Central Plain Security Zone has even seized 3 fleets of warships, and the personnel in those warships are missing. It is definitely irreversible. We can only discuss a countermeasure to deal with the next situation. How about this? Didn't we seize 3 fleets? How about I give one to each of you? Lin Chi knocked on the table, attracting everyone's attention, especially the commanders of the 4 major bases and Donfang Song of the Beijing Security Zone. Both of them showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. A full fleet of warships. Just sent out casually. The purpose of their trip was, first, to help share the pressure that they would face next. And second, to get some benefits. Otherwise, no one would help for nothing. But I didn't expect Lin Chi to be so generous and divide the captured fleet into two. In this case, the 4 major bases firmly support the actions of the Central Plains Security Zone. Those foreign forces that dare to invade our territory must be expelled with all their strength. They had this idea in the first place. Seeing that the North American Federation was growing stronger, they would definitely be eyeing other federations on Blue Star. If they didn't unite, they would be eroded step by step. In this situation, there is no room for compromise. We in the Beijing Security Zone also fully support you. Dongfang Song spoke on behalf of the Beijing Security Zone. And he had obviously been authorized. This is exactly what Lin Chi wanted. After he took the initiative, he would slowly erode the 2 bases bit by bit, so as to achieve the goal of unification. The 2 warships he paid for were just temporary borrowings. With Wei Lan, the fleets could be taken back at any time. The meeting continued, and a series of deployments were made against the North American Federation. Lin Chi even planned to take the initiative. When the memories ended, the North American Federation decisively began to put pressure on the Central Asian Federation. They showed their strong strength, reassembled a large number of fleets, and began to approach the Central Asian Federation. Lin Chi knew all these actions, and he also raised a fleet. With the support of the 4 major bases and the Beijing Safety Zone, he resisted in an orderly manner. In the coastal areas, the clouds in the sky were completely covered, and even the ground was in a shadow. The large-scale fleet covered the sky and sailed towards the sea. In the first battle, both sides tacitly chose the sea, and the main purpose was to test. Lin Chi activated the spacecraft and the Black Warship, plus the fleet built by the Mechanical Life during this period. The number was not much less than that of the North American Federation. But in order to let the 4 major bases and the Beijing Safety Zone contribute, some of the combat power was still hidden. If the starships were used, only 1 star destroyer would be needed to destroy all the enemy's warships. But that would undoubtedly be a waste of energy. In a round of artillery energy bombardment, both sides activated energy protection and artillery interception. Apart from releasing dazzling fireworks, there was basically no damage. However, the sea below was turbulent, and the waves were rolling due to the aftermath of the explosion. And many dead mutant sea beasts appeared. In the command room far away, in the Central Plains Safety Zone, Lin Chi looked at the screen and did not feel a bit surprised. If the other party was vulnerable, they would not have such a big ambition to rule this planet. Put some pressure on them. Use conduction laser. Conduction laser is the most powerful attack method on the spacecraft. It uses concentrated energy to guide the laser to attack the target, and it can quickly lock and switch. After completely destroying one target, it will switch targets to attack another. The opponent's energy defense is simply unable to resist this special attack. Chapter 354 Lobster Monster. The order was given, and a yellow beam of light shot out from the spaceship, passing through the air and emitting a buzzing vibration. The first warship to be hit had its surface energy defense instantly broken after a few seconds of contact, and a large hole was directly melted by the laser. The laser penetrated through, and then quickly moved to another target. Just a conductive laser directly destroyed 15 warships, and the explosion shocked the sky, and damaged warships continued to fall to the sea. It's vulnerable. In the meeting room, a representative of the Beijing Security Zone was a little surprised that while attacking with lasers, he also underestimated the defense of the North American Federation's warships, forgetting that he could not hurt the other side in a previous attack. It's not that they are vulnerable. It's that Commander Lin's spaceship attack is too powerful. If I guess correctly, this should be the spaceship found in the Kunlun Mountains. Right? The commander of the 4 major bases said with a smile. He had seen the information of that spaceship before. Although it was a little different from the current one, there were still some similarities. The first confrontation took advantage, which made everyone relax. The feeling of strength that the North American Federation had always had in their hearts also disappeared without a trace. In this case, let's take advantage of the victory and catch them all in one fell swoop. At this moment, someone proposed that if this fleet could be completely destroyed, then in terms of international status, the Central Asian Federation would become the first existence, and thus have a greater voice. Don't think too much of them. With alien technology, how can they be so fragile? They only destroyed a dozen warships, and didn't hurt their vitality at all. Lin Chi looked at the excited faces of everyone, and couldn't help but remind them. Then he gave orders for the fleet to be careful. Sure enough, when the smoke dissipated, the enemy's fleet slowly dispersed, seemingly fleeing. But several different warships were revealed. Those warships were emitting gray light, and their shapes were completely different from other warships. Some even took on an elliptical disc shape. Let them mobilize the warships, form a formation, and open the energy defense to the maximum. As the commander-in-chief, Lin Chi has the authority to command all the battleships. In fact, he does not need to issue orders, but only needs to inform Wei Lan to control all the actions of the battleships. But in order to make these people feel more involved, they are allowed to operate personally. After the last lesson, no one dared to disobey Lin Chi's orders again, and they carried out them in an orderly manner. When the fleet was formed, layers of energy barriers were superimposed and connected to each other to form a thick barrier. Sure enough, the next second, the opponent's fleet shot out several energy rays, which finally merged together and shot towards our fleet. The energy barrier defense that was opened in advance just blocked this attack, and blocked this terrifying blow without any danger. Calculate the degree of energy consumption. The previous bombardment between the two sides only consumed less than 10% of the total energy. But this time, just resisting caused most of the warships to sound the alarm of excessive energy consumption. It consumed 50% of the energy in just a moment. What a terrifying bombardment! After checking the results, everyone was shocked. If they had pursued the victory just now, they would have suffered a devastating blow the next second after the war had just left the formation. Interstellar war is completely different from previous wars. This is a crushing at the technological level. As long as there are absolutely powerful weapons, everything can be easily destroyed. This battle can be said to be a preparation for dealing with the arrival of those alien creatures in advance, so that everyone can have sufficient experience. Therefore, Lin Chi would not use powerful attacks, but would use an evenly matched method to make the opponent hold out as long as possible. The battle on the screen continued, and both sides tried to attack again. The opponent was prepared, and there was no chance to find such a long-range attack. Then a team of Source Plan warriors flew out from the fleets of both sides, ready to break through the defense line with personal force and give the opponent a heavy attack. At this stage, the Source Plan warriors are enough to destroy a warship by themselves. It can be said that they are extremely strong in single combat, especially the existence of several major federations that focus on training, which consumes countless resources. And the weakest is also the 7th level Gene Awakening strength. Even if the awakening ability is poor, the strength possessed by this level cannot be described in words. Not to mention that these carefully trained warriors have talents far beyond ordinary people. The next battle is mainly to save lives. Inform everyone that you can only lose but not win. But don't lose too obviously. Lin Chi was afraid that he would completely beat the opponent away, so he issued an order that made everyone unbelievable. The purpose is to let the opponent regain hope, so as not to flee back directly or reveal the trump card. After receiving the level of alien technology, it must have the attack power enough to destroy a planet. If the opponent is forced too hard and there is no hope of winning, he may really take risks. While the battlefield was in a stalemate, Wei Lan was also rapidly invading the opponent's base. Through the transmission of data information, he gradually figured out all the combat deployments of the North American Federation and the alien life species hidden in their base. It's a lobster monster? Seeing the transmitted information, Lin Chi raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. The form of these lobster monsters is also humanoid, but they look very strange. The most important thing is that their individual strength is very weak, only slightly stronger than ordinary humans. No wonder these alien life forms are controlled by the North American Federation, and even their own technological level is contributed. Those lobster monsters were divided into a separate safe zone, and now they have formed a scale of survival. And through the detection information, it can be seen that the intelligence of these alien life forms is very strong, and the weapons they have made are of extremely high level. If the North American Federation deploys its hidden strength, I'm afraid these makeshift fleets won't be able to resist at all. Lin Chi looked at the data transmitted back by Wei Lan and thought seriously about how to take down this federation without bloodshed. Although these lobster monsters are not strong, they have very high creativity. If they can be recruited, they may play a good role in future battles. After having this idea, Lin Chi began to prepare. If he wanted to defeat the North American Federation in one blow, he had to use the power of the starship. With a crushing momentum, destroy all the opponent's resistance, and then take down the lobster monster. On the front battlefield, a layer of mutant sea beast corpses has appeared on the screen, and it has also attracted giant beasts from the deep sea to wander around. There were no large casualties in the several battles, so both sides took a temporary break and began to clean up the mutant sea beasts in the nearby sea area. The 7th level mutant sea beasts in the sea can be seen everywhere, and even 2 9th level giants appeared. Their bodies are like a small island. Just by moving slowly, they set off a huge wave of 200 meters high. Chapter 355 Successfully Stealing Home. The battle began to change unconsciously, and both sides each sent a part of their forces to deal with the mutant beasts in the sea. 9th order mutant creatures are extremely rare on land, and even difficult to find at this stage. But it is different in the sea. The vast sea is rich in resources, and the mutant creatures in the sea are even larger, and have long evolved to 9th order existence. A tiger shark jumped out of the water, its huge body covering the sky, even larger than the battleship in the sky. And with just one jump, it set off a huge wave hundreds of meters high. Another 9th order mutant sea beast is an octopus squid. This unique creature has a smoother evolutionary journey than other fish. Although it is not as strong as the 10 tentacles of the mutant squid, it should not be underestimated. A melee broke out in the sea, and the heat of the laser even raised the temperature of the seawater, emitting thick white smoke. In the central plane safety zone, an invisible starship slowly took off and flew out of the atmosphere. The ordinary detection method of the invisible starship has no effect at all. After reaching the outside of the atmosphere, it quickly moved towards the direction of the North American Federation. The plan to steal the home is officially established. If this battle can completely destroy the combat effectiveness of the North American Federation, then this planet will be ours. Lin Chi stood in the control room of the starship, with the only remaining member of the Jinling clan beside him. A dozen guys with golden light were very excited at the moment. Although they are now inferior to others, they finally have the hope of reviving their race. Not to mention that the genes of the Blue Star people are originally from the same lineage as them. We still have to be careful. After all, they also have the help of cosmic life. Jinling also knows a lot about the lobster monsters. It is a race that suddenly mutated and evolved from weak creatures. Its intelligence is the most prominent in the evolution. Their race is widely distributed in the universe, but they do not have their own planet. However, they have several large fleets that can move in space at any time. The starship slowly appeared above the North American Federation, quickly mobilizing the energy in the starship to prepare to charge the weapons. First, use electromagnetic shock to paralyze their equipment. Then start the rain. Cover all directions. And finally release ion flares to clean up. Lin Chi will not appear in this battle, but let the Jinling clan take action on his behalf. The starship has a powerful attack that can destroy the creatures on the planet in one fell swoop, but that only targets ordinary creatures. Once they are more than the 5th level gene powerhouses, or have special armor protection, most of them can withstand this power. But even the powerful North American Federation, how many people can be more than the 5th level? The electromagnetic shock instantly covered, paralyzing all the equipment in the base below. Before they could start the backup plan, a burst of laser rain shot down, far above the clouds. The attacks released by the starships fell like fireworks, covering the entire base. Those lasers seemed weak, but each one could penetrate the buildings below. Even some weak awakeners could be completely destroyed with just one laser. The laser rain kept falling, gradually causing violent explosions, and a series of reactions followed one after another, causing the already chaotic North American Federation base to fall into a desperate situation. Start ion flare. Seeing that the other party gradually began to organize an effective defense, Lin Chi issued an order again. Then a wave was released from the starship, and after hitting the ground, it quickly spread. When that layer of ripples touches a living being, it can instantly turn the other party into ashes. Only some powerful people who have awakened the source of power can resist for a moment. Just one blow completely wiped out 90% of the survivors of this federation. When the attack paused for a while, groups of mechanical bodies flew out from the surroundings and attacked the North American Federation base. These are all mechanical life forms controlled by Azure. After a series of transformations, each individual has a good combat power, especially in the ruins, and can exert a strong combat power. More than a dozen golden lights also flew out of the starship and flew towards an area of the base below, where the lobster monsters gathered. But because of the special defense, it did not suffer any attack. As a powerful race in the universe, Gene Ling also knows these lobster monsters very well, and even stores their language in the gene bank. All cosmic creatures worship the strong. So Gene Ling did not spend much time to successfully control these lobster monsters. After all, in their opinion, it is better to surrender to a powerful cosmic king race than to surrender to a technologically backward human. The mechanical life race is quickly cleaning the battlefield. The mechanical race with life-sensing ability can easily find the survivors hidden in the ruins. Leaving them to clean the battlefield will erase all traces of Lin Chi. After all, at this stage, humans all know about the mechanical life race that appeared on Blue Star. But they don't know that they have been subdued by Lin Chi. The starship slowly rose, leaving the base with the enslaved lobster monsters and returning to the Central Plains safe zone. Not long after, the North American Federation base suddenly trembled violently, and huge mushroom clouds rose up, completely destroying the base. The fleet far away on the sea did not realize that its home had been stolen at this moment, and was still fighting with the 9th level mutant sea beast in the sea. After receiving the order, Lin Chi's fleet had already begun to prepare for the attack. The spacecraft and the black warship were charged at the same time, and the guided laser and the annihilation spirit ball were ready. Attack! At the same time, the lasers of all warships were also ready, and under the simultaneous stimulation, even violent turbulence was set off in the air. The annihilation black ball directly destroyed the energy defense of the opponent's fleet, and then the guided laser locked the first warship, easily destroying it, followed by the second one. Although the countless lasers were not powerful enough, they destroyed the warships they hit with their large number. After losing power, they fell towards the sea. Only some powerful Project Origin fighters flew out of the exploding warships and looked at the scene around them in horror. But before they could stabilize their bodies, a group of people swarmed in and rushed to besiege them, bursting out with a completely different combat power from before. In just a moment, the remaining opponents were wiped out and the trouble was completely eliminated. The sea was full of fallen debris, slowly sinking into the seabed, attracting countless mutant fish. Some awakened people who survived by chance were also swallowed by these mutant fish, and almost no bones were left. The first force has been eliminated, and the next one is the other. Lin Chi had no mercy on this, and he wanted others to truly surrender. Only by completely eliminating the opposing forces could he leave Blue Star without worries and explore the mysteries of the universe. Chapter 356. Be frank. The fall of a federation will cause a large area of land to be left without human life, and gradually invaded by mutant creatures. However, the destroyed base will soon be renovated by the mechanical life race, and gradually transformed into an environment suitable for human survival. Although this battle was secretive, it could not be concealed from other federations. However, since it was destroyed by the mechanical life race, no one suspected Lin Chi. After the remaining 3 federations discussed, they decisively began to encircle and suppress the mechanical life race. However, the Central Asian Federation was obviously not doing its job well. It sent a fleet to fly over the North American Federation for several laps. The 2 Ninth Order mutant sea beasts were not hunted in the end, and all fled into the deep sea. But a locator was left on them, so the trajectory of their actions could be observed at any time. After a period of rest, Lin Chi slowly digested the gains from this harvest, and at the same time asked the lobster monsters to upgrade all the captured warships, so that they had the ability to sail in the universe. Moreover, with his current power, even if he did not take action, he could easily sweep across the entire Blue Star. The next focus was to completely control this planet in his own hands, and then concentrate on developing strength. Therefore, Lin Chi focused on 3 aspects, and the Mechanical Life family attacked the other 2 federations with all their strength, and they must be completely eliminated in the shortest time. The high-level Project Origin fighters in the Central Plains safe zone were all sent out to hunt high-level mutant creatures and evolved bugs to obtain a large amount of resource reserves. Finally, his clones merged with zombies. After the last fusion of the squid's genes, he already had the ability to move in the deep sea. After entering the sea, he quickly hunted high-level mutant sea beasts to improve his evolution level. A few months later, the outside world was in an endless war, even affecting the vicinity of the Central Asian Federation. But strangely, no mechanical life entered the Federation. The 4 major bases were also developing rapidly, and even began to expand their territory outside the base. They sent fleets to begin to recapture the previously abandoned safe zones, extending outwards little by little. During this period, they even sent people to the Central Plains Security Zone to negotiate. Their intention was very obvious. They wanted the Central Plains Security Zone to be merged into the 4 major bases and become the second subsidiary area of the base. This information was shelved by Lin Qi, and he never paid attention to it. The Beijing Security Zone also had this idea, but it was more tactful. After all, at this stage, except for the Central Asian Federation, which retained absolute strength, other federations were threatened by mechanical life and were already unable to take care of themselves. If they took this opportunity, they could quickly expand their territory and even achieve the possibility of unifying the entire Blue Star. However, it was not until 3 months later that the 2 major bases sent representatives to the Central Plains Security Zone to negotiate. At this time, the scale of the Central Plains Safety Zone has formed distinct characteristics under the planning of Azure. The area that was previously the center has become an absolute forbidden area, and only Project Origin fighters are allowed to enter it. The outer part is the living area of ordinary residents, and everything seems so orderly. Outside the city wall is a large piece of cultivated farmland, where high-yield crops that have mutated after the Doomsday outbreak are planted. With the Central Plains Safety Zone radiating to the surrounding areas, the areas that were once ruins have all been recovered, and even most of the mutant beasts have been cleaned up. Therefore, when the representatives of the 2 major bases entered the territory of the Central Plains Safety Zone, they saw the orderly planning. The spacecrafts of the 2 major forces were parked outside the central area. Because the energy barrier was turned on, they could not enter the core at all. The Central Plains Safety Zone is becoming more and more mysterious now. Even the 4 major bases cannot match this level of scale transformation. The one who came to negotiate this time was the old acquaintance Shuya. After returning to the 4 major bases, she obtained some rights, and was already a senior figure in the base. Coming to the Central Plains Safety Zone again, I was somewhat looking forward to it. The things in the Aishua Mountain last time must have been obtained by him. The last cooperation. After Lin Qi left, they tried their best to enter the depths of the cave. But in addition to the collapse of ruins caused by the explosion, even the deepest entrance was blocked, and they could not enter at all. And naturally they could not get any information. But now it is imagined that the things there are very likely to be obtained by Lin Qi. Otherwise, the base would not have developed so rapidly. Gu Tong looked confident, as he had already intercepted things from the base twice. For alien things, whoever gets them depends on their own ability. It's just that we were not strong enough at the beginning. Shuya didn't seem to care much. After getting off the spaceship, she led everyone towards the protective shield in the center of the safe zone. The representatives sent by the Beijing Safety Zone were still Dongfang Song and Duan Ruoyun. The two had known each other many times, and even if something unpleasant happened, they would not make too much trouble. The energy barrier slowly separated a gap, as if to welcome several people in. When a passage was opened and the 5 people entered, they were shocked by what they saw. Gu Tong and Wei Qingyi subconsciously prepared for battle, looking at the mechanical life form slowly approaching in front of them, as if they were facing a great enemy. Don't worry. These are the defensive mechanical life forms of the base. Their duty is to patrol, and they will not attack you. The voice came out from the mechanical life forms in time, and some information was transmitted into their source plan armor. After understanding, the 5 people silently transmitted the information back to the base, and then followed the mechanical life forms to the center of the safe zone. Lin Qi had been waiting in the central conference room for a long time, and only came out after the mechanical life forms brought the 5 people in. Sit down. This is a good time to talk openly. Lin Qi knocked on the table, and a holographic projection appeared in front of several people. It was a projection of Blue Star, and a large number of light spots were marked on it. Commander Lin, have you really controlled the mechanical race? Duan Ruoyun hesitated for several seconds before asking with some uncertainty. If the mechanical race was controlled, it would mean that all the previous actions were from Lin Qi's hands. I am afraid that after dealing with the external forces, it will be their turn next. Not only the mechanical race. I have already mastered 4 cosmic lives that have descended on Blue Star. Lin Qi smiled faintly, while other forces were still complacent about obtaining alien technology. Lin Qi had already captured 4 cosmic lives. Although the ice giants are almost like slaves, they are a special life form after all. They should have started mining on the moon at this moment. As early as 3 months ago, Lin Chi recruited the remaining ice giants and arranged several warships to send them up. Chapter 357 Battleships in the Deep Sea. After the showdown, all the people showed incredible expressions on their faces. I want absolute control over Blue Star. Go back and tell the leaders of your base that I will take over all the combat weapons in a month. If there are opponents, please protect yourself. Lin Chi issued the final order. Now the Azure network has spread all over Blue Star and is used in almost all bases. Lin Chi can control all electronic equipment through Azure. This is the confidence that he can control the entire Blue Star. Commander Lin, the Beijing Security Zone is the orthodox one. Your behavior is subverting the tradition of our federation. Dongfang Song felt a sense of absurdity about the change of dynasties. In his cognition, the Central Asian Federation Security Zone should unconditionally obey the instructions of the Beijing Security Zone. The 4 major bases will eventually move their focus to the Beijing Security Zone. The world has changed. What traditions are needed? I can re-establish a base in the North American Federation. At that time, I will be the main force, and the focus of Blue Star's resources will tilt there. How long do you think it can last? It can be said that without the existence of the Central Plains Security Zone, the 4 major bases and the Beijing Security Zone will face greater threats. Lin Chi has helped them resist too many crises. What's more, what we have to face next is the invasion of cosmic life. Do you think your base has the power to resist it? How could Lin Chi be inferior to others after he was open and honest and showed his trump card and strength? For him, these few people were just passing the message and testing the reaction of the people above him, compared with the complicated and unbelievable expressions of others. Xu Ya's eyes were shining, and she looked at Lin Chi with admiration. However, she did not make it public, but suppressed her excitement. The meeting ended quickly. According to the original mission of everyone, they had to return to the base to report. But Xu Ya found an excuse to stay and let Gu Tong and Wei Qingyi go back. Do you really want to dominate this planet? After the 2 spaceships left, Xu Ya looked at Lin Chi expectantly. Although she now has a good position in the 4 major bases, the more she understands, the more she can understand the intricate forces within the bases. The major forces restrict each other and cannot develop in a short period of time. Everyone has their own ideas and drags each other down. Only in a world where one person has the final say can people see the future. Why? Do you have any suggestions? Lin Chi has already learned a lot about Xu Ya. She is an ambitious person. I support your decision. If you want to re-establish order after the end of the world, you only need one manager. This is also the different views and vision of the younger generation from those old antiques. They throw away the constraints of tradition and welcome the arrival of a new world. To tell you the truth, I won't bother too much with managing Blue Star after I control it. My goal is to explore the vast universe and unknown secrets. The purpose of Lin Chi's words is to guide Xu Ya's ambition. Since he won't manage Blue Star too much, he must let others help manage it, so that she will have room to work hard. I can give you a list of the 4 major bases. Those are high-level managers, but they don't contribute much to mankind. If you want to control the 4 major bases, you must get rid of these people. Xu Ya also has some private messages. Most of the people on the list she gave are her competitors and some conservatives, who are obstacles to Lin Chi's unification of Blue Star. Thank you first. Lin Chi did not refuse, although he had already figured out the bottom of the 4 major bases. I won't leave tonight. How about I stay with you? Xu Ya suddenly showed a hint of charm in her eyes, and the feeling of relying on a strong man made her unconsciously intoxicated. Well, your gene strength should indeed be improved. How could Lin Chi not guess Xu Ya's thoughts? After taking her out of the meeting room, he came to a leisure area in the underground base. A few days later, the 4 major bases and the Beijing Security Zone made obvious combat readiness deployment actions, and even set a team of project warriors to negotiate again. As former masters, how could they be willing to become the foil of others? They must make the final effort. Secretly, the 2 major forces have communicated with each other several times, and even have plans to unite. However, Lin Chi ignored their struggles. At this stage, as long as Wei Lan has a thought, he can paralyze all their networks, or even replace them. It can be said that dealing with them is effortless. For Lin Chi at the moment, the biggest threat is the last unknown cosmic life, and no one knows where it is hidden on the blue planet. One day, when Lin Chi was distracted by controlling the fusion zombies, to hunt mutant creatures in the sea. He suddenly noticed a special source of power fluctuation in the deep sea. So that's it. Lin Chi has been searching for the last trace of cosmic life on land, but has never explored the deep sea. Subconsciously, he thought that those cosmic life forms were all creatures on land and should not exist in the ocean. The special energy fluctuations sensed by the fusion zombies were even stronger than the 9-level mutant beasts hunted before, and they could not be creatures on the blue planet at all. After locking the target, Lin Chi quickly flew out of the safe zone and flew alone towards the location of the fusion zombies. After constantly hunting marine mutant creatures, the size of the fusion zombies has grown to an unimaginable height. And because of the fusion genes in the body, as long as it hunts a creature, it can select high-quality genes to integrate into the body to promote body evolution. At this moment in the ocean, the fusion zombie is like a huge fish, swimming quickly on the seabed. When Lin Chi arrived above the sea, the fusion zombie slowly emerged from the sea, floating on the sea like a small island. This size is almost the same as the mutant sea beast of the island size we encountered last time. The 9th-level fusion zombie has reached the peak of the current blue planet creatures, and with the continuous fusion of genes, it can even further enhance its strength. It can be said to be the strongest beast on the blue planet. During this period of time, he has never encountered a mutant beast that can resist the fusion zombie. Standing on the fusion zombie, Lin Chi spread his mental power, constantly searching for the energy he had captured before, and finally moved quickly in one direction. At the bottom of the deep sea, a huge spaceship was sailing slowly. The 8th-level mutant creature looked a little small in front of this giant spaceship. When it got closer, a laser shot out from the front of the spaceship, instantly splitting the 8th-level mutant sea beast in half. Then a mechanical arm stretched out from the spaceship and accurately grabbed the fallen gene crystal. Found it. The energy fluctuations emitted were just captured by Lin Chi. Chapter 358 Arrow Penetration. After locking the target, Lin Chi extended his mental power and left it on the spaceship, but did not get too close. For this unknown cosmic life, we must be cautious. After all, the attack force that killed the 8th-level existence just now exceeded the limit of his tolerance. A spaceship of the same level as the starship seems to be a high-level cosmic life. To be safe, Lin Chi quickly contacted Jean Ling and asked her to start the starship and fly towards the ocean. At this moment, in the deep sea, the huge spaceship slowly stopped, and the interior was like a solid fortress, with everything you need. This is a cosmic life that is more powerful than the Jean Ling clan, and was a powerful force that participated in the interstellar war. Its purpose is to destroy the Jean Ling clan and seize the secret of their race's genetic core. However, after a great battle, although the Jean Ling clan's fleet was completely defeated, a part of it was drawn into the space-time wormhole and appeared in the solar system. They found a planet with life and quietly invaded it. But in order to accumulate energy, they never revealed their whereabouts. The biological mutation on the blue planet just gave them the opportunity to provide energy, and they also hid and detected the clues of the Jean Ling clan's escape to this planet. Soon, the starship had arrived above the sea. When two such huge warships were close to each other, they would find each other's traces. For a moment, the alarm sounded in the deep sea, and the spaceship also detected the starship of the Jean Ling clan. "Give me a giant gun," Lin Chi called remotely, and the next second the hatch of the starship opened, and a giant gun flew out of it and fell to the sea. At the same time, the warship in the deep sea also launched an attack. A deep blue laser shot out from the warship and locked onto the starship in the sky. With the blessing of Lin Chi, the giant gun rotated and broke into the sea, instantly stirring up a huge vortex. And the laser merged with the laser of the starship, instantly causing a violent vibration on the sea surface. A huge pressure force made the entire sea surface sink downward, forming a bowl-shaped deep pit. Under Lin Chi's blessing, the giant spear spun rapidly like a rocket, entered the deep sea, and rolled up a huge vortex, shooting straight towards the battleship. An energy attack and a physical attack. In a way, the damage caused by physical attacks is more difficult to defend than energy. At this moment, the battleships on the seabed also noticed the huge spear, but they had been paying attention to the movements of Blue Star, and they knew clearly how powerful this spear was. Layer after layer of ripples shook, and the battleship quickly separated a single individual, transformed into a giant mechanical beast, and rushed towards the rotating spear. Boom! With a loud bang, The mechanical beast was instantly smashed into pieces. But it also resisted part of the spear's attack. You actually saw through my skills? Lin Chi was slightly shocked. The momentum of the spear was blocked. It was obviously impossible to continue attacking the target. So he jumped up and rushed out of the sea. The next second, the fusion zombie hiding nearby rushed over quickly, turned into a zombie giant, grabbed the spear with one hand, and rushed towards the warship in the sea. Although the fusion zombie could not use Lin Chi's skills, such a large spear, with the power of the 9th level fusion zombie, the attack power is even more terrifying than laser weapons. Flying into the sky, Lin Chi quickly drew his bow and arrow to assist with long-range power. The target of the warship has been locked just now, so there is no way that his arrows will miss. So he only needs to show the strongest attack power. The fused zombie rushed into the sea, and its form gradually changed into a body shape suitable for swimming in the sea. But it grabbed the spear with both hands and quickly attacked the warship. Spiral arrow. Fu Long Xiang Tianpa. The locked arrow did not shoot towards the sea surface, but flew into the sky and disappeared. But a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the sky where the arrow flew, and the clouds in the sky quickly gathered and turned into a tornado that rushed straight into the sky. Let the arrow fly for a while. Ignoring the disappeared arrow, Lin Chi pulled out another one and aimed at the warship on the seabed. Swoosh! An arrow was shot out, and a huge vortex was instantly created on the screen, shooting towards the spaceship sailing fast on the seabed. The laser in the sky shot out, but it could not penetrate the energy defense of the spaceship. The fusion zombies on the seabed chased with guns in both hands, but they could not catch up with the opponent's speed, which made it seem easy for a while. In the stalemate, the sea water boiled and rolled, and huge waves rose up. Magnificent. But the locked arrow had special abilities after all, and soon rolled the sea water into turbulence, which undoubtedly hindered the speed of the spaceship. As a last resort, the opponent's spaceship finally flew out from the bottom of the sea and rose into the sky. After it got out of the sea, its speed increased dramatically, and it quickly approached the starship. The fusion beast also jumped out of the water, and its huge body changed instantly. A pair of huge wings grew on its back, and several holes that ejected energy appeared on its body. At this moment, its bursting speed was not thrown far away, and it flew straight into the sky, just waiting for you to get out of the water. As soon as Lin Chi finished speaking, he saw that the arrow that had flown to the sky before turned around and shot towards the spaceship. Moreover, the ultra-long distance flight made the speed and rotation force explode to the extreme, almost turning into a sky-breaking wind dragon. The wind dragon instantly hit the spaceship, and the rotating hurricane kept cutting the hull, destroying the energy defense in just an instant. And then an inconspicuous arrow pierced through the spaceship and shot into the hull. The rotating arrow caused unimaginable damage in the spaceship, and it directly penetrated through layers of walls and penetrated deep into the center of the spaceship. Such destructive power made the spaceship tremble, and its speed suddenly dropped. The fusion zombie that flew out of the sea smashed the spaceship with a gun, and the heavy blow directly smashed a piece of the hull. The starship's conductive laser continued to bombard, and mobilized all its energy to melt the exposed spaceship. Under the triple attack, the opponent had no power to resist at all, and was directly destroyed by more than half. A waterspout gradually rose from the rolling sea surface, and an arrow broke through the water and shot towards the spaceship from bottom to top. The arrow with a huge water flow instantly hit the spaceship, although the powerful impact force could not destroy the hull. The power of the arrow penetrated into it, and just completed the docking with another arrow. Under the collision, the two forces shook violently, and the explosive impact tore the entire spaceship into two halves, slowly falling to the sea surface. Azure, lock the creatures in the spaceship, and don't let any of them escape. Lin Chi raised his arrow and shot quickly. Each arrow could take away a life, quickly harvesting these alien creatures. Chapter 359 Moon Base. The boiling sea surface gradually returned to calm after a long time, and even the vicious mutant creatures in the sea stayed away from the explosion area. The starship slowly appeared, and countless lasers shot out from the bottom of the warship, repeatedly searching for life targets in the sea. This kind of high-level alien life, if allowed to escape, would be a huge hidden danger. So Lin Chi also paid special attention, pushing his mental power to the extreme, not daring to miss a trace. Finally, after repeated searches, it was confirmed that no one was left alive, and then began to clean up the spoils. Although the opponent's warship was severely damaged, The materials on it were all precious, and even the technology in the opponent's spacecraft could be obtained. Therefore, Lin Chi asked Wei Lan to send a large number of mechanical life forms to the sea area here and began to salvage the wreckage. Mechanical life forms have now become the strongest fighters in the Central Plains safety zone. They can enter any dangerous place at will, and are more suitable for exploring some ruins in Blue Star. After the last hidden danger was completely cleared, the only remaining ones were the small safe zones that survived in various parts of Blue Star. As for the Nordic Federation and the Ross Federation, they gradually fell into a desperate situation under the suppression of the mechanical life race. With the collapse of the base system and the scarcity of resources, a large number of survivors migrated long distances, and the Central Plains Safety Zone selected a part of the high-quality population and extradited them here. This doomsday catastrophe caused a sharp decline in the population of Blue Star. But the relative per capita resources are no longer restricted. Without external threats, the Central Plains Security Zone began to develop rapidly, and also began to merge other small security zones within the Federation. After a year of development, Blue Steel bases have been established in various parts of Blue Star. As long as you have the identity of the Central Plains Security Zone, you can enter the base at will to replenish resources, and even use points to exchange for the required materials. This monopoly-type suppression has prevented the 4 major bases and the Beijing Security Zone from expanding any further. And there are even signs of disintegration. Lin Chi never made a tough attack. After all, the survivors of the 4 major bases and the Beijing Security Zone are, strictly speaking, all of them are his own people. Unlike other federations, which can be directly destroyed on a large scale, with the operation of unraveling the mystery, it is estimated that it will not take long to drain all the resources and talents of the 2 bases, leaving only an empty shell. Another year has passed, and the Central Plains Security Zone has been renamed the Blue Star Federation Headquarters. The steel bases scattered throughout the Blue Star have also gradually developed. A large number of Source Plan warriors entered those steel bases, exploring and advancing outside with the bases as the center, conquering the land occupied by mutant creatures while strengthening their own strength. The 4 major bases in the no man's land became more and more desolate and dilapidated. Without sufficient resource support, the base gradually fell into despair. Most of the Source Plan warriors left the base and joined the Blue Star Federation. Even if Lin Chi did not take the initiative to sanction, this base would slowly fall apart and become a ruin. The list given by Shuyo was almost all the top leaders of the 4 major bases. Those people with conservative ideas still held a glimmer of fantasy and refused to leave the base, enjoying the last short-lived rights. Time passed little by little, and there were only a few days left before the 3-year deadline. But Lin Chi had already prepared. The fleet created by the alien creatures had already passed the debugging stage, and even sailed briefly in the solar system for a period of time. Moreover, the steel bases in various places just formed a matrix, and at the same time released the energy defense system, which could completely cover the blue planet and form a strong barrier. But even so, the resources of an entire planet are not enough to support Lin Chi's research on the technology brought by those high-level cosmic life races. So he can only research the most basic ones first. Today's Blue Star has gradually entered the right track. It is difficult to see powerful mutant creatures in the areas where humans live, but the large number of evolved insects is still a huge hidden danger. Mutated zombies are also becoming increasingly rare. Only a few areas still have mother zombie nests. In the past 2 years, Lin Chi has raised his own gene strength to the peak of the 9th level, and each level is in the most perfect state. The 9th level gene crystals are very rare. It took 2 years to hunt more than 30, and most of them were mutant creatures in the sea, which could only be used by Lin Chi alone. The 9th level does not seem to be the limit of human beings. It just perfectly activates the genes and reaches the basic perfection. Lin Chi sat quietly in the secret room, silently feeling the genetic power in his body. At this moment, his mind moved, and his mental power burst out, almost covering the entire Federation. And even his consciousness could penetrate the atmosphere and travel in space for a short time. This qualitative change has exceeded the scope of normal life and reached the height of the legendary gods. But Lin Chi knew that there were many strong people in the universe. Even in the records of the Jinling clan, those powerful creatures could destroy a planet at will, and special star beasts relied on absorbing the energy of the planet to survive. Although he had become the strongest on the blue planet, he was still like a baby in front of those terrifying life forms. The base on the moon has been built. At first, The ice giants mined mineral veins on the moon and condensed water sources. After being transformed by the mechanical life family, a layer of defensive energy was constructed on the surface of the sphere. Thus, the environment on the moon was gradually changed. In just 1 year, this desolate satellite has become alive. The starship slowly passed through the defense layer of the moon and landed on the surface. As the hatch opened, a group of people walked out, without carrying any protective measures. They were exposed to the air like this, without any discomfort. The air is quite fresh. Although it is only synthetic, it seems to have added the smell of vegetation. Right? Lin-Chi took a deep breath. The vegetation on the moon has not been completely covered yet. The oxygen released in a short period of time is not enough to support the surface coverage. So a large number of nourishing gas manufacturing machines were built. Where is Guanghan Palace? I want to see Guanghan Palace, Tuan Tuan said excitedly. The first time she traveled through space to the moon. What interested her most was the Guanghan Palace base mentioned by Lin-Chi. This legend, full of Oriental mythology, created with modern technology, has a special flavor. It's in front. Guanghan Palace is the largest transit base on the moon. All future explorations of the universe will start from here. Lin-Chi took a few people to fly over the landing site. When the gravity system did not change, the gravity of the moon made people a little uncomfortable. And there was always a feeling of lightness. After flying out of the base, across a piece of green vegetation, there was a huge palace. Chapter 360. My arrow is almost there. The gravity in Guanghan Palace is adjusted exactly the same as that on Blue Star. After entering it, even the air is much fresher. One mechanical life after another is busy inside, methodically building unfinished equipment. In the center of the palace is a magnificent tower, emitting a special information wave, used to detect the movement in the universe. Lin-Chi led everyone into it. The special material structure inside has extremely strong defense, and can even block energy invasion. The Guanghan Palace base is completely controlled by Wei Lan. Those mechanical lives strictly abide by all the rules to create the most solid fortress. Entering the star observation room in the base, you can see the situation of Blue Planet in detail on the screen, and even remotely control the operation of all steel bases. At the same time, the star observation room can also explore outer space. If an unknown fleet is found entering the solar system, it can be detected at the first time. Blue Planet looks so desolate. Although 3 years have passed, Blue Planet has not yet completely recovered after the nuclear explosion. Only a few areas exude vibrant green. However, I believe that it will not be long before new green will appear on those ruins, full of vitality. Although it looks a bit desolate now, the mutant plants are spreading very fast. It will not be long before the entire Blue Planet will be covered. By that time, it will be a perfect planet. After the baptism of war, Blue Star will be reborn. And the humans on Blue Star are also Lin-Chi's reserve army for conquering the universe. During this period, Lin-Chi also had some understanding of the cosmic life races that invaded Blue Star. The races that released information to the universe before were called Abyss Life in the language of Blue Star. They could absorb the dark energy in the universe. So what they did was extremely overbearing. And the race that was annihilated in the deep sea was called the Void Race. The flesh of this race had great defects. So it was the genetic data of the Golden Spirit clan. As the 3 years approached, the interstellar base on the moon was gradually improved, and most of the warships on Blue Star were transferred up. Faced with this situation, Lin-Chi would not just offend and put himself at a disadvantage, but would look for opportunities to take the initiative. As time passed, Wei Lan kept an eye on every move of the solar system, and even sent several interstellar ships to enter several nearby large stars. Unknown energy fluctuations detected. Please pay attention. One day, Lin-Chi was discussing practical experience with the women in Guanghan Palace. And suddenly Wei Lan's voice rang in his ears. Finally here. After hearing the news, Lin-Chi decisively withdrew, allowing Xiaoling, who was about to be defeated, to take a breath. What's wrong? Sensing that Lin-Chi's face was not right, the women surrounded him. The battle has begun. Wei Lan has detected unknown energy entering the solar system. We have to start deployment. After saying this, Lin-Chi stood up and walked towards the bathroom. After a simple shower, he put on his armor and came to the interstellar observation room. A moment later, everyone gathered here, nervously looking at the dark space. Although they were well prepared, facing the impending threat, everyone was full of worry. In an unknown area of the solar system, The void suddenly twisted and gradually opened a space channel. It turns out that there is a space jump point there. Wei Lan. Record it. Space jump is a very advanced scientific and technological means. Although Wei Lan's scientific and technological database also has this technology, it is not easy to capture the space jump point. The space jump point recorded in the star map of the Jinling clan is only in the galaxies they once controlled, and does not include the Milky Way. These cosmic beings can find this space jump point probably because they tracked the source of the information 3 years ago. As the space channel opened, starships flew out one after another, and in an instant, they formed a huge battleship formation in the vast universe. Wei Lan locked the target and started attacking. Lin Chi didn't want to wait for them to react, so he chose to take the initiative and handed over the control system of Guanghan Palace to Wei Lan and several managers, and stood up and flew outside. On the high tower in the center of Guanghan Palace, a giant bow had already been erected, and 9 arrows were inserted nearby. Let's see if I can destroy these warships with 1 arrow. Lin Chi's current ability to see even exceeds the laser attack power of the warship, and after locking the target, there is no way to dodge. As the giant bow was pulled open, an arrow was fixed on the bowstring under the control of mental power. Go! With a loud bang, the arrow broke through the air, quickly passed through the barrier on the surface of the moon, and flew towards the depths of the universe. After 1 arrow, another arrow. After Lin Chi shot 9 arrows in a row, it slowly fell from the tower and returned to the interstellar observation room. The 9 arrows in the universe rotated rapidly, and after being freed from any gravity, their speed became even more terrifying, and even turned into an almost invisible black light, disappearing into the depths of the universe. At the same time, the fleets on the moon were all activated, forming a fleet with the starship as the center, and flew towards the location of the space node. You stay in the base and provide support at any time. I will deal with this battle personally. Lin Chi watched the fleet preparing to take off. Although Wei Lan was in full control and there were some trustworthy subordinates, he was afraid that he would not be able to appease the people in the warship without his own overall command. What's more, there are some cosmic creatures in the fleet. If he is not guarding, there may be some trouble. Although several people wanted to follow, they were stopped by Lin Chi. Entering the starship, the people of the Jinling clan had already been busy checking the equipment of the starship, making sure everything was ready. In the other escort warships, there were the lobster monsters, who had sufficient experience in interstellar wars. Let's go! With Lin Chi's order, the fleet quickly took off and flew towards the depths of the universe. The Abyss fleet that emerged from the space node also locked onto the position of the blue star at this moment, and even sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from the moon. Both sides started the curvature engine at the same time, and the fleet instantly entered a terrifying speed and disappeared into the void. The next second, the fleets of both parties appeared in a space in the universe at the same time, with a distance of less than 100,000 meters. Lock on the target. Without waiting for Lin Chi to give the order, Wei Lan was the first to react, and all the warship's laser weapons fired at the same time, activating the warship's energy protection function. The lasers of both sides shot at each other like fireworks, blooming brilliant colors in the universe. The explosion roared, and the escort fleet was damaged in an instant. The lasers penetrated through and disappeared into the depths of the universe. The opponent's attack is too strong. After just one encounter, Lin Chi's fleet was somewhat unable to resist, and the warships guarding the 2 wings were damaged, and the lasers of his own fleet, except for the starships, could not break the opponent's energy defense at all. Jinling was a little anxious. If it continued, I was afraid that the fleet might be destroyed. Interstellar war is different from the previous battles of human beings. The weaker side still has the possibility of winning with fewer people. In this case, the advantages and disadvantages of technology are like a huge gap. Don't worry. My arrows are almost there. Lin Chi was extremely calm, because the 9 arrows he had just shot were about to hit the target. Chapter 361, Victory in the First Battle. After the arrows were accelerated in the vacuum, they had reached an incredible speed. This extreme speed was so fast that even the opponent's detection methods could not detect it. In just a moment, 9 arrows hit the target, and the first few warships to bear the brunt of the attack exploded instantly. The energy defense of the opponent's fleet was instantly broken, and the continuous attacks directly caused them to lose half of their warships, and even the main ship was damaged. Sure enough, The arrows after the acceleration were powerful enough to destroy a fleet. Seeing such results, Lin Chi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With this abnormal skill, he was not afraid even if he encountered a huge alien fleet. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Wei Lan quickly mobilized all the energy of the starship, and beams of light attacked the enemy fleet. At the same time, other warships flew quickly to encircle and destroy the remaining forces of the enemy. But even so, the enemy still had the strength to fight. And even this abyss race had the ability to move in the universe. In the broken warship, several gray figures flew out, and a unique energy permeated their bodies. These are the strong men of the Abyss clan, who have the ability to survive in the universe. Not only the defensive armor on their bodies, but even their bodies can adapt to this special environment. Freed from the constraints of the armor, they are more flexible and can freely shuttle in the universe. 9th level warriors. Be careful in dealing with them. Detecting the 9th level energy reaction, Lin Chi slowed down the fleet to avoid being attacked by rushing too far. You should know that a single 9th level warrior is enough to destroy a warship, and will only be suppressed when facing a fleet of ships. The remaining fleet of the opponent quickly gathered and formed a formation again. Several 9th level Abyss warriors flew out of it, but rushed up quickly under the pressure of the laser. Leave these people to me. You quickly destroy the remaining fleet. The main members of the starship are the Jinling clan and the Lobster Monster clan. They are very familiar with interstellar wars, and can easily deal with such a scene. But if a 9th rank warrior breaks through from the outside world, once he enters the warship, the inside will be useless. Lin Chi's armor quickly changes to a form suitable for fighting in the universe, and a spear condenses in his hand, and flies out of the starship. Flying in the universe is completely different from flying in the blue planet. Without any obstacles, the speed can be burst to the extreme, but it is also a huge burden for the armor. The strong men of the Abyss clan are completely different from the previous ones. The aura felt from these people is more powerful, and their forms are also different. Although they all have smooth and scaly skin, everyone's fighting style is different. Some arms extend spikes, and some have claws. This is a change to enter the combat form. If it is normal, their form is similar to human form. The opponent has locked onto Lin Chi. 2 lasers shot out from one of them's eyes, as if he wanted to test Lin Chi's strength. The spear was swung out, and the shadow condensed at the tip of the spear instantly intercepted the laser, and Lin Chi jumped forward. In this case, close combat is more advantageous to him. The mental power surged wildly, sensing the every move of all opponents in advance, allowing Lin Chi to be more at ease in a one-on-many situation. Source Martial Arts. Meteor Fall. The spear stabbed out as fast as a meteor, and in the brief confrontation, it turned into a cold light, directly hitting the opponent's head, as if he was too focused on his own defense. The Abyss warrior only blocked with one hand, with the claws on his hand tightly fixed, trying to fix Lin Chi's weapon. However, he did not realize that this behavior was tantamount to seeking death. At the moment when the claws stretched out, the illusory gun shadow directly blasted his entire hand into pieces, and the gun tip did not slow down at all, directly piercing his head, even if it was a high-level cosmic life. After the head was pierced, there was no hope of survival. The next second, the extremely cold air in the universe instantly froze the broken wound and quickly spread inside. Although the skin surface can adapt to the environment in the universe, the inside of the body is extremely fragile. 1. After one strike, Lin Chi became more and more courageous. His spear skills flew like a dragon, and a spiritual force field was condensed around him. Dragon Thrust. Another spear skill was swung out, and the long spear transformed into a series of dragon thrusts. With the blessing of spiritual power, it turned into an illusory dragon and blasted towards the opponent. The remaining few people of the Abyss clan were facing a great enemy. Facing such a powerful offensive, they no longer dared to take the initiative to attack, and could only passively defend. In the crisis, the 2 Abyss strongmen quickly merged together, and their body size skyrocketed, and the energy intensity reaction also soared. He condensed a sharp blade in his arm, and swung it towards Lin Chi. Although energy weapons have great convenience and attack power in terms of technology, their own strength also plays an important role. At close range, physical attacks are more effective. A knife was swung down, colliding with the tip of the spear, and a crisp explosion sound was heard, and the black blade was directly broken and floated into the depths of the universe. Then the spear turned and pierced the body of another abyssal creature, 2 companions were killed in a blink of an eye. The remaining abyssal creatures had realized that the person in front of them was not something they could deal with, and they all flew towards the battleship quickly. At this moment, the battleship also condensed a laser, ready to kill the locked target with all its strength. Yulong throws the universe to break. Sensing the sense of crisis, Lin Chi decisively threw the spear, and with the backlash, flew towards his own battleship. Boom! A spiral laser shot out, leaving a deep mark in the universe. The meteorites encountered along the way were instantly annihilated, turned into dust, and dissipated in the universe. This laser hit the energy defense layer near the starship before it was completely offset. When the light faded, a blue light ball flickered in the universe. After a moment, the blue light on the light ball dissipated, revealing Lin Chi's figure inside. Such a terrifying energy, even the superbody armor almost couldn't stand it. Lin Chi felt the scorching heat on the armor, and knew that it was now in an overloaded state. So he didn't stay any longer and flew quickly towards the starship. After entering the energy defense layer of the starship, and completely eliminating the crisis of being locked by the opponent's laser, Lin Chi condensed a longbow again and shot quickly. Arrows flew out one after another, although they were so tiny that they were almost imperceptible in the vast universe. Each arrow could easily break through the opponent's energy defense barrier and blast a big hole in the battleship. With the most primitive cold weapons, the super battleship of the cosmic life race was completely defeated. Chapter 362 Methods of Breaking Through the Ninth Order. The closed space node was opened again, and several small spaceships separated from the opponent's starship quickly passed through the space node and disappeared in the universe. The remaining warships, without the command, were completely vulnerable, and it was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. The final encirclement and suppression lasted for several days before the opponent's warships were cleared and towed back to the moon base. The victory in the first battle made the soldiers of the entire moon base extremely excited. But Lin Chi knew that this was just the first battle to enter the universe, and there would be endless crises in the future, which would befall him. If you want to make Blue Star completely complete, you must take the initiative to attack. At least first make the entire solar system as solid as a rock, and make it the core place that Lin Chi completely controls, before you can slowly expand outward. The fleet of the Abyss clan was only the advance force. In order to explore the source of the signal, they did not bring out the main force at all. Moreover, those who escaped would soon pass on the information of this galaxy, which might cause greater troubles at that time. After a period of rest, the Lobster Monster clan also repaired the Abyss battleship and mastered some of the opponent's technology. Ninth Order gene evolution is the basis of ordinary life strength. If you want to go further, you must absorb the energy of the universe to achieve a qualitative change in life. Through the information in the Abyss clan's information database, Lin Chi finally understood the path of advancement after the Ninth Order strongmen. Although the Ji-Ling clan is powerful, they can only reach the peak of the 9th level due to the restriction of their own genes. With the help of the development of science and technology, they have slowly controlled the galaxy. But once they are targeted by a strong enemy, they can't resist at all. Therefore, although their information database records some methods of improvement after the 9th level, they can't apply it to themselves. The most important thing at the moment is to master this method and improve their own strength to the universe level. Even the weakest one has the power to protect itself. And in the records of the Abyss clan, there is a way to absorb the dark energy of the universe to improve strength. But this method is very harsh. In the following days, Lin Chi asked Wei Lan to make mechanical life with all his strength and continuously build bases in the 8 major stars to arm the strength of the solar system. And the method of absorbing the dark energy of the universe has been in the stage of exploration. On this day, when Jean Na was discussing practical experience with Lin Chi, she suddenly escaped into the other dimension when she could not resist and avoided Lin Chi's final charge. But just after entering the void, before she completely lost contact with Lin Chi suddenly sensed a unique energy. The two had had this experience on Blue Star, but they had never sensed that kind of energy fluctuation. So it only took a moment for Lin Chi to notice it. What kind of energy is this? Subconsciously, Lin Chi used his mental power to capture that trace of energy and slowly studied it. After a while, Jean Na, who had recovered her strength, reappeared and wrapped Lin Chi again. However, looking at the girl riding on his body, Lin Chi's mind was not on it, but silently sensing the energy fluctuation just now. Jean Na tried to enter the other dimension again, this time slower. Lin Chi reached out and patted Jean Na's waist, signaling her to slow down. Although Jean Na didn't know what it meant, she sensed a trace of solemnity from Lin Chi's words. So she didn't care about the new round of ascension, and quickly mobilized the energy of the other dimension. This time the speed was very slow, and Lin Chi could even see Jean Na's figure becoming blurred little by little. After half of her body disappeared, he really sensed the familiar energy. That's it. The key to breaking through the 9th level. Lin Chi could clearly sense the familiar energy again, and instantly recognized that it was the dark energy recorded by the Abyss clan, one of the rarest energy sources hidden in the universe. Even their spaceships use dark energy conversion cores to have the power to sail freely in the universe. Originally, this method of capturing dark energy was a unique technology of the Abyss clan. If the strong men in their clan who reached the peak of the 9th level wanted to go further, they had to perfect their own genes and then use this dark energy capture instrument to slowly absorb it. Unexpectedly, Lin Chi accidentally found the source of dark energy. It was at the junction of the other dimensional space that the free energy fluctuated. This energy might leak out in a certain space, and such places would often become resources that all the major forces would compete for. For the next period of time, Lin Chi seemed to be obsessed with women, sparring with Jean Na all day long, and even for several days in a row. The two of them stayed alone in a room. Although this behavior was not restrained by anyone, it seemed to be ignored by other women. After a long time, everyone looked at Lin Chi with some resentment. The first person to protest was not Tuan Tuan, who had been following Lin Chi, but an Xian, who got on the bus halfway. Actually, Jean Na was her former team member. Although everyone's status is similar now, whoever spends more time with Lin Chi means being valued and having a higher status. So that night, an Xian couldn't help herself and entered Lin Chi's room at Shuya's instigation. However, the battle scene she imagined did not happen. Instead, there was no one in the room, and she couldn't even sense the fluctuations of their breath. When an Xian was wondering, the void suddenly twisted, and the figures of Lin Chi and Jean Na were revealed. How did you get in? Absorbing dark energy is a very safe thing. So Lin Chi did not set the room to the highest authority. So it was not surprising that an Xian could come in. What are you two doing? You're always together during this period? An Xian saw that the two of them didn't have any death contact. So she frowned, as if she realized that she was a little reckless. Just in time for you to come. I have something to tell you. During this period of time, Lin Chi has found a suitable method to absorb dark energy. But every time he needs Jean Na to use his ability in another space, it is very inconvenient. If there is a way to copy Jean Na's ability, or to create a stable device for collecting dark energy, then everyone can try to absorb dark energy to improve their own strength. Lin Chi originally wanted to find an opportunity to tell everyone this news, and just happened to meet an Xian coming in. So he shared this secret. After hearing this news, an Xian seemed to have forgotten the purpose of coming and fell into deep thought. Can strength be improved after the 9th level? The genetic strength of these people has not yet been improved to the perfect stage. All because the number of 9th level mutant beasts on Blue Star is rare, and at least 24 are needed to make one person's strength reach the perfect state. Otherwise, do you think that the 9th level is the end of the vast universe? Chapter 363 Planetary Strength. After Lin Chi's continuous attempts during this period of time, he has found a way to absorb dark energy. So the bottleneck of the 9th level has also loosened a little. After verification, he began to prepare to make an extra-dimensional device to absorb the endless dark energy. Originally, the alien technology they obtained had the technology to break the space barrier and find the space node. But that method used technological capabilities to find the weakness of space, and it was difficult to obtain dark energy from it. But with Jinna's ability, the alien space can maintain a stable limit. Under this limit, it is just possible to extract dark energy from the extra-dimensional cracks. Wei Lan combined this method with a lot of calculations and finally created a special instrument. After a month of research by the scientific research race of lobster monsters, the instrument was finally made. Another newly developed base on the moon was heavily guarded, and even the highest level of energy barrier was open to prevent unknown impacts when accidents occurred in the experiment. As the instrument was tested, Jinna's ability was slowly added to it, and the area in the center of the instrument gradually became illusory and blurred, and it seemed to be getting thinner and thinner. Find a constant value and stabilize it. This method of peeling off the cocoon of the different dimension space requires extremely high control from Jinna. so everyone dared not be distracted. Finally, with a little bit of support, the waves in the center of the instrument suddenly trembled and slowly stabilized. At the same time, Lin Chi felt the familiar energy emanating from it and quickly pressed the constant switch. Beams of light emanated from around the instrument, completely fixing the stable space, while conveying a unique attraction, and began to extract the dark energy in the different dimensional space. It's out. The energy source. This is exactly the instrument that Lin Chi asked the Lobster Monster clan to make. The energy source, which can continuously extract the free dark energy in the different dimensional space. With this energy source device, Lin Chi can absorb the dark energy in the universe at any time, thus breaking through the 9th level. Even the awakened ones on the blue star can absorb this power to break through the restrictions of the 9th level after reaching the 9th level. Is this the dark energy you mentioned? Bai Su looked at the energy visible to the naked eye being extracted from the source and floating in the void, and was full of surprise. The more you explore the universe, the more unknown things appear in front of people, making people realize how small they are. Yes, this is the dark energy of the universe. But ordinary people can't absorb it at all, unless the gene strength is increased to the perfect stage. That is, the peak of the 9th level, to slowly absorb this energy and change the mortal body. According to the information of the Abyss clan and the Golden Spirit clan, there are no cracks in the entire Milky Way where dark energy is scattered, which is why few alien life forms come to this galaxy. For high-level cosmic life, a galaxy without dark energy is of very low value. In order not to attract the attention of other cosmic life, this source of dark energy must be protected, and the highest level energy defense barrier must be built around it to prevent the dark energy from leaking out. Except for Lin Chi and Jean Ling, no one present has reached the peak of the 9th level, so this energy has no effect on them at all. They can only watch and cannot absorb it, unless they continue to hunt 9th level mutant creatures from Blue Star and evolve their genes to perfection. And just after this period of rest, some 9th level mutant creatures appeared on Blue Star, waiting for their hunting. Lin Chi guarded the lunar base and kept an eye on the space node in the solar system to prevent the invasion of cosmic life outside the solar system. At the same time, he also continuously absorbed the dark energy emitted from the source to enhance his own strength. 3 years passed in a flash. According to the information transmitted by the Abyss clan before, they had received the news of defeat, and it might not be long before they organized a fleet to attack again. However, this time the lunar base had been deployed in advance, and Lin Chi was not afraid of any more fleets. After the 9th level, it is the combat power of the star level. This kind of existence is rare even in the galaxy of high-level life. The appearance of one is enough to control the entire galaxy. According to the information obtained from other cosmic life, Lin Chi also has some understanding of the star-level combat power. Above the star level, there are planetary level and stellar level. As long as you take a step, the life level can be greatly improved, and even the life on a planet can be destroyed with a wave of your hand. In the past 3 years, Lin Chi has continuously absorbed dark energy, and finally broke through to the planetary level. Not only has his physical fitness achieved a perfect transformation, but even his mental power can cover a planet and lock it in an instant. Others, in order, Tuan, Bai Su and Jean Na also reached the peak of the 9th level, but they are far less fast than Lin Chi in absorbing dark energy. Jean Na became everyone's favorite because of her outstanding contribution. Her space ability was originally highly valued. Now that she has found a shortcut to absorb dark energy, her improvement speed is even faster than Lin Chi. Now the entire solar system is within Lin Chi's observation range. The base is built on several major stars transmit signals to each other, forming a super range network. And near that space node, a space station was also built, guarded by the mechanical life family. Once there is a space fluctuation, it can be detected at the first time. However, since Lin Chi's strength has advanced to the planetary level, he has changed his previous defensive ideas and decided to take the initiative to attack. Waiting for them to invade is not a solution. If we miss something important in the future, the defense on Blue Star will not be able to withstand it. It is better to strike first. In Guanghan Palace, Lin Chi called everyone to discuss the next action. Although Blue Star has developed very rapidly during this period and built large-scale planetary warships, it is still not enough to face the interstellar war. Strike first. But we don't know the coordinates of the Abyss clan. Jean Ling looked distressed. At the beginning, their clan only had one starship left to escape, and lost most of the heritage of the race. Similarly, they did not retain any information about the Abyss clan. They only knew that the galaxy where the race was located was very close to the Jinling clan. However, Lin Chi had another way. He projected the star map of the Golden Spirit clan and marked several space nodes. The Abyss clan and the Void clan, together with a dozen small races, invaded your galaxy. It seems that they are still in that galaxy. We just need to return to your galaxy and slowly collect their information. Chapter 364, Jinling Galaxy. After the galaxy was seized, the resources in it would definitely be divided up. It was impossible to count them all in such a short time. There might even be some resistance that had not been completely eliminated. Therefore, after Lin Chi's forces entered, there would definitely be great disputes. Considering that the starship was too special and could be recognized as a warship of the Jinling clan at a glance, Lin Chi specially made another small spaceship. It was a battleship of the Void clan that was defeated in the deep sea before. After repair, the technology of the Black Abyss battleship was added. From the outside, it did not belong to the battleship specifications of any galaxy. The warship arrived at the space station at the space node and docked with the space station steadily. Several people entered the space station smoothly through the docking channel. This space station is full of mechanical life races under Wei-Lan. Their special way of survival does not consume too many resources, and they can capture nearby meteorite materials to expand the space station little by little. In time, this space station will become larger and larger under their construction, and it is very likely that it will even evolve into a star. This time, I will enter the Jinling Galaxy for exploration. I plan to bring only a small number of people, and the rest will stay at the lunar base to respond to the attack of the Abyss clan at any time. The crisis that has not yet appeared has been weighing on everyone's mind. Maybe tomorrow, there will be an enemy fleet invading the solar system. So we must be fully prepared. Therefore, the purpose of building a space station here is to get the information transmitted at any time, so that the Abyss clan will not invade the solar system, and we will not receive the news. In the space station, the equipment to open the space node has been activated, and the frequency has been adjusted. As long as Lin Chi gives an order, the space node can be opened and jump to the coordinate position. Take me with you. I am also very curious about unknown galaxies. Bai Su knew that Lin Chi would probably only take Jin Na and Jin Ling with him. But if she stayed in the solar system, there would be nothing to do. It would be better to follow him to see the mystery of the universe. This trip may be life-threatening. The fewer people the better. Lin Chi originally planned to bring only Jin Ling and Jin Na, as well as Wei-Lan's nano-body. But when Bai Su made this request, Tuan followed and looked forward to it. The three of them had been together since the beginning of the apocalypse, and had been together until now. If they were separated at this moment, they would really be unable to adapt. We have always been together, haven't we? Even if there is danger, we have to face it together. Tuan stepped forward and held Lin Chi's hand. Although the strength of the two of them has not yet advanced to the planetary level, they are stronger than ordinary 9th level Gene Awakeners, and can still help when necessary. The most important thing is that we don't know how long this trip will take. If we are separated for too long, we will not be able to adapt at all. Okay, then I will take you with me. I still have the confidence to protect you. This time, we must hide our identities when entering the Jinling Galaxy for exploration. So even if we encounter danger, we can easily avoid it and avoid open fighting. After making some preparations, a small spaceship was separated from the battleship and slowly flew towards the space node. A special wave broke out on the space station, shooting at the coordinates of the space node. Under the transmission of that special frequency, the space at the coordinate position instantly became illusory. Then the spaceship rushed into it and disappeared without a trace in an instant. As if passing through a time tunnel, the spaceship was surrounded by gorgeous lights. But in just a moment, the spaceship appeared in an empty universe. The golden starlight flickered in the universe, reflecting the planets and stars in gold, which looked completely different from the solar system. Home! Jin Ling looked at the golden light outside, and her face was already full of excitement. She couldn't imagine that she could return to her hometown again in her lifetime. Your galaxy is really special. The light in the universe is actually golden. No wonder even the skin is golden. This kind of light ray is probably the root cause of the strange changes in the Jinling clan. The light of our galaxy is different from your solar system. Wherever the golden light shines, life can be nurtured. Wei-Lan quickly unfolded the star map of this galaxy, marked the nearest star, and flew over quickly. The most urgent task was to install the instrument to open the space node, so that it could receive the signal transmitted by Wei Lan at any time, allowing Wei Lan to share information between the two galaxies and not miss anything that happened in the lunar base. Soon, Wei Lan locked on to a nearby star, and after testing, it was found that there were still a large number of life forms on it. Does any planet have life? How many planets with life did your galaxy have? Although I have learned some information about the Jinling clan, I have not recorded this common sense question. There are tens of thousands of life planets in the Jinling galaxy, but most of them have no intelligent life, and some have harsh environments that are only suitable for special species to survive. There are more than one kind of intelligent life in the Jinling galaxy, and some remote areas have not yet been developed, and their technological development is not as good as that of humans. Those planets are scarce in resources and are not worth cultivating. After testing, the Lock planet has a low technological level, only slightly higher than the previous Blue planet, and it is actually a mineral planet. The material of this planet contains a large amount of special metal elements, so it has been mined, but as the degree of mining deepens, the planet will inevitably be damaged. Therefore, every once in a while, several space coordinates will be opened above this planet, and the garbage produced by other planets will be dumped into the abandoned mines of this planet to fill the gaps that have been dug out. If this continues for a long time, the environment of this planet will become increasingly harsh, and it will sooner or later become an abandoned planet. The spacecraft turned on the stealth function, avoided the gathering place of life on this planet, and now found the center of an abandoned mine vein and slowly landed. Although there was a sound when it fell into the garbage mountain range, there was a violent vibration of garbage collapse at any time in this place, so no one would pay attention. Wei Lan, you build a space transmission device here. Let's go check around. The oxygen content outside has been tested. Although there is a strange smell in the air, it is still suitable for human survival. However, during the insurance period, everyone still put on their armor, opened the hatch, and flew out. The garbage mountain is endless and stretches for an unknown distance, but there is a gathering place of intelligent life not far away, and the scale is not small. Jinling, do you have any impression of this planet? Lin Chi stood on the highest garbage mountain, observing the surrounding situation, and with his perception spread out, he found that there were living beings in the garbage mountain. No, I have never paid attention to the information of this planet. After all, it is just an abandoned garbage planet. As a special bloodline in the family, Jinling has enjoyed the highest resources and the most comfortable planet since birth. In her experience, she has never seen such a desolate life planet. Chapter 365 Pioneer Camp. The five people gradually approached the life wave in the ruins mountain, and quickly blocked it. But when they got closer, they found that it was a lizard-like creature crawling in the ruins. This lizard is probably as powerful as a second-level mutant beast. It seems that this planet has also undergone genetic evolution. The lizard's skin glowed with a strange luster, and it was able to hide its body by simulating the surrounding environment. It seemed to have the genes of a chameleon. When it noticed Lin Chi approaching, its entire body stuck to the ruins and almost merged into one. It was not until Lin Chi gathered his mental power and fixed it that it screamed in fear. Most of the life planets in the Jinling galaxy have been involved in gene evolution experiments, and every once in a while, high-level gene awakeners are summoned from these life planets to consolidate the security of the galaxy. Jinling knows a little about the affairs of the galaxy's high level, but few people pay attention to this kind of planet with low growth potential. Even the main planet. Lin Chi observed the chameleon in his hand for a while, and after finding nothing special, he threw it into the ruins and let it drill into the ground. Let's go. Let's go to the place where the intelligent life on this planet lives. Maybe we will get something. The five people quickly flew over the ruins mountain range and stopped in front of a small-scale city wall. There are already many intelligent life forms from many planets here. From the perspective of body shape, they are exactly the same as the Jinling clan. That is, there is almost no difference from humans. The only difference is that they do not have that dazzling gold color. That kind of gold seems to be a symbol of identity and status. The skin of these people is all light yellow, and there are dark and light colors, which seems to be closer to humans. Seeing this situation, Lin Chi took the initiative to retract the armor and turn it into an ordinary protective clothing, in order to prevent his identity from being discovered. Jinling had to borrow the function of the armor and change the color of his body. The city wall is guarded by someone. It seems that identity proof is required. Wei Lan. Invade their system. Although this camp looks a bit rundown, it is full of technology. At least the electric grid arranged on the ruins is a threat to ordinary creatures. The 5 people came to the gate of the city. When they saw someone entering, a beam of light swept across the gate. With a beep, the identity was confirmed, and the person in front entered smoothly. Automatic identity recognition should be afraid of outside invaders. In this way, the camps in the ruins are hostile to each other. In just a moment, Lin Chi judged the situation of this planet. It seems that there is no real leader. As long as there is some power, you can establish your own power in the ruins. After Wei Lan invaded the opponent's network system, he recorded all the information worth knowing and presented it to the 5 people. After entering the camp, a detailed map of the camp was presented, and even some hidden corners were not missed. Let's go to their gathering place first to get some information, and see if there is anything worth noting here. The language used on this planet is the common language of the Jinling clan. Several people have already mastered it, and even the translation function built into the armor is enough to cope with it. The street is very wide, and occasionally a special vehicle will pass by, pulling a group of wilderness hunters wearing simple armor. These words are all information obtained from the other party's network. This camp is the Wilderness Pioneer Camp. 90% of the population in it are wilderness hunters. They usually shuttle through the ruins, hunt mutant creatures, or collect valuable materials in the ruins. The impact of environmental degradation has caused most people to lose their homes and survive in this way. There is only a tavern here. I wonder how the wine on this mining planet is. It seems that every life race will create entertainment items. Such things that can relieve physical fatigue and bring pleasure are often of great value. As soon as the 5 people entered the tavern, Lin Chi felt the lock of many eyes. Only then did he realize that there were 4 beautiful women around him, which really attracted some attention. Before he sat down, he saw a burly man with a bulging belly coming over. Outside adventurer, give me 2 of your women, and I will slaughter you in the future. To them, women are actually a kind of material. Except for those who are powerful. Because they all hid their aura, they did not feel powerful to them. Otherwise, the aura of the 9th level alone would be enough to shock everyone here. In this pioneer camp, it seems that killing people only requires compensation. Right? Lin Chi glanced at the information given by Wei Lan, stretched out his hand, and a beam of source power directly pierced through the other party's head. The huge body fell straight to the ground, smashing a cloud of dust. With a bang, the tavern instantly became quiet. The wilderness hunter who had been spying just now turned his head away and did not dare to look again. The aura that Lin Chi had just exploded had already surpassed the 7th level, and was the strongest part of the strength registered in this camp. You have to know that the leader of the pioneer camp was only at the 7th level. So who dared to speak out? Get rid of this garbage. Don't ruin my fun. Lin Chi pretended to be indifferent. He only needed to kill 1 person to avoid most of the troubles. So why not do it? Although there would be a penalty of compensation after killing someone. Who would dare to ask him for it? After ordering a few glasses of wine, the 5 people took a sip, and the taste was not bad. But they also browsed the information of the pioneer camp while waiting. Sure enough, not long after, a group of people quickly came to the tavern and dispersed all the remaining people inside. What force are you from? And why are you here at our pioneer camp? The leader walked out slowly, wearing exquisite armor and a great aura. As a 7th level awakener, he is enough to be the king in the Ruins mountain range. And he is also qualified to build a camp here. We are foreign adventurers, passing by your place, and want to rest and exchange some resources. None of them had the currency of this planet, so they had to exchange things. Fortunately, Lin Chi still had a few high-level gene crystals on him as a backup. In addition, there were still a lot of currency from the Jinling Galaxy in Jinling's account. But it was not easy to use in a short time. After hearing Lin Chi's words, the Lord's face recovered a little. So he sat down at the next table, and the 2 sides began to communicate. As a lord of a pioneer camp, even if he faced an opponent stronger than himself, he would not be timid. Not to mention that the people he brought were also strong. Neither side mentioned the unlucky guy who died before. After all, the dead would not have any value at all. Chapter 366. The Lord with Impure Intentions. Lin Chi took out an 8th level gene crystal. This thing is exactly what the other party needs. Enough to exchange for great value. Sure enough, after seeing the gene crystal, The eyes of the lord of the pioneer camp lit up. Once the high-level mutant beasts on the mining star appear, they will be harvested by those big forces, and there is no chance for them to hunt them. Therefore, the strength of most awakened people is stuck at the 7th level, and it is difficult to advance. An 8th level gene crystal is inestimable, and the other party can easily take out an 8th level gene crystal for exchange, which is also unfathomable, which makes him pay attention again. What do you want to exchange? The Lord was weighing what in his camp was worth as much as this gene crystal. Lord Luoshan, I want to know if you can still contact the Golden Spirit Star? Since the Golden Spirit Star system was captured, the noble golden race was completely defeated, and even the main star was occupied. However, these life planets in remote areas are still safe for the time being. After all, if you want to quickly rule a star system, it will take a lot of time just to patrol, unless you abandon the portals between the major planets. Fortunately, the portal system was destroyed when the Golden Spirit clan fled. Golden Spirit Star? It's been a long time since we received any news from Golden Spirit Star, and the Golden Spirit clan rarely governs our mining planet. They used to come to collect ore every once in a while, but they haven't come twice. Lin Chi calculated the time he mentioned, which was about 20 years, about the same time as the Golden Spirit clan was captured. I need some supplies. Here's the list. Lin Chi presented the list in holographic projection mode. Lord Luoshan took a look at it. It was just some ordinary things. Only a few precious elements were difficult to get. But compared to the 8th level gene crystal, he still made some money. So he stretched out his hand to scan and record it. Okay. But I need time for these things. About 10 days. If you are not in a hurry, you can stay in our camp for the time being. These materials are all used to build the coordinates of the space portal. Although there are some on the spacecraft, it is far from enough. In addition, most of the parts need to be made by Lin Chi himself. 10 days? I can wait, but I need to arrange an independent residence for me. I don't want to be disturbed. Lin Chi plans to settle down in this camp first, so as to slowly understand the situation of this planet. According to the current situation, this planet has not been invaded by other forces, so it is suitable for his own development. When the space portal is completed and the space node of this planet is completely opened, the follow-up troops will be able to enter continuously to fight against the crisis of the Abyss clan. Lord Luoshan personally sent the 5 people to a separate courtyard in the camp. This courtyard is surrounded by walls, with a 2-story building and a basement underneath. Compared with other buildings that are like slums, it can be said to be quite luxurious. Although the pioneer camp is safe, mutant creatures will appear from time to time in the ruins. If you want to go out, don't leave the camp too far. Otherwise there will be a lot of trouble. Luoshan was not worried about the 5 people being in danger. His intuition told him that the identities of these people must be extraordinary. But trouble is not danger. The forces in his camp are complicated, and there are always some blind guys. Just like the fat man in the tavern before. The yard was cleaned very clean, and it seemed to be a place to entertain guests. But there was nothing valuable in it. It's not bad, but the concealment is a little poor. Let's stay here for a few days and see the cosmic life here. Tuanchuan and Jinna went into the room to clean up, while Jinling sat in the yard, looking up at the sky, with a somewhat lonely look. She returned to her hometown, but she didn't feel anything, and even this planet made her feel very strange. If she hadn't been able to get news from the Jinling clan, she might have thought she had come to another galaxy. Baisu has been collecting information about this planet through Weilan, and the Weilan network has invaded several nearby camps under the cover of the Pioneer Camp and learned about the distribution of forces on this planet. Since losing the control of the Jinling clan 20 years ago, the forces on this planet have changed greatly. The original forces were divided into 3, each occupying the largest mining area, and the remaining small forces also became independent and built various large and small camps. 20 years of war have turned the mining planet, which originally had some order, into a completely chaotic place. Most awakened people can only become wilderness hunters and rely on hunting mutant creatures for a living, and the weak ones can only become scavengers, picking valuable materials from the ruins of the past in exchange for a chance to survive. There are 3 9th-rank masters on this mining planet. They are the controllers of the 3 major mining areas. The closest one is the Zika Mountain Mine. Baisu presented the important news and read it to Lin Chi, who was using his mental power to sense the camp. Lin Chi's mental power can easily cover the entire camp, and everything is presented in his perception without hiding. At this moment, he is paying attention to the every move of the Luoshan Lord. The 7th rank strength can't detect any abnormality at all. After knowing his residence, Luoshan quickly contacted familiar people to find out the origins of Lin Chi and his group. However, after asking several surrounding camps, they knew nothing about these people, as if they appeared out of thin air. After pondering for a long time, he had the idea of taking a risk. The other party could easily take out an 8th level gene crystal, so he must have a richer family background and his strength must be at least at the 8th level. He couldn't deal with it with his own strength, but he happened to know an 8th level strongman, and that strongman liked to collect beauties the most. The 4 beauties around Lin Chi, although they covered their faces at that time and couldn't see their real faces, but his intuition told him that they were all rare beauties in the world. Sure enough, this guy has impure thoughts and has started to contact people to deal with us. Lin Chi sighed. He thought he could live in peace and benefit each other, but he didn't expect that the other party wanted to swallow up everything he had. In this way, he also had an excuse to control this camp. The first few days were peaceful, and Lin Chi also found a lot of good things in this pioneer camp, and even saw several human-like intelligent life. There are too many races in the universe. Some special races have been born with wisdom due to chance. But in the mainstream human body, the status of these races has always been at the bottom, and they may even become slaves to be bought and sold. In the long run, perhaps some of these slaves will be free, reproduce in dark corners, and survive in the cracks. Chapter 367 Occupy the camp. There is actually a woman with cat ears, under the spiritual power. Although the passers-by concealed their entire bodies, Lin Chi still clearly detected her strange appearance. Most of these people were wearing protective gear, and even covered all their skin, as if they were afraid of being seen. Are there orcs on the life planet of your Jinling galaxy? Lin Chi was very interested in this kind of creature, and inevitably wanted to learn more about it. These are all pitiful lives. Some of them evolved through special experiments, and some of them were due to mutations. In short, they are not recognized by mainstream life. In short, people with beast characteristics have always been the bottom life of the Jinling galaxy. Some high-level people even keep some of them in captivity for fun. As time passed, some high-level awakeners suddenly appeared in the pioneer camp, and the atmosphere gradually became solemn. Lin Chi knew that Luoshan was calling for reinforcements nearby with the intention of harming him. But after sensing that the opponent's strength was only at level 8 at most, he didn't take it to heart. Instead, Wei Lan tracked the identities of these people and found out their origins. On the 10th day, Luoshan visited again and brought several trucks of supplies. If I hadn't known the information in advance, I would never have thought that he would have other plans. Mr. Lin, this is the material you want. I have gathered it according to your requirements. Luoshan really collected some materials. After all, acting should be done in full, so as to minimize the other party's vigilance. Lin Chi used his mental power to explore it, and found that the materials were indeed configured according to his needs. So he ordered some meat, and took out the gene crystals that had been prepared long ago. This is your reward. I hope we can continue to cooperate in the future. Lin Chi handed over the box containing the gene crystals, and indeed noticed the heat in Luoshan's eyes. He has been investigating Lin Chi's information for some time, but these 5 people seemed to appear out of thin air, and there was no information to confirm it. So he came up with the idea of killing to silence the witness. Mr. Lin, I wonder if you still have high-level gene crystals in your hands. I can exchange them with other materials. He said this to test how rich Lin Chi was. Hee. What precious materials can your small camp have? This transaction has already given you a big advantage. But if I need it in the future, I will come to you again. The materials outside the courtyard are all in 5 cars, which means that the 5 people will disperse and drive a car each, which will fall into Luoshan's plan. In his opinion, among the 5 people, only Lin Chi is the strongest, and the 4 women should be quite weak. As long as the 4 of them are captured and used as hostages, Lin Chi will definitely be cautious. Sure enough, after the 5 people got on the car, Luoshan waved his hand fiercely, and the high-level awakeners who were ambushing nearby rushed out and rushed towards the 5 cars. The people he invited this time included an 8th level awakener, 4 7th level awakeners, and the awakeners from the pioneer camp, which was already a good fighting force. Even if they were to destroy other people's camps, this fighting force was enough. The 8th level awakener turned into a black light and rushed towards the car where Lin Chi was, with a flash of light in his hand, ready to split the entire car in half. However, the rest of the people were thinking of capturing Tuan Tuan alive, and they didn't use their full strength at all. They surrounded the car, holding capture tools in their hands. But several people were prepared, and after noticing the abnormality, they quickly entered the combat state. The project armor instantly possessed him, and a powerful aura burst out. 9th level. Sensing this aura, the 8th level awakener, who was attacking Lin Chi, was shocked, and before he could put away his knife, his body suddenly retreated. At the same time, he cursed in his heart, full of hatred for Luo Shan. The other party actually had a 9th level existence, and he dared to rob and kill, without even knowing the other person's strength. However, before he ran far, he was imprisoned by an invisible force, and was instantly fixed in the air. On the car behind, a red light flashed, and the breath of Bai Su gushed out, completely covering the surroundings. Time seemed to stand still, and only red light flashed. When the figure appeared, the awakened people who besieged the car fell to the ground one by one, and their bodies were split in half. The void gradually wavered, and a long knife was against Luo Shan's neck, and the blade seemed to be embedded in it. Lord Luo, what do you mean? The 8th level awakened person could not hold on for a round in Lin Chi's hands, and turned into ashes under the cover of spiritual power. I admit defeat. Luo Shan's face turned pale. It was the first time he saw such a terrible attack. The 7th level and 8th level strongmen were vulnerable to the opponent's hands. I'm afraid these people are all 9th level strength. A group of big guys came to this small place, not just to have fun. As a 9th rank person, what would he not give you? Since you've admitted defeat, have a safe journey. I'll take good care of the pioneer camp for you. Lin Chi pointed his finger, and a source of force laser pierced Luo Shan's head, and then let Wei Lan quickly take over everything in the pioneer camp. The soldiers brought by Luo Shan were all shocked by this momentum, and dared not move at all. After Lin Chi waved his hand, a man came over tremblingly. What's your name? The armor on this man was different from that of others. He should be a small leader. My name is Warhammer. The strong man's voice trembled. It was a great courage for him to speak in front of such a strong man. Very good. From now on you will be the captain of the vanguard camp. Go and gather all the combat members. If there are any who disobey, just kill them. A mass of super body matter condensed on Lin Chi's arm and merged into Warhammer's armor, quickly forming a strange laser weapon. With this thing, Warhammer's strength will change dramatically. Yes, sir. Warhammer realized that he seemed to be reused. Once he grasped this opportunity, he would not be able to rise to prominence, but he would definitely survive, and even be reused more than before. He immediately gathered his men, with a look of joy, and began to organize the entire vanguard camp. Lin Chi, under the guidance of another person, headed towards Luo Shan's residence. Although it was just a small pioneer camp, Luo Shan's residence was quite luxurious, covering a large area, and even kept many slaves. However, these assets will be his in the future. Wei Lan, count the population of the camp. Gather all the people, and let's occupy this camp first. In order to accumulate strength quickly, it is necessary to enslave the natives of this planet. Lin Chi plans to use more violent means first. After the space portal is completed, he can continuously increase the number of troops. Chapter 368 Space Portal begins. The battle just now was noticed by the nearby wilderness hunters, and the news spread throughout the camp in just a moment. Lord Luo Shan joined forces with the strong men of other forces to rob money and kill people, but was killed directly by others. It sounds ridiculous, but now those who have a good relationship with Luo Shan have all thought of escaping the camp, and some even left their family property in a hurry. After a while, Tietue had gathered the combat members of the camp. There were only a few hundred people, and their strength was at the level of 4th or 5th level, or even lower. But these are the bases for controlling the camp. After all, Lin Chi can only use 4 people now. As a native of this galaxy, Jean Ling didn't know much about this planet, but as a high-level official, she still had some say. She quickly mobilized the hundreds of awakened people and took control of the pioneer camp. This kind of low-level camp is easy to change hands, and those low-level personnel have long been accustomed to it. In just half a day, Jean Ling took over the entire camp and gained absolute control. After a brief panic, the natives living in the camp also stabilized, and seem to be accustomed to all this. It seems to be smoother than I thought. It's easy to take over this camp. Let's expand slowly from this small place. The 9th level strength of this planet is very rare. As long as Wei Lan completes the portal and summons the army of mechanical life, it will be easy to control this planet. Using this as a springboard, radiate the Jinling galaxy. Next, Lin Chi followed the clues and found the camps of the helpers invited by Luo Shan. With lightning speed, he quickly cleared several camps and confiscated a large amount of supplies. In the ruins of the mountains, a high-tech instrument is being built quickly. Wei Lan will use all the harvested materials to build the space portal, and he also needs Jin Na's ability to help bless. A month later, several huge steel buildings stood on the mountains in the ruins, and they contained extremely powerful energy. It's done! Wei Lan stood under the building and stretched out his hand to start the energy transmission device. Then, there was a fierce tremor, and a beam of energy was stimulated from the device, connecting several other devices. The next second, 2 purple light beams shot up into the sky and converged towards the sky. When these energies gathered together, a huge vortex suddenly appeared in the air and slowly stabilized. It's finally opened. Notify the fleet that is ready over there to enter the space channel. Feeling the information transmitted from the space channel, Lin Chi couldn't help but get excited. This is a big step for mankind to move towards the universe. If they can gain a foothold from now on, they may be able to control this huge galaxy. The fleet on the other side of the space channel had been waiting for a long time. As the transmission channel stabilized, a huge warship slowly flew out of it. Then countless small warships swarmed out, like a large army approaching. And from those warships, dense mechanical life flew out and formed a neat team in the air. The battle has begun. All mechanical teams are ready to occupy this planet and complete the task as quickly as possible. The data of the mechanical life was shared with Wei Lan. After arriving on this planet, all the information from the major forces was received at the first time. The team changed its formation instantly and formed into square teams. With the warships as cover, the major square teams quickly flew towards the surrounding camp forces. The first to bear the brunt are the 3 strongest forces on this mining planet. After all, there are 9th level Jin Awakeners in charge, so their power is not weak, and they have a special level of technology, so they can still fight against mechanical life. But with Baisu and Jin Na joining the battlefield, the situation can be reversed in an instant. This mining planet is smaller than the blue planet, but the land area is very large, and the mountains are stretching across the country. However, most of the land has been developed, and the mineral vein area has become a ruin. In just 2 months, the mechanical life form completely occupied this mining planet and built several steel bases. The mineral veins of this planet are just suitable for the development of the mechanical family. The special alloys extracted from the large amount of metal ores have improved the physical fitness of the mechanical life family by several levels. Lin Chi also took over the 3 original mining bases and mobilized a large number of troops to occupy them. There are not many high-level mutant creatures on this planet, most of which are hidden in the ruins and mountains, and even appear in the depths of some mining veins. Wei Lan constantly collects signals from the universe to determine the invasion direction of the Abyss Clan and the Void Clan. The union of the 2 planets allowed Lin Chi's power to increase rapidly, and continuously delivered combat power, and armed the planet in a short time. Finally, several months later, a fleet from the universe arrived at the outer edge of the atmosphere of the mining planet and landed directly on the planet. They were the fleet of the Void Clan, responsible for occupying the life planets of the Jinling Galaxy and declaring their sovereignty. In the Jinling Galaxy's information database, the levels of all life planets are recorded. The level of the planet in front of them is a resource planet with a relatively low level, and it does not have much strong combat power. Therefore, they chose to land directly. After all, the combat power of this planet cannot even break the energy protection of their armor. But after landing, they suddenly found that their warships were surrounded by countless warships, and they did not even sense the signal fluctuations coming from the siege. A ripple spread, and all the equipment in the Abyss warship stopped working. A group of nano-mechanical warriors rushed to the front of the warship and attacked it first. The warriors of the Abyss clan looked very similar to the mechanical life forms, especially the metal armor on their bodies. But in terms of numbers, they were far inferior. They knew that this mining planet had little combat power, so they only sent out a small team. There was only 1 9th level Awakener inside, and before he could fully burst out his strength, he was attacked by Jinna with the power of the Void. and his head was separated from his body. The remaining minions had no ability to resist at all, and were conquered by the mechanical life race in just a moment. Even the worship system was completely controlled by Wei Lan. Wei Lan disguised their information data and report to the other party that everything went well and the mining planet has been captured. Lin Chi walked slowly into the worship and went straight to the control room in the center. The worship of the Abyss clan can also be used by humans. Just change the system and adjust it to be understandable. The system of this worship is connected to the command network of the Abyss clan. After the Azure invasion, Lin Chi can use this system to thoroughly understand the opponent's layout. Chapter 369 Abyss Leader. How many members of the Abyss are still alive? Lin Chi asked as he checked the information of the Abyss. This race is very unique. When they are weak, they are extremely weak. But as their strength grows, they can continuously integrate the genes of other species. Each improvement is a leap forward change. Commander-in-Chief, there are still 15 members alive. A project warrior following behind him reported that these people were the second batch of warriors coming from Blue Star. Their strength was basically between level 7 and 8, which was considered high in combat power. Let Wei Lan build a scientific research base to study their genes. Perhaps we can find the weaknesses of this race from them. The information showed that there were still several life planets in this galaxy, and other fleets of the Abyss clan and the Void clan had also arrived at their destination and were descending to occupy it. If he wanted to gain a foothold in the Jinling galaxy, he had to eliminate all the forces of the nearby planets, so as to form a mutual alliance. Next, even if he encountered an attack from the Abyss clan, several planets could resist at the same time and restrain each other. However, before Lin Chi could make a good deployment, new information came from Blue Star. A large number of fleets appeared again in the monitored space nodes and flew towards the lunar base. As soon as he received the information, Lin Chi took everyone through the space transmission channel and returned to the lunar base. At this moment, the fleet of the Abyss clan has arrived near the lunar base, and the formation is slowly spreading. After the last defeat, the Abyss clan mobilized a powerful fleet in the race, so it was delayed for some time. As soon as this fleet appeared, it released a unique magnetic field to invade the lunar base. However, the defense level of Azure is far beyond the reach of ordinary weapons, and it easily resisted the first attempt. In the Abyss clan worship, a leader with black skin and golden lines stood in the observation room, looking at the vulnerable lunar base in front of him, with a disdainful smile on his lips. They have integrated the genes of the Golden Spirit clan, and their appearance is getting closer to humans, and even the unique color lines of the Golden Spirit clan appear on their bodies. Is this the last place of escape for the Jinling clan? The remaining power can actually defeat the previous fleet. I want to see how powerful these remnants are. After saying that, the leader slowly walked out of the observation room, with golden light flashing on his body, condensing into a set of black and gold armor. Just the casual aura can make the surrounding Abyss clan soldiers tremble, which shows how powerful this person is. At this moment, Lin Chi has returned to the lunar base through the space portal, and the fleet has been assembled. According to the information sent by Wei Lan, the energy reaction of the fleet coming this time is not comparable to the previous time, and it is very likely that there will be strong men above the 9th level. Facing such a strong man, Lin Chi must take the initiative to attack. Otherwise his fleet will not be able to resist the opponent's attack. The fleets of both sides slowly approached, and stopped tacitly before entering the range. A black light passed through the universe, and quickly appeared in the detection range. Sure enough, the energy reaction exceeded the 9th level. It seems that the Abyss clan has integrated the genes of the Golden Spirit clan, and has partially broken through the planetary level. Facing this planetary level strongman, Lin Chi was not surprised. After all, when he was on the mining planet, he had learned about the strength of the Abyss clan through the invasion ability of Azure. The race that occupies a galaxy often gets great development and progress. Not only the improvement of the level of science and technology, but also the evolution of its own strength. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many life races seeking to expand and enhance the ability of the race. But Lin Chi, who absorbed the dark energy of the universe, has already broken through to the planetary level, and his foundation is even deeper. Spiral arrow. Lock. An arrow was shot out tentatively, and Lin Chi flew out quickly with a spear in his hand, and the two rays of light approached at a very fast speed. In the universe, the speed of flight has reached an incredible level, and the rays of light are almost close to each other in just a moment. However, the arrow hit the leader of the Abyss first and hit the target. How is it possible? I can't dodge it. The Abyss leader showed a trace of surprise on his face. His power was so strong that ordinary attacks could not hit him at all. And he had even made a dodging move. But every time he dodged, the arrow would change its target and lock on again. He had no choice but to resist with all his strength. However, the arrow, which seemed ordinary, pierced his chest directly and went out. A fist-sized blood hole appeared on his chest, which made him feel cold all over. But the next second, his armor was restored to its original state, and even the damaged parts of his body healed quickly. Although the arrow broke his defense, it did not pose much threat to his life. Although I don't understand your attack method. Such an attack can't kill me. The leader of the Abyss had a gloomy face, and he didn't care whether Lin Chi could understand his words or not. He condensed a long sword in his hand and chopped through the air. The black light condensed by this sword made a crack appear in the void, and it was spreading rapidly. Sure enough, reaching the planetary level of strength is different. A casual knife can create a space crack. This kind of attack cannot be taken head-on unless you have a defense to resist the tearing of space. If Jean Na is here, this kind of attack will basically have no effect on her. But Lin Chi cannot underestimate it. After avoiding the attack, he stabbed out with a gun, and the tip of the gun also showed signs of breaking. Hit! The two were obviously far enough apart. But this gun stabbed the Abyss leader against common sense and pierced his chest again. How is it possible? Being hit twice in a row made him feel unreal. He had clearly made an evasive move, but he still couldn't dodge. It was as if there was a special force in the dark, as if it was correcting the opponent's attack. Nothing is impossible. In my eyes, you are a living target. With a long spear, half of the Abyss leader's body was torn apart instantly. But the flesh exposed to the universe was not frozen, but gathered together again. However, after recovery, his breath gradually became a little unsmooth, and even his energy became irritable. As soon as he recovered, the Abyss leader quickly retreated and distanced himself from Lin Chi. Although I don't know what power you have mastered, in the face of absolute strength, all skills are useless. A violent aura burst out from the Abyss leader, and as the aura spread, it caused the void to vibrate and spread layers of ripples. Light of annihilation. Both hands stimulated a black light wave, shooting towards Lin Chi. This energy was similar to the attack on the black battleship, and was extremely powerful. Chapter 370 Special Shapeshifter. However, this energy attack had already been seen through by Lin Chi, and he could even use source power to simulate the power of annihilation. Annihilation Spirit Ball. An equally violent black energy ball flew out of Lin Chi's hand, and the two energies collided and exploded instantly. The Abyss leader was even more shocked. This unique energy was simply the special ability of his Abyss clan. Until he was completely crushed by this energy, he still couldn't believe that he would be defeated by the most familiar energy. Looking at the drowned Abyss leader, Lin Chi knew that it was impossible to kill the opponent with just such an attack. So he stabbed the spear in his hand again and stabbed the enemy directly. Powerful energy was injected into it, and the mental power was suppressed. A force that imprisoned the whole body instantly suppressed the opponent. This power continued to expand in the body of the Abyss leader until his body was stretched to the limit. But under Lin Chi's control, it was strangely stabilized. The energy in the body of a planetary-level strongman is so huge. If you are allowed to expose yourself, I am afraid that the nearby fleet will be affected. It is better to be honest. Lin Chi slapped the Abyss leader with a slap, knocking him unconscious instantly, and flew towards the fleet with the unconscious opponent. With the victory of this battle, the fleet's momentum instantly increased, and immediately rushed towards the opponent under the command of Wei Lan, with countless lasers shooting randomly. After the integration of several technologies, the fleet of the moon base has reached a very high level, and is even stronger than the Abyss fleet in some aspects. With Wei Lan's precise command, the opponent's fleet was finally wiped out at a very small cost. It seems that we have attracted the attention of the Abyss clan, and they have sent a planet-level strongman. The Abyss leader was imprisoned in a specially made instrument, with countless tubes inserted into his body, constantly extracting energy from his body. The genes of the Abyss clan are very special. This kind of fusion is even more terrifying than Lin Chi's fusion zombies, and they have their own choice of advantages and disadvantages. Planetary-level bodies are more worthy of study than those captured before. The victory of the Interstellar War not only brought great gains to the Blue Star camp, but also made them realize that cosmic life is not yet invincible. Lin Chi took advantage of the leisure time after the battle to return to Blue Star, and brought the fusion zombies that had reached the 9th level to the lunar base. In the battle in the universe, warships have great convenience. But when they arrive at other life planets to fight, this huge fusion zombie will become the biggest war assistant. Except for the Blue Star Federation members who stayed behind. Most areas on Blue Star have been controlled by the mechanical life family, and divided into safety level areas from 1 to 9. The danger levels of mutant creatures and evolved bugs in those places are also clearly divided, so as to avoid the awakened ones from encountering unpredictable crises when hunting mutant beasts. As long as the awakened ones on Blue Star reach the 8th level, they can choose to join the moon base and enter the Golden Spirit Galaxy to quickly improve their strength. In the Golden Spirit Galaxy, on the Mineral Star, after completely controlling this planet, Lin Chi began to invade several nearby life planets. The high-level combat power brought from Blue Star was organized into a fleet, and with the Mechanical Life and Lobster Clan as assistants, they flew towards a life planet next door. That life planet has been occupied by the Abyss Clan, but the deployment has not yet been fully deployed. After occupying this life planet, the Abyss Clan began to slaughter creatures wantonly, fusing the blood with high genetic strength into their own bodies to enhance their strength. Under this strong pressure, the remaining creatures formed forces to resist, and the entire planet fell into chaos for a while. When Lin Chi's fleet arrived near the planet, he could still see the shock waves of the planet's surface exploding. The entire surface of the planet was even more devastated. These guys really know how to waste good things. Such a good planet was destroyed like this. Looking at this life planet that is several times larger than the Blue Star, Lin Chi felt extremely distressed for a while. If humans were allowed to migrate to this planet, perhaps their strength could be increased several times in a short period of time. The oxygen content of this planet is higher than that of the Blue Star. So many large creatures were born. I have seen the information in the database. A special mutant beast was born from this planet. Jean Ling thought of a fragment deep in her memory. That unique mutant beast is still fresh in her memory. What kind of mutant beast? Lin Chi was a little curious when he heard it. There are endless mutant beasts on the Blue Star. And even after mutation, they will produce branches. There is another one that can make Jean Ling curious. It is a shape-shifting beast. They can freely enlarge and shrink their bodies. Once they encounter danger, they will shrink and drill into the gap to avoid the crisis. It is a plaything of the upper echelons of the Jean Ling clan. At the beginning, one was worth tens of thousands of Jean Ling coins. The Jean Ling coins mentioned by Jean Ling were the currency used in the Jean Ling galaxy. One Jean Ling coin was enough for the living needs of ordinary residents of Jean Ling Star for a year. Oh, there is such a thing. How many are there now? When Lin Chi heard this, he had an idea in his mind. If he could obtain the genes of this mutant creature, his fused zombie clone would be convenient to carry. Very few. They were captured in large numbers hundreds of years ago. And even the interstellar black market offered extremely high prices. Many interstellar bandits have visited this planet. I haven't heard of anyone seeing a mutant beast on this planet in recent years. Jean Ling shook his head. The extinction of a creature is basically because it has great value and has no means to protect itself. The same is true for the Jean Ling clan. As they were talking, the fleet had already reached the surface of the planet, and the energy was stable, floating in the air. This sudden fleet also aroused the vigilance of the Abyss clan, and immediately sent countless messages to ask for identity verification. After all, after the Jean Ling galaxy was invaded, many interstellar pirates took the opportunity to invade as well, and seize resources from the Abyss clan before they completely controlled the galaxy. Lin Chi ignored these messages. Let Wei Lan deploy the battle plan, and he landed on the surface of the planet with a small team. The gravity is stronger than that of the Blue Star, which means that the natives of this planet will be stronger. But the technological development seems to be very backward. At a glance, the mountains are undulating and the vegetation is dense. Even if there are buildings, they are relatively backward. This planet is restricted from technological development in order to prevent the extinction of those precious mutant creatures and provide them with a good living environment. But with the invasion of the Abyss clan, they don't care about the reproduction of these resources. And signs of hunting and extinction appear everywhere. Let's start. Try to save this planet. These are our resources. Lin Chi immediately ordered the fleet to start searching for the traces of the Abyss clan. Chapter 371 Underground World. The invading Abyss fleet was weaker than the previous ones, and there was only one 9th level one. But even so, the natives of this planet were driven to flee everywhere. and each counterattack was destroyed. The elite fleet led by Luo Ming easily defeated the fleet of the Abyss clan, and worked together to kill the strongest Abyss captain of the other side. Then everyone began to explore this planet. The natives of this planet are basically about 3 meters in size, and they are like giants. But because of genetic limitations, their growth limit is a bit low, and their wisdom is insufficient. However, they also knew that Lin Chi's fleet was the savior of this planet, and Jinling showed his identity and successfully called on some natives loyal to the Jinling galaxy. After learning that the Jinling galaxy was invaded by other cosmic races, these giants with well-developed limbs did not hesitate to pledge allegiance to Jinling and established a resistance army. Everyone had their own tasks, and Lin Chi led a few people to search for traces of shapeshifters on this planet. This special mutant beast can only grow to the 3rd level at most, and is an ornamental beast with little threat. But when it transforms, it can quickly expand its body to deter the opponent, so it can easily escape when facing a 5th level mutant beast. But later, they were captured and studied on a large scale, and their numbers became increasingly rare, almost extinct. Wei Lan made a device to search for the life fluctuations of the 3rd level mutant beasts, and searched the primeval forests on the planet on a large scale to help Lin Chi find this deformed beast. But for several days, no trace was found. The mutant beasts on this planet are really special, and they have all kinds of forms. Lin Chi waved his hand to slap a red lizard that rushed out of the dense forest, and concentrated his mind to open a passage in front. This movement caused the dense forest to riot instantly, and countless mutant beasts hidden in it rushed out one after another, fleeing away on a large scale. Wild animals are obviously more sensitive to danger than humans. Otherwise, they would not have been able to survive in such a harsh environment for so long. Maybe we should ask a native. They may know where the shapeshifters are. Bai Su wiped the sweat from her forehead. This depressing environment made people feel very uncomfortable. The humidity of the air almost made people feel surrounded by a sticky substance. That's right. Let Jinling help collect information. Now she has control of this planet. With the help of Jinling's identity, those giant races that were originally somewhat repulsive accepted Lin Chi's rule very smoothly. So she quickly sent a message to Jinling, asking about the last trace of the shapeshifters. Sure enough, not long after, Jinling sent the mountain where the natives last saw the shapeshifter, and marked several possible locations where it could survive. The coordinates are not far from here. Let's go over and take a look now. After marking the coordinates, a spaceship quickly took off from the distant forest, and several people followed and flew into the sky. Just entering the spaceship, a moment later, they had arrived at their destination. The life-scanning system of the spaceship scanned the entire deep forest and marked the species with life characteristics similar to those of the shapeshifter. Send some small search machines. We can just watch here. Although entering the forest to search was not a big challenge for the few people just now, the environment was really too harsh. After a short rest, Bai Su couldn't wait to enter the cabin of the spacecraft and prepare to wash her body. Lin Chi naturally followed in. After all, he was busy all day and would inevitably lose most of his time to enjoy himself. Only by taking the opportunity to enter could he seize the opportunity briefly. Soon the search machine had collected information in the mountains, but still did not find any traces of the shape-shifting beast, but found a powerful mutant beast. A mutant beast with a level of 9 exposed its breath in the mountains, but soon disappeared. But this trace of breath was captured by the search machine and recorded. When the two walked out of the bathroom, Wei Lan reminded them in time and presented the information they had just captured. 9th order mutant beast? The 9th order mutant beasts on this planet are very powerful and huge in size. Generally speaking, it is difficult to hide their tracks. However, because the primeval forest on this planet is too large, it will not attract too much attention. But when they explored again, they could not sense the breath of the mutant beast. How could it disappear? Such a big one. Lin Chi used the life detector on the spacecraft and modified it to the 9th order frequency, but still could not find a trace of information fluctuations. As a last resort, he had to start the spacecraft and lower the altitude to search at close range. After searching for a while, they found a huge abyss in a valley. There is a strong energy reaction in this abyss cave. The spacecraft was close to the crack and was obviously stirred by the turbulence caused by the energy fluctuations. It could not stop steadily. It can be seen that it must be extremely dangerous inside. However, there is no such detailed landform in the records of this life planet, and it is unknown where this huge crack came from. The two discussed for a while, and decided to go in and find out. Even if they encountered unknown dangers, they could easily deal with them with their strength. The spacecraft slowly entered the crack. It was pitch black around, but it did not affect the alternative detection method. The smooth stone wall seemed to have been rubbed a lot, and it looked wet. It kept tilting down. After an unknown amount of time, a bright light finally appeared. Why is there a bright light here? This reminded Lin Chi of the place where Jean Ling's starship was hidden, which was also deep underground. But they used the energy of the starship to change the underground environment. Is it the same here? Following the bright light into the underground space, the view in front of him suddenly became clear, exactly as Lin Chi had guessed. But the source of the brightness here was not due to technology. It was a few huge peaks, rather than mountains. They were more like supports connecting the underground space. This space is obviously a huge layer, with supporting objects like mountain peaks that prop up the upper layer, presenting a vast open space. And the mountain peaks shine with a special light, illuminating the entire space. Within the space area, the vegetation is dense. Birds and beasts are in groups, and there are even several giant mutant beasts moving slowly. All this seems so peaceful, without any disputes at all. However, the spaceship entered it and broke the tranquility. A group of mutant birds nearby noticed the foreign objects, suddenly screamed, and flew away in panic. Under the chain reaction, the entire underground space instantly became lively. Chapter 372 Transfiguration Beast. Those mutant birds were very strange, without a single feather on their bodies. Just like pterosaurs from ancient times, they spread their wings and flew up, stirring up a hurricane. After Lin Chi parked the spaceship in a hidden corner to block the breath, the two quickly flew out of it. Just then, a giant mutant bird flew over, and its sharp cry caused a sound wave to vibrate. The surrounding vegetation was bent down by the sound wave, which shows how powerful the sound wave is. Any mutant bird has reached the 8th level of strength. This underground is really terrifying. The two found this treasure house. Even if they couldn't find the special transforming beast, the large number of high-level mutant beasts alone made it worth the trip. An arrow shot out, hitting a mutant bird's head, and the rotating arrow instantly destroyed the core area. The huge bird body fell straight down, smashing a forest. The breath of death instantly filled the entire underground space, and the originally peaceful mutant beasts instantly became agitated. Among them, several powerful ones actually rushed directly in the direction of Lin Chi. Call Wei Lan. Confirm my current location. Send all our combat forces above level 8. And send the fusion zombies as well. Such a large number of mutant beasts, and most of them are high-level existences. If Lin Chi hunts them alone, I don't know how long it will take. It's just right for those awakened ones under his command to experience it. Let's see if there are any shapeshifters here. As for those high-level mutants, let others hunt them. For the two people now, these high-level mutants are not a threat at all. On the contrary, those strange things are more interesting. So they quickly concealed their breath, avoided the mutants rushing towards them, and flew deep into the underground space. The inner world of the Earth is very vast. Each supporting pillar emits light that illuminates the inner world of the Earth, allowing the creatures here to live normally. It can be seen that these minerals also have very peculiar uses. The two flew for a long time and recorded all the mutants they saw, but still did not find the shapeshifters they wanted. Is that creature really extinct? Lin Chi stopped on a mountain peak, picked up a glowing stone, and felt the rich energy in it. This energy stone is recorded in the Jinling galaxy. It is a very precious energy source stone. It can be used as an energy source for spacecraft, and can also be slowly absorbed by creatures to enhance genetic power. It is no wonder that the mutant creatures in the underground world are generally of high level. Not long after, several more warships flew in from the cracks and entered this underground space. A group of Project Plan warriors flew out and looked at this strange world with great surprise in their hearts. It was the first time they saw such a strange environment, especially the large number of 9th level mutant creatures, which was exactly the conditions they needed for advancement. In the future, we can get some low-level mutant beasts here and let them absorb the energy here to evolve quickly. After checking the use of the energy source stone, Lin Chi suddenly had an idea that this place might become a base for cultivating high-level mutant beasts. Until Wei Lan had scanned the entire underground space, he finally found the shape-shifting beast that Lin Chi had been thinking about. It was a reptile with a body size comparable to that of a 6th level mutant beast. It had been hiding in a dark corner. If it hadn't been noticed that the fluctuation of life energy didn't match its body size, it really wouldn't have been seen. Is this the shape-shifting beast? The two slowly approached, and the shape-shifting beast seemed to have sensed the danger, slowly emerged from the corner, and raised its head and roared. However, seeing that the momentum did not repel Lin Chi, the shapeshifter showed its fear and shrank back. Sure enough, the energy reaction is very weak, but the body is strange. Lin Chi slowly gathered his mental power and pressed towards the shapeshifter. When he sensed the threat, his body shrank rapidly, leaving only about 30 centimeters, and quickly drilled into the crack in the corner. But no matter how stealthy his body was, he could not stop the spread of mental power, and he was pulled out not long after. Hey, this is actually its nest, and there are several of them inside. Deep in the crack, there was a nest, and a group of shapeshifters were hiding inside, looking outside in horror. At this moment, the fusion zombie also came to the underground space and was dealing with a 9th-level mutant beast. Lin Chi directly threw the deformed beast over and sent it into the mouth of the fusion zombie. As long as the genes of the deformed beast are integrated into the body, perhaps the clone will also have the ability to freely change its body shape. It will be much more convenient to take it to conquer other planets at that time. The underground space was soon completely occupied by the fleet. Those high-level mutant beasts undoubtedly became materials for harvesting crystals. However, Lin Chi did not kill them all, but left some of the 8th-level mutant beasts and waited for them to advance before harvesting them. The mineral veins here are also very precious, and can even be transferred to some lifeless planets to arrange space stations and improve the environment of the planets. Jean Ling established a temporary command post on this planet and sent a message to the entire Jean Ling galaxy through the Wei-Lan system, summoning old members to prepare to resist the invasion of the Abyss clan and the Void clan. Under her call, there were indeed several messages that responded, but at the same time, it also attracted the attention of the Abyss clan and the Void clan. Not long after, a large number of fleets arrived nearby and faced each other in the universe. Having had many experiences in interstellar wars, Lin Chi immediately asked Wei-Lan to deploy everything. The fleets on the two planets attacked at the same time, and he also took the opportunity to shoot hundreds of arrows. The arrows that seemed ordinary were more terrifying than powerful laser weapons. The energy barrier with outstanding defense could not resist them at all. Just one arrow could destroy a warship. After breaking through the defense first, the opponent's fleet was like a live target and could not withstand a round of bombing. The victory of the interstellar war is undoubtedly a comparison of who has stronger firepower, especially when the opponent is not sure of his own strength and has not yet prepared heavy weapons. Relying on Lin Chi's special ability, the temporary resistance of Jean Ling quickly recovered more than a dozen life planets and occupied a place in the Jean Ling galaxy. Relying on the remaining strength, he actually confronted the Abyss clan and the Void clan, just wanting to go further. The difficulty is unknown. When the opponent is prepared, he will not attack rashly, and Lin Chi will not have the opportunity to sneak attack again. The next step is to test the strength of a single soldier. A planet-level combat power is capable of controlling an interstellar war. However, after the opponent sent several planetary masters in succession and lost their traces, this idea of trying to reverse the occupation with personal strength has completely disappeared. Chapter 373: The Power of Stars. The brief stalemate made Lin Chi relax. The dozen or so life planets he now controls have become his greatest wealth. Lin Chi did not forget the development of Blue Star. He transported all the remarkable special technologies of these planets to Blue Star and began to build his own base. After reaching the planetary level, if you want to improve, you need to master the power of stars. This is a higher level of power in the universe, and even most creatures do not know the existence of this level. Even in the Jinling galaxy, no star-level strongman has been born in all these years. This legend has only been recorded in the information database. However, after absorbing a large amount of dark energy, Lin Chi found a way to advance. There are a large number of stars in the Jinling galaxy. Although the energy fluctuations emitted are very thin, Lin Chi, who has entered the planetary level, still senses that there is the energy he needs here. Lin Chi entered the body of the fusion zombie clone and slowly reached the surface of the planet under double protection. There are no life planets within the range covered by this star, so Lin Chi can absorb the energy inside without restraint. The fusion zombie is like Lin Chi's mecha. It has integrated the genes of the Abyss clan and the Void clan. It can also survive in the universe, and can withstand the special energy emitted by the star. Lin Chi, who was inside the mecha, was sensing the energy emitted by the star and slowly absorbing and integrating it. At the same time, other 9th level awakeners on Blue Star were also rapidly improving their strength. The dark energy source created by Jean Na's ability could continuously absorb the dark energy emitted from the other dimension, allowing everyone's strength to increase by leaps and bounds. The short-lived peace in the Jinling galaxy did not last long, and the short-lived alliance between the Abyss clan and the Void clan gradually split into 2 parts due to the struggle for interests. And the entire galaxy was divided into 3 parts with the Jinling. Among them, the Abyss clan occupied the largest area and controlled the most prosperous Jinling star. The Void clan controlled the borderland and constantly eroded the resources of this galaxy to strengthen itself. Finally, Jinling was constantly summoning the natives of the galaxy. Her gradually growing strength made her see the possibility of regaining the galaxy. Therefore, before Lin Chi could cultivate from the star, Jinling took the initiative to attack and conquer a nearby life planet. At first, it seemed that the opponent was afraid of that special attack, but Jinling won several battles and regained several life planets. Gradually, the opponent also realized that something was wrong. The attack of the Jinling fleet was obviously much weaker than before, and sometimes they could even fight evenly. After many attempts, they found that the mysterious long-range arrow attack was missing, which made the Abyss clan aware of the problem. Taking advantage of the expansion of the Golden Spirit, a small spaceship avoided the blockade and quietly entered a life planet. That life planet is the base camp where the Golden Spirit is now located, and even built several dark energy sources on it. The Abyss clan sent an elite team, each of whom has planetary level strength. After hiding their identities, as long as they don't actively expose themselves, ordinary people can't detect them at all. After all, they also have the genetic characteristics of the Golden Spirit clan, which can provide effective cover. The purpose of this elite team hiding their identities is to find out the mysterious attack that can easily break through the energy defense of the warship every time. If this problem is not solved, no matter how many fleets come, it will be useless. But as soon as they landed on this planet, they sensed a faint dark energy fluctuation and began to search for the source of the dark energy. The places with dark energy in the universe are all places that high-level life must fight for. This is related to breaking through the bottleneck of the 9th level. As long as they can get a source of dark energy, it means that they have mastered an important source of high-end combat power. After they sensed the breath of dark energy, they began a secret investigation. However, the dark energy source is heavily guarded, and there are strong men from Blue Star guarding it. With a tight defense of Wei Lan, ordinary people cannot enter it at all. Even planet-level strong men like them have to be cautious. With a special mission, a group of 5 people sneaked into the city, hid their bodies, and used their special abilities to control some residents. However, it was this action that made Wei Lan aware of some abnormal information and locked the unknown target. Back on Blue Star, the peninsula country was controlled by the Abyss clan. It was in this state, although it looked like a normal person on the surface. The more it was like this, the more flaws it would reveal. As soon as Wei Lan got the news, he notified everyone and raised the highest alert. At this moment, Lin Chi on the star also received Wei Lan's message. He immediately put down his practice, condensed a bow and arrow, and shot 5 arrows at the target in a row. With Wei Lan's information flow as a transit station, the other party's position coordinates can be clearly sensed. These 5 arrows carry the energy of the star, shuttle through the universe, and quickly reach the surface of the planet. The 5 people were locked by arrows before they revealed their tracks. Sensing the fatal crisis, the 5 planetary strongmen quickly flew into the sky and flew into the universe. At the same time, they released signals about this planet in an attempt to notify the base camp of the Abyss clan. But this planet had long been blocked by Wei Lan, and all information could not be transmitted. 5 arrows broke through the air, like 5 long dragons, crossing the universe. The planet-level strongmen had no power to resist at all, no matter what means they used. They could not resist the power of this single arrow, and were directly annihilated by the blessing of the star energy. Sensing the disappearance of the target's life energy, Lin Chi continued to enter the state of cultivation, as if everything just now was done casually. He no longer cared about everything at this stage. As long as he broke through to the star stage, he could directly crush it with his powerful strength and completely conquer the entire Jinling galaxy. By then, he will be the master of the Golden Spirit Galaxy. and humans will become the largest race in this galaxy. The loss of 5 more planetary warriors caused the Abyss clan to panic. These powerful Abyss warriors were born after invading the Golden Spirit clan and obtaining a large amount of resources. However, before they could show their own style, they were lost here and did not play any role at all. A trace of panic gradually enveloped the entire Abyss clan, and the original sense of joy of victory suddenly dissipated. The Void clan, who cooperated with them, had already collected all the supplies and prepared to return to their own galaxy to avoid this powerful opponent. Chapter 374 Sneaking into Jinling City. This encounter made Jinling increase his defense and become more cautious. If it weren't for Lin Chi's long-range arrow attack, the 5 Abyss Masters would certainly cause unimaginable damage to this planet. The reason why it was so easily invaded to the surface of the planet was because the expansion speed during this period was too fast, and it was impossible to take care of all places. At this point, the battle in the universe can no longer be the key to victory. Only absolute strength can completely crush the opponent. Otherwise, if the opponent has the intention of fighting to the death, then both sides will suffer losses. Therefore, Jinling also stopped continuing to recover other planets, and instead began to increase its own defense, making the dozen planets it owned as solid as a rock. She placed all her hopes on Lin Chi. Only when Lin Chi broke through to the star level could he truly unify the Jinling galaxy. The Abyss clan also had their own way to deal with this kind of thing. After they knew that things were in a stalemate, they opened the universe defense line of the Jinling galaxy and completely lifted the blockade against the outside world. Originally, this kind of owned galaxy was an absolute forbidden area for interstellar pirates. Even in normal times, they could only survive in chaotic galaxies or sneak in. But after the Abyss clan opened the restrictions, a large number of interstellar pirates entered the Jinling galaxy, causing great chaos to the major life planets. These interstellar pirates are numerous, and their individual strength is extremely strong. Each spaceship has rich combat experience and is good at camouflage and hiding. Few fleets in the universe can capture their traces. The appearance of interstellar pirates had a certain impact on the 3 forces, causing the entire Jinling galaxy to enter a state of chaos. As a last resort, Jinling could only allocate part of its forces to expel those interstellar pirates. A few years passed in a flash, and many forces had been fighting endlessly during this period. More and more interstellar pirates came to the Jinling galaxy and regarded it as a hunting ground to plunder the precious resources of this galaxy. These pirates were quite professional, and their actions were erratic. Once a large-scale fleet arrived, they fled without a trace, and could not find any trace at all. However, Jinling also had a way to deal with it. She quietly modified a batch of spaceships, and found some powerful awakeners from her forces to disguise them as interstellar pirates. In this way, he successfully joined the camp of those interstellar pirates, and penetrated into their inner circle. Interstellar pirates are a group of guys who only care about their own interests. As long as it is beneficial to them, they will intervene in anything. In the past, the galaxies with absolute domination would not allow interstellar pirates to appear on a large scale. But they still could not stop those guys who survived in the cracks. They have their own unique navigation routes, and even control hidden space nodes, which can freely shuttle among major galaxies. Some even act as mercenaries, and accept commissions from some galaxies. Most of the awakened people on Blue Star are on the second life planet occupied at the beginning. This planet was named Star of Hope by Lin Chi, and is the main base for cultivating high-level awakened people. Most of the life on the Blue Star migrated to this planet, slowly transforming it into a second Blue Star. Lin Chi is awakened on the star at this moment, and has learned about the current situation of the Jinling galaxy through Wei Lan. He did not intervene in the chaotic situation. Jinling is now increasingly powerful. After all, it was once the dominant race of the entire Jinling galaxy. There are many forces in the galaxy that serve her. In this short period of time, she has reconquered more than a dozen planets. In this situation, those forces have gradually escaped from Lin Chi's control, and only know Jinling's leadership. This situation has gone beyond Lin Chi's control, and he has been far away from the power core of the Jinling clan. That's why Lin Chi chose to hide and wait for the Blue Star's power to develop slowly before making a choice. Since he chose to enter the universe, he would never let the humans of Blue Star be inferior to other life races. He must establish his own power, control a galaxy, and allow humans to fully reproduce. On Hope Star, not paying attention to the disputes in the universe, it is even more relaxed and happy than on Blue Star. Lin Chi accompanied the girls to play on Hope Star every day, appreciating this life planet that is different from Blue Star. Moreover, the culture of this planet has also been reorganized. Wei Lan passed on the civilization of Blue Star to all the intelligent life on this planet, and let them spread and reproduce with the civilization of Blue Star as the main body. Lin Chi knew that civilization could rule everything. When the language and writing used by the Jinling Galaxy were converted into Blue Star civilization, Blue Star would have a sense of belonging in their hearts, and then it would be much easier to rule. Lin Chi didn't take the threat of interstellar pirates seriously at all. He even selected some awakened people with special strength like Jinling, and asked them to join the pirates to learn about the other side. Lin Chi even personally formed a pirate team to take advantage of the chaos to go to the planet controlled by the Abyss clan to find some precious resources. A very unique spaceship that was modified quickly passed through the space nodes in the universe and kept jumping. Finally, after jumping through countless nodes, it stopped steadily in a colorful cosmic area. Lin Chi shook his head. Even with his powerful strength, he felt dizzy after enduring so many space jumps. The others collapsed on the ground and recovered after a long time. Where are we? I feel like my soul is about to fly out. Tuan Tuan rubbed his head, his body spinning involuntarily. And he couldn't stop at all. We have entered the main star occupied by the Abyss clan. I have blocked the information of the spacecraft. They will not find our traces. Wei Lan's super body was not affected at all. The body she now has is made with the body of the planetary strongman of the Abyss clan and the advanced technology of the Mechanical Life clan, and has extremely high potential. Similarly, the Abyss clan would not notice anything wrong with this body, as they would only think that she was of the same race, or even higher level. Let's find a safe place to land, and hide our bodies to go to Jinling City controlled by the Abyss clan. After a short rest, the few people recovered, and the project armor was activated, completely wrapping their bodies. These project armors also absorbed the bodies of the Abyss clan, and the forms they showed were exactly the same as the Abyss clan they had contacted before. With this cover, even if they went deep into the core of the Abyss clan, they would not be able to see any clues. Wei Lan had already entered the identity information of the group into the Jinling City system. Of course, they were all false identities, and they were not easy to detect. When the spaceship entered the route, it slowly fell towards Jinling City. Chapter 375 Invasion of the Abyss Network. According to the information database shared by Jinling before, this star city is the most prosperous area in the entire galaxy. There is only one city on a planet, covering 1/3 of the entire planet. Just by looking at the information, you can know how prosperous this city is. This city is even bigger than our Blue Star. The crowd flew slowly in the air and landed at the designated location following the guiding light. Just like the parking lot in memory, each spaceship targeted by the light has its own parking position. After landing, a layer of energy barrier automatically rises around the spaceship, completely covering it, which can be regarded as a kind of all-round protection. It seems that the city was not damaged much at the beginning, and most of the facilities can still operate smoothly. Everyone got off the spaceship and recorded their identities on the scanner beside them. This time, Lin Chi came to Jinling City with only 6 people, namely Tuan Tuan, Bai Su, Xiaoling, Jin Na and an Xian, and Wei Lan who was disguised as a human. Strictly speaking, Wei Lan is now a person. Jinling Star is an autonomous city, and there is no need to maintain town order. After Lin Chi downloaded the detailed information of the city, he can use this information to reach any accessible place. The 7 people got on the transportation in the city, entered the coordinates, and began to watch the scenery along the way. Jinling City is full of golden splendor. But if you look closely, you can see that some black luster was added later. The fusion tool is an open-air tool similar to a hovercraft, with an energy shield attached. The vehicle shuttled quickly in the city, passing by towering buildings, and small spaceships flew by quickly on both sides from time to time, without any interference between them. There should be a huge intelligent control system in this city. I wonder how it compares with Wei Lan, to be able to control such a large city. And it is still well organized. The level of intelligent life in it must be not weak. The level of intelligent life in this city is weaker than mine. And because it controls the operation of this city, the computing power that can be allocated is limited. So it cannot find us. The blue eyes lit up slightly, as if she had seen through everything about the other party. If it was an intelligent life from the previous Jinling Star, she might have to be wary. But the intelligent life of the Abyss clan was obviously not compatible with the operation of this city. There were other life forms on the vehicle, so the few people did not talk much, and arrived at the destination a moment later. It was a central square, and there were continuous buildings nearby. Different life forms in the universe could be seen wandering around the city. Since the Abyss clan opened the blockade of the border of the Jinling galaxy, various cosmic life forms have come to this galaxy. Some are adventurers who explore the mysteries of the universe, and some want to take the opportunity to make a fortune in the chaos. Let's find a place to stay first, and then slowly explore the city. When he stepped on the smooth ground, there were ripples, as if there was energy reverberating, but there was no sense of smoothness. And after entering the target location, there would even be arrows under his feet to indicate the direction and the distance displayed. Lin Chi was very curious about this new feeling. The Jinling galaxy has integrated technology into life, and everything is extremely convenient. After entering the transmission channel of a building and paying an Abyss energy coin, the transmission channel quickly surged with colorful streamers, and in just a few breaths, he had arrived at the destination. When they reappeared, the 7 people were already on the tallest building nearby, and they could see everything outside through the crystal wall. This was a guest room specially customized by Lin Chi, which was connected to the virtual network of Jinling City and could enter the network world. It was the highest-end device interface in the city. If you need to buy anything, you need to enter the virtual world to choose. After paying the Abyss coin, there will be a special transportation channel to deliver it to you. This is the convenience of the real world and the virtual world. They are not interoperable but connected. Moreover, there are more ways to entertain and explore in the virtual world. The Blue Network on Blue Star was constructed based on the virtual world of Jinling Galaxy. In fact, Lin Chi could also connect the Azure Network on Blue Star with the Abyss Network of the Abyss Clan, and connect the ports of the 2 virtual worlds. But that would undoubtedly be a huge impact on the Azure Network. The current Blue Star is not qualified to be truly displayed in the universe. After taking over the equipment in the room, Azure checked it in detail, and after confirming that it would not be monitored, it opened the port of the virtual network. With the transmission of consciousness, the 7 people appeared in a virtual world. The Abyss virtual world is more real than our Azure virtual world, and there are so many users here. The 7 people appeared in a huge square, and they saw that the surroundings were densely packed with intelligent life from various star fields, and they had endless forms. Some even built a beast form, running on the ground, and some grew wings and flew in the sky. But everyone's overall body shape was limited to a certain height. Let's start. Wei Lan, help us block the information. Don't let their intelligent life track our location. Lin Chi lightly tapped the core of the armor, and the super armor quickly changed and covered the whole body. In just a breath, it turned into the form of the leader of the Abyss clan. Then he jumped out of the safe zone. The virtual world of the Abyss clan allows fighting, but you must leave the safe zone. So traces of fighting can be seen everywhere here. Of course, if you want to avoid fighting, you only need to stay in the safe zone, and no one can threaten you. Just after flying out of the safe zone, Lin Chi saw someone fighting. He didn't care what kind of people the other party was, and he slashed down directly from the air. The 40-meter-long sword energy directly chopped the other party into data dissipation, forcing him to exit the virtual network. Wei Lan, pay attention to collecting the scattered data information of the other party. Don't waste resources. The Abyss network is full of violence, although it seems to have some order after integrating the Jinling network. Its essential predatory nature has not disappeared. In this virtual network, as long as you kill the other party, you will get some of the other party's information data. This includes the information in the other party's information database, and the Abyss coins in the identity account. Others were not surprised to see the scene, because they were doing the same thing. After leaving the safe zone, everyone has the right to attack anyone, but they must also be careful not to be killed by others. In the virtual world, Lin Chi's skills can still be used, and they are even more perverted than in reality. After rushing into the crowd, the wind and breath slash was instantly activated, directly covering a range of thousands of meters. Chapter 376: The Reproduction Method of the Abyss Clan. The crazy massacre caused the surrounding area to fall into chaos, so that all the life forms in this area were implicated. Some even passed by and were slashed, inexplicably involved. Those who dared to appear in the chaotic area were all life forms with strong strength, and the punishment for death was not high. They would only lose some money and data randomly, so no one was afraid of death. Unknowingly, more and more people joined the battlefield. After completely disrupting the situation, Lin Shi took the opportunity to withdraw and hit aside with a few people. The more chaotic the better. Only when it is completely chaotic, Wei Lan will have the opportunity to enter the interior of the Abyss virtual network and obtain some of the other party's permissions. Looking at the already chaotic situation, Lin Shi gathered his bow and arrows to harvest from a distance, and even shot at those who were watching from a distance. In this situation of fighting and attracting, people kept joining in, and the situation could not be maintained for a while. A war broke out in the Abyss virtual network, which unknowingly attracted the attention of people from all sides who were interested in it. And even the life forms in the nearby safe zone came to join in the fun. For a time, the flames of war spread and continued to spread everywhere. Wherever Lin Shi went, he brought the war there. Although most people knew that someone was secretly stirring up trouble, when the real fight started, no one cared about the source. After some people got a lot of benefits from it, they began to organize teams to hunt people who appeared in the chaotic area. Some people lost information in the database and account balances, and they were unwilling to suffer this injustice. So they reorganized their flags and fought back again. In just a few days, the Abyss processor became stuck and disordered. Taking this opportunity, Wei Lan quickly uploaded his information flow to the Abyss processor and hid in it bit by bit. During the chaos, Lin Shi also harvested a lot of data information and Abyss energy coins. The entire Jinling city seemed to be unaffected by the Abyss network and was still quite peaceful. During this time, except for Wei Lan who stayed in the room, everyone else was playing and experiencing the city, and recording some secret data. Since the Abyss clan occupied the city, they have been hiding in the core area of the city, commanding the outside world to fight through the special communication method of the Abyss clan. Although ordinary people can enter the city, they can only move around in the periphery. If they want to go deep into the core area, they must have special identity proof. The purpose of Wei Lan's invasion of the Abyss network is to prepare identity proof materials for Lin Shi and others. Your identity information has been updated. While enjoying the chaotic battle in the Abyss network, Lin Shi suddenly noticed the identity update information and opened it to see that it was the information of the Abyss core authentication. This is the identity certificate that was obtained for him after the invasion of Azure. Even if it is checked through the Abyss network, it is absolutely authentic. The other 6 people also have detailed identity certificates, and they are all members of Lin Shi's subordinates. As soon as he got the identity certificate, Lin Shi received a task promotion from the Abyss Corps. This is the way of survival of the Abyss clan. After adulthood, the Abyss warriors will receive an identity certification and start from the lowest level of warriors. The way to upgrade is to continuously accept the tasks issued by the Abyss Corps and accumulate task points. After reaching a certain limit, you can go for certification to upgrade your identity level. After taking a look at the task promotion, Lin Shi found a few interesting ones and marked them down, but did not accept them. Let's go to the interior of the Abyss clan to see what these life races are planning. Now the 3 forces are in a stalemate. The strongest Abyss clan has not made any moves, as if they have given up the planet occupied by the Golden Spirit clan, and opened the barrier at the edge of the galaxy, making the entire Golden Spirit galaxy chaotic. If there is no purpose, Lin Shi will definitely not believe it. Lin Shi led everyone to the core area of the Abyss clan, and after identity verification, he successfully entered the interior. Although it is the core area, it is still not much different from the outside world. But the lives living here are all from the Abyss clan, and a large number of them still maintain the original form of the Abyss clan. Some Abyss larvae are like reptiles, with black skin and strange shapes. These primary Abyss life forms have not yet integrated the genes of other species, so they are in the lowest state. Just like larvae, most of the other adult Abyss life forms have integrated the genes of the Golden Spirit clan, and their shapes have changed into human forms. But their skin is dark gold, some with golden stripes, and they also have the characteristics of other races. Of course, there are also some life forms that have integrated other cosmic races. In short, they all look strange in their own way. In comparison, the figures of Lin Shi and his companions are almost the same, so they look much more pleasing to the eye. These newly born Abyss larvae are all waiting for the right gene fusion. I'm afraid that the alien life that entered Jinling City is their target. Now that he has a special identity, Lin Shi can access more comprehensive information. And even the growth of the Abyss larvae is in the system planning. This is the instinctive desire to hunt opponents and obtain their genetic abilities since birth. How come this race is similar to the alien worms back then? Lin Chi suddenly discovered that the underlying genes contained in the gene bank of the Abyss clan are somewhat similar to the aliens. Except that one is parasitic and the other is plundering. Because his identity had been verified, Lin Chi led a few people into a large palace smoothly and went deep into the passage. This is a core area for temporarily cultivating abyssal creatures. There are countless abyssal larvae inside. And there are also a large number of selected high-quality genes waiting for these abyssal larvae to absorb and merge. After entering, Lin Chi has covered the entire palace with his mental power and knows the scale inside. The reproduction of the abyssal clan turns out to be this way. Similar to the aliens, with the mother laying eggs. In the center of this palace, there is a special area where a giant abyssal monster is trapped. One end is constantly delivering food, and the other end is constantly producing abyssal eggs. After the abyss eggs are laid, they are collected by special abyss servants and transported to a special environment for incubation. And some of the special eggs will be sent to other places. And it is unknown what they are used for. If we kill this mother, will it cut off the possibility of the Abyss clan's reproduction? Bai Su's eyes showed a trace of murderous intent. This evil race must be eliminated. Otherwise, once it multiplies and grows, it will become a borer in the universe. It's not that simple. The young of the Abyss clan can become the mother at any time. It doesn't matter if one is missing. Chapter 377 Abyss Virus. In order not to expose his whereabouts, Lin Chi did not attack these abyss larvae, but visited some of them casually and recorded some data. Now that they have controlled most of the Golden Spirit Galaxy, the reproduction speed of the Abyss clan is very fast. As long as they are given enough time, perhaps this life race will become the most numerous existence in the universe. After walking out of the palace, Lin Chi already had the idea of dealing with the Abyss clan. If you want to eliminate a race from the root, ordinary wars and killings are far from enough. Only some special means can be used. Just like the virus infection that broke out on Blue Star. It has a very strong transmission. If a virus sample targeting the Abyss clan can be produced, then the life of a planet can be destroyed in a short time. In the next few days, Lin Chi used this identity to continuously collect information in the core area of the Abyss clan, and invaded the other party's database to extract deep genetic samples. Each race has deep genetic data. Later, in the continuous evolution, this deep data will gradually hide, but the essence cannot be changed. In addition to some captured abyss larvae, a series of experiments were conducted. After collecting the data, everyone took the spacecraft to leave the Golden Spirit Star and return to the Hope Planet. However, because Wei Lan had invaded the other party's abyss network, the port connection left behind allowed Lin Chi to enter the abyss network at any time. After several years of development, the Abyss clan continued to grow and proliferate, reorganized new forces, and quickly occupied major planets. The fleets of the Abyss clan can be seen in almost half of the Golden Spirit Galaxy. They attempted to use this numerical advantage to become the true master of the Golden Spirit Galaxy. When this quantitative change is achieved, other rare life races will naturally become a foil. However, the side effects of rapid reproduction cause resources to be exhausted for a time. A large number of Abyss life appeared, which put other life into the crisis of extinction. Moreover, every abyss larva needs to devour a large number of other life to improve itself. For a time, many planets were completely destroyed and became abyss stars without other life. Even the interstellar pirates and other interstellar adventurers who entered the Jinling Galaxy were massacred by the Abyss clan. Those interstellar pirates who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune all became nutrients for the evolution of the Abyss clan. In a secret base on the Hope planet, Abyss creatures were imprisoned in a petri dish, with the injection of the Abyss virus that had been studied many times. These Abyss creatures instantly fell into a violent state. The genes in their bodies were changing rapidly. The deep genes collapsed bit by bit, and the genes of the later plundering gradually took the lead. It's almost done. This virus can directly destroy the core genes of the Abyss clan, and then rapidly enhance the genes swallowed in the later stage, so as to reach the degree of alienation and become a beast-like existence. In the experiment, those Abyss larvae that have not devoured genes will die directly, while the Abyss life that has devoured the Abyss larvae will gradually become Abyss beasts that only know how to kill, and gene crystals will be born in their bodies. This is a special virus that Lin Chi has developed using the gene evolution program of the Jinling clan. It is only effective against the genes of the Abyss clan. If released, It will spread quickly through gas and cover a planet in a short time. The benefit of doing so is that it can not only quickly eliminate the Abyss clan, but also obtain a large amount of gene crystal resources. Next, Lin Chi carried this virus sample and quietly sneaked into a planet occupied by the Abyss clan and released the virus. As the virus spread, the bodies of the Abyss clan soldiers who were first exposed to the virus mutated. The powerful bodies that had absorbed genes from many creatures collapsed directly. After the genes went haywire, they completely turned into the form of strange beasts. The infectivity of this virus far exceeded Lin Chi's estimation. In just one day, it spread throughout the planet and spread through the air, leaving no Abyss life on this planet alive. After being infected with this virus, the Abyss larvae directly collapsed and died, while the adults mutated into strange beasts, knowing only to kill and eat. It took no effort to wipe out the life of a planet, which made Lin Chi realize the terrifying power of special means. Fortunately, human genetic information is very complex, and after countless years of evolution, it is full of unknown potential. And after this evolution, the deep genes have been stabilized. The inexplicable changes of the Abyss life on a planet made the entire Abyss clan pay attention, and a fleet came to inquire about the situation immediately. But as soon as the fleet entered the planet, a large number of Abyss soldiers were infected, and the spread was rapid. After Lin Chi took over a planet, he did not stop. Since he had decided to eliminate all the Abyss clans, he must ensure that no one was left alive. Otherwise, there would be unknown consequences in the future. Therefore, the virus medicine developed for the Abyss clan was handed over to Jean Ling. With the current strength of the Jean Ling clan, it is enough to launch a siege against the entire Abyss clan. Planet after planet was infected with the virus, which completely destroyed the preparations made by the Abyss clan in the early stage. The genetic crystals contained in the bodies of the mutated Abyss alien species became resources for human evolution. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Chi transported a batch of high-level awakeners from Blue Star, allowing them to occupy a planet full of Abyss alien species and develop rapidly. Unknowingly, the humans of Blue Star have occupied 3 planets in the Jinling galaxy, completely owning a place and gaining a firm foothold. As long as they continue to develop slowly, with the rapid reproduction of humans, it will only take 100 years to become the most powerful race in this galaxy. The remaining Abyss clan also gradually found a way to deal with it. They abandoned the planet as a base and established a fleet group in space, thus isolating the virus from the air. In this way, although the crisis of virus infection was eliminated, the ability to continue to expand was also lost, and they could only start an interstellar war with the Jinling clan. For a time, there were constant wars in the universe, and fleets clashed from time to time. The 3 forces all exhausted all their combat power and made a final decisive battle for this galaxy. Lin Chi let Wei Lan take the opportunity to control the entire Abyss network. Taking advantage of the 3-party war, Wei Lan completely took over the control of all planets, and quickly built steel bases to produce mechanical life. Although the mechanical life forms are not strong and have great defects, they are the practical combat power of Lin Chi as the bottom-level combat power. At the same time, these mechanical life forms are also the key to the spread of Wei Lan's influence. As long as there is one, her radiation ability can locate the coordinates and expand to the affected area. Chapter 378, 1 Arrow. 9 Stars. The forces that Jean Ling possessed were all fleets from the former major galaxies. When they encountered invasions, they spontaneously formed a resistance army. Under her leadership, these forces burst out with combat power beyond the original limit, and actually defeated the Abyss fleet step by step. Perhaps because there was no source of supplementary combat power, the Abyss fleet's resistance became weaker and weaker, and even retreated to the edge of the Jinling galaxy. Only the resistance army of the Void clan remained. But this race was very special. In each battle, only small troops were sent to harass, and they never fought large-scale battles with the Jinling fleet. This situation tied up most of Jinling's fleet, and they could only continue to maintain the battle in the universe, and had no time to take care of the planets that were quickly occupied by Lin Chi. After occupying a new planet, the mechanical life quickly built a steel base on the planet, and controlled all the network equipment of the planet with the Azure Super Intelligent Life System. After establishing a core point, slowly collect steel materials, build a mechanical life construction factory, and occupy the entire planet bit by bit. Unknowingly, in the interstellar war, Lin Chi quickly took over most of the life planets and connected them. The more intense they fight, the more opportunities they leave for us. As long as we take over all these life planets, this galaxy will be ours. Based on mechanical life, create a suitable living environment for humans in advance. And when humans multiply, most of the time for developing planets will be saved directly. In the universe, the warships of the Abyss clan have all retreated to remote corners, relying on the defense of the Void clan. On the surface, they seem to be in a losing stage and unable to resist the counterattack of the Golden Spirit clan. But after the fusion of these two races, they are planning a more terrible attack. On an abandoned star, the Abyss and the Void have built a mysterious large-scale device, which is extracting the core power of the star bit by bit. This terrible energy extracted from the core of the star can easily destroy a reorganized fleet. All energy defenses are useless in the face of such an attack. Once they complete the collection of this energy, it will be a devastating blow to the Golden Spirit fleet. This special technology is the core secret of the Void clan. After all, they are a special life form and do not attach much importance to planets. The interstellar siege is still going on. Jean Ling is looking at the nearby star field in the largest starship. Those golden spots are the fleets she controls. And the besieged black area is the last range of activities of the Abyss clan and the Void clan. As long as they are completely driven out of the Jean Ling galaxy, this battle can be completely won. Outside the Jean Ling galaxy is a cosmic turbulence. Even if a high-level warship enters it, it dare not guarantee a smooth passage. The only way is to master the star map that passes through the cosmic turbulence, or jump through space nodes. But there is no space node near this star field, so the opponent has been forced into a desperate situation. I wonder what that guy is doing. In the starship observation room, Jean Ling looked at the universe with a dazed look, and Lin Chi's appearance appeared in front of her unconsciously. Since taking over the remaining fleet of the Jean Ling galaxy, she has embarked on the road to conquer the Jean Ling galaxy, and she rarely met Lin Chi afterwards. The last time was Lin Chi's 5 arrows of remote support, which helped her kill 5 planetary masters of the Abyss clan. Now with the help of the dark energy source, the Jean Ling clan has also produced many planetary masters, and is no longer afraid of the high-level combat power of the Abyss clan. Although she has become the supreme leader of the Jean Ling clan, for some reason, she does not feel excited at all. Instead, she misses the days when she followed Lin Chi. After adjusting her thoughts, Jean Ling looked back at the star map and began to deploy the final battle plan. A few days later, the joint fleet launched a general attack. The mighty warships almost covered the entire galaxy, charging towards the last positions of the Abyss clan and the Void clan. If this battle goes well, the Jean Ling clan will continue to be the master of this galaxy. But things will not always go so smoothly. The device on the abandoned star has absorbed enough star core power, and all this power is directed into the warships of the Void clan. As the energy was activated, the Void warships burst out with powerful energy fluctuations, turning into a spiritual light that penetrated the universe and shot towards the warships of the Jean Ling clan. This beam of energy light directly detonated several planets, mixed with the power of planetary shattering, and enveloped the entire Jean Ling fleet. In an instant, the entire universe was emitting gorgeous fireworks, and countless lights spread, covering half of the starry sky. This power of detonating planets completely triggered the nearby space turbulence, making all starships uncontrollable. And the violent energy directly destroyed the energy shield and swept the fleet. Then the Abyss and Void warships were all dispatched, and under the cover of the stellar energy cannon, they launched a death charge against the Jean Ling fleet. Lin Chi had Wei Lan watching all the battles, but the final result was beyond Lin Chi's expectations. The battle lasted for a long time before it slowly ended. Almost all of Jean Ling's warships were wiped out, and only a few starships escaped from the interstellar battlefield. The original interstellar battlefield was full of warship wreckage and space cracks. The warships in the Abyss and Void also suffered heavy losses and floated in the universe on a large scale. Only those that could move were repairing themselves. It's time for us to go out. This war caused great damage to the 3 parties, especially the forces under Jean Ling, who suffered heavy casualties, and even the fleet was about to be destroyed. Taking advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Lin Chi decisively mobilized the mechanical life races left behind on Blue Star, and sent all the newly developed warships over. A mighty fleet of steel ships appeared in the Jean Ling galaxy, and quickly flew towards the interstellar battlefield, accompanied by a huge arrow, passing through the center of the universe, and flying towards the Abyss Void warship. This arrow carried the stellar power released by Lin Chi, and turned into a huge dragon in the universe, attracting all the meteorites scattered in the universe. This extreme power has locked the target, but during the flight stage, the condensed power became stronger and stronger, and finally even attracted nearby planets. As the arrow flew by, several planets were pulled by the traction force, and finally turned into 9 stars in a row, flying towards the warships of the Abyss Clan and the Void Clan. This terrifying force was even more terrifying than the power of the stars they had attracted before. When the arrow reached the target, the energy accumulated along the way exploded instantly, and the 9 planets collided with each other, instantly forming a collapsed space. Chapter 379 returned to Blue Star. Only a few of Jean Ling's fleet returned to the nearby planets. The losses in this battle directly made her lose the wealth she had accumulated, and she was even unable to manage other life planets. Moreover, the remaining fleet was badly damaged, and the energy consumption was serious. It would not be possible to repair it in a short time. As a last resort, she could only find a way to ask Lin Chi for help, hoping to get Lin Chi's help. Since the arrow was shot, the ownership of this galaxy has basically been established. Lin Chi did not take Jean Ling's request for help seriously. The remaining life of this race may still need to be preserved. After all, those with a form close to human form are easier to integrate. Lin Chi just replied to a message, and then blocked the planet where Jean Ling was, and then devoted all his efforts to developing other life planets. At this stage, most of the life planets have been controlled by the Hands. The life planets that were once occupied by the Abyss life are basically infested with Abyss beasts, becoming a wasteland and being listed as planets for harvesting resources. These planets will become resources for human evolution, enough for all humans to evolve to the 9th level. In the following time, Lin Chi handed over the transformation of the Jean Ling galaxy to Wei Lan. The first step is to connect the virtual networks of all life planets together to achieve a shared connection. In this way, as long as you enter the virtual network, you can instantly reach all the life planets and learn everything about those planets. The special nature of mechanical life forms can accommodate human mental control and achieve remote control. In this way, as long as you enter the blue network, you can control mechanical life forms to move around on other planets, or experience the special nature of those life planets, or enter some planets occupied by Abyss beasts to open up wasteland, etc. After Lin Chi's gene development reached the perfect stage, he was no longer curious about ordinary life forms. By absorbing the power of stars, his strength gradually stabilized at the star stage. The strength of Tuan Tuan and his people has also reached the planetary level. Not only have their genes reached the most perfect stage, but even their lifespans have reached an unimaginable qualitative change. Especially after absorbing dark energy, they have the ability to maintain the slow decline of cell activity, achieving the effect of eternal youth. A few years later, Lin Chi's offspring were born. The newborns were born with extremely strong talents, and even their genetic strength would automatically awaken with age, reaching the level of superhumans. The population on Blue Star is also growing rapidly. Those who followed Lin Chi into the Jean Ling galaxy at the beginning also have their own territories. They either become the masters of a planet with life, or become the leaders of an interstellar fleet, and embark on a completely different path from before. Unknowingly, several years have passed. On a life planet in the Jean Ling galaxy, in the center of a blue lake, an island is slowly floating. Lin Chi lies on the beach by the lake, enjoying the rare tranquility. This planet was specially selected by Lin Chi. It has never been polluted and is his personal property. After reaching the star level, there is no chance for Lin Chi to take action in the entire Jean Ling galaxy. He only needs the blue mechanical army to occupy everything. On the island, there is a group of women playing around, full of laughter. We haven't been back to Blue Star for a long time. Do you want to go back and take a look? Suddenly, the space beside him became illusory, and Jean Na appeared beside him, and lay in Lin Chi's arms. Although the Jean Ling galaxy is rich in resources, and each planet has its own special place, giving people a sense of novelty, it is not as good as one's own home. Since coming to this galaxy, everyone has rarely returned to Blue Star, and can only learn about the situation on Blue Star through the Azure network. Since you want to go back, let's go back and take a look. Lin Chi waved his hand, and several people who were playing in the distance also came over. Everyone gathered together, and slowly admired the afterglow of the sunset. A few days later, a special spacecraft passed through the space node, and after continuous jumping, it finally appeared near the moon base. The current moon base has been transformed into a huge escort satellite ship, slowly orbiting around Blue Star. On the surface of the lunar base, an artificial atmosphere is formed, which allows people to survive without wearing protective gear. However, the weakest here are all 8th level beings. As long as they are trained and learned, they can be transmitted to the Jinling galaxy through the space node. Lin Chi returned to the lunar base and did not disturb the administrator here. After learning some information, he flew to the Blue Star. After years of cultivation, the Blue Star has restored its former green color, and after technology reaches a certain level, it will no longer cause damage to the natural ecology. The ocean has turned blue again, and the land is covered with green plants. Only in towns where humans live can you see a large number of buildings. The current Blue Star has been divided into various areas, including human living areas, mechanical life industrial areas, wild mutant activity areas, etc. After reaching adulthood, humans need to register as awakeners and go to the areas where mutants live to practice hunting, reduce the number of mutants, and allow the ecology to reach a balanced stage. The spacecraft entered the center of the former Central Plains safety zone. Wei Lan had already switched to a backup body to welcome everyone back to the base. Welcome back, Mr. Commander. The nanomachine body Wei Lan felt a little stiff, but there was still some excitement in her words. After all, Blue Star is also the place where she was born. Blue Star has changed so much that I can't even recognize it after taking a look from the air. The once dilapidated Central Plains base has long been rebuilt in an orderly manner, with technological urban buildings, clean and tidy streets, and dotted green plants, which are almost exactly the same as the Azure virtual world. The villa area where everyone originally lived has been transformed into an area isolated from the outside world, and has always been Lin Chi's private place. And the underground base is still intact, just replaced with some more advanced equipment. As soon as they returned to the Central Plains safe zone, everyone obviously relaxed and wanted to go see the new city together. Blue Star is our home. Let's live on Blue Star in the future. If there is anything, we can use the Azure network to connect to the mechanical life form to deal with it. After conquering a universe, Lin Chi no longer had much interest in the outside world. After all, the Jinling galaxy was in a state of disrepair and needed Wei Lan to slowly develop it. There was really nothing to worry about at this stage, as long as there was no invasion of life from the outside galaxy in a short period of time. Wei Lan would be able to build the Jinling galaxy into a powerful galaxy and make humans the sole overlord of this galaxy. Chapter 380 Insect Man. Most of the areas destroyed by the nuclear explosion have returned to normal. The strong vitality of the mutant plants has even absorbed a large amount of radiation, allowing the blue planet to regain its vitality. The new environment has created a large number of new species, making the wilderness and forests full of crises. However, humans now have a new order, with the Central Plains safety zone as the center. The method of using source power has been sorted out into a detailed cultivation process, and a large number of source martial arts have been taught, creating the origin of high martial arts. There are still some acquaintances of Lin Chi on the blue planet. The awakened people he met in the 4 major bases and the Beijing safety zone still have a good status. But those who used to be in power have been deprived of power, and most of them have disappeared without a trace. But there are still many special existences, hiding in the dark, taking advantage of the time when Lin Chi left Blue Star. They slowly developed. Although Wei Lan can observe everything on Blue Star, the places where the signal cannot reach are still management blind spots. During this period, Lin Chi took a spaceship to patrol around Blue Star, from several prosperous cities to some remote forests and uninhabited wilderness. Those mutant beasts and evolved insects after radiation are much stronger than before, and even the ancient genes are stimulated to the extreme and have different forms. The insects on Blue Star seem to have evolved a lot. As Lin Chi expected, the evolution of insects is full of uncertainty, especially the abnormal skills of pupating. They can modify their own genes and forms at will, and each evolution is a different evolved insect. Seeing a bug like a small aircraft flying out of the forest, making a sonic boom in the air and quickly disappearing into the clouds. Lin Chi was extremely surprised by this change. Bugs actually have wisdom and know how to simulate human transportation. If these bugs are more perfectly disguised, they can almost be fake and attack humans, and humans will not be able to react at all. Wei Lan, lock on to the bug just now. Lin Chi quickly gave orders, asking Wei Lan to activate the Blue Star monitoring. lock on to the bug that flew away, and then control the spacecraft to fly towards the forest where it took off. After entering the forest, they quickly found the location where it flew out. It was a huge cave hidden in the forest. Judging from the traces at the entrance, it seemed to be a cave dug by a large insect. There is a strong source of power fluctuation inside. This is an insect's nest. The spaceship quickly entered the stealth mode. Lin-Chi took Jean Na out and flew towards the location of the nest. The two instantly entered the invisible state. Even the insects with keen perception could not capture any information. When the mental power turned into a silk thread and avoided the insects at the entrance of the cave and entered the nest, Lin-Chi suddenly found something abnormal. There are traces of human activities in this nest? Since Wei Lan controlled Blue Star, it has blocked the mutant beasts and evolved insects from all over the world in a specific area, rarely letting them cross the line, and regularly checking the evolution every once in a while to avoid an uncontrollable situation. But at the moment, the nest of the Zerg is beyond Wei Lan's control, under the cover of the energy of the other dimension. Lin-Chi and Jean Na quickly went deep into the nest. When they looked at it, they found that there was a huge space underground. Moreover, this underground space is not only spacious, but also has traces of equipment built by humans. And there are a lot of special instruments inside. Biological base? Seeing the structure inside the underground insect nest, Lin-Chi instantly understood the reason. Someone actually controlled the Zerg here and built a Zerg base underground. Strange-shaped insects moved in the underground passage in an orderly manner. And these insects also carried some special instruments on their heads and were carrying some special ores. The two followed the route of the insects, slowly heading deep into the cave, passing through passages, and came to another space. In this space, more equipment was built, and all of them were Zerg culture dishes, which contained special evolved insects and a large number of insect eggs. A figure appeared in Lin-Chi's eyes. He was wearing black protective armor and was standing in front of the instrument to observe the data of those culture dishes. Sure enough, someone is doing something here, and can actually control so many insects. From the instruments on those evolved insects, it can be seen that it should be some kind of mental connection device. If it is controlled by this, it only takes a thought to command all the insect swarms here. The eggs in the culture dish seem to have added a lot of special genes, and even a special program to rewrite genes. The worm that just flew out of the cave was shaped like a flying vehicle, almost to the point of being indistinguishable from the real thing. It should have rewritten the genes of the evolved worms, allowing them to cocoon and pupate, and then change into the rewritten form. There were other forms of worms in the culture dish, including armored vehicles, fighters, battlefield motorcycles, etc. Although these were a bit strange, they were not the most shocking to Lin-Chi. In several culture dishes in the most central area, several human-shaped larvae suddenly appeared, and there were clear traces of Zerg in these human forms. The researcher was debugging the instrument. He was seen controlling a petri dish to rise, and a woman with a mysterious figure slowly emerged from it. The woman's skin showed a kind of emerald green color, with sharp barbs on the joints and a hard shell on the back. I think there is a pair of special wings hidden inside. There are two long tentacles on the forehead, which are exactly the same as some insects. The man seemed to be looking at a work of art, observing the newborn insects closely, focusing on the unique parts. It seems that the people here have developed something terrible. The genes of humans and insects are fused. Are they trying to create a new human being? When he was in the island country, Lin-Chi noticed that someone was using mutant beasts and human genes for fusion research. But he destroyed those bases early, so that the research that had just begun was cut off. But he didn't expect that humans had stabilized and were moving towards a better life. And there were still people doing this kind of thing. A brand new human? Is it a modified human or a modified insect? Jean now looked at the insect man sent out by the machine, her eyes full of anger. This terrible experiment almost violated the taboos of mankind. Most of the human-like creatures in the universe are genetically modified. But such strange things cannot appear on the blue planet. I must ensure the purity of human blood. The emergence of a species means rationality. Since this transformed insect man can survive, it must be a successful genetic fusion. Perhaps in the future, it will form a new group and multiply and grow. In the universe, such existences emerge in an endless stream. But Blue Star is Lin-Chi's base camp, and even the human race is controlled to a single type, let alone species. Chapter 381 Cleaning Up the Remnants. Lin-Chi took a step forward and pressed one hand on an instrument. The black liquid in his hand slowly melted into it, and the data of Wei Lan successfully invaded it. In just a short moment, all the information of this insect nest base was monitored by Wei Lan without any reservation. Seeing that the researcher was about to do something improper to the insect girl, Jean Na threw out a ray of light in her hand, and the space in front of her instantly twisted, tearing him apart and sucking him in. Destroy all these things. Blue Star does not allow this special creature to exist. Lin Chi glanced at the awakening insect girl and sensed the mental fluctuations in her body. It seemed that she had some consciousness, but not much. This first generation of insect people should be controlled by mental control methods, such as brain waves. Once there is no restraint, they will become something that only knows how to be driven by instinct like insects. Jean Na also meant this. Instead of letting these insect people suffer while they are alive, it is better to eliminate them directly while they are unconscious. Her ability of the other dimensional space can just send all these insect people to the other dimensional space and crush them, destroying them to the most perfect extent. As the researcher disappeared, the alarm sounded in the insect nest base instantly, and the patrolling insect soldiers swarmed towards the target location. Lin Chi threw out an arrow, turned it into a bow with mental power, and flew out in a rotation. Under the control of mental power, the arrow quickly shuttled through the cave. In just a moment, all the insects that rushed out had their heads pierced. Seal off this area, and don't let a single bug out. After deciding to go on a killing spree, Lin Chi decided to completely destroy this place and erase all information about the bug people. The mental power instantly covered the entire underground bug cave, and even some hidden places could not escape perception, and marked all humans in the underground bug cave. There is actually a 9th level awakener. Deep in the bug cave, a mysterious man was soaked in a special nutrient solution. His body was connected to several tubes, and the other end led to a deeper place. When Lin Chi's mental power explored the end of the tube, he was shocked to find that there were 3 9th level evolved bugs. He actually relied on absorbing the source power of these 3 evolved insects to advance to the 9th level, and seemed to have special abilities. The mysterious man in the nutrient solution seemed to have also sensed this mental fluctuation, but with his means, he could not sense the level of mental power at all. Now on Blue Star, the strongest existence is the peak of the 9th level, so this mysterious man has absolute self-confidence. In terms of personal strength, no one can be his opponent. Who invaded my territory? The mysterious man shouted loudly, and an equally powerful mental power wave rippled out, instantly covering the entire insect cave. But the next second his face changed instantly, revealing a look of horror. All the Zergs within the sensing range had lost their life traces. Even the trusted forces he had cultivated for many years were all lifeless, and the entire underground worm cave was silent. He was able to instantly destroy the base he had secretly built for many years in a very short time, and kill all the powerful Zergs and guards silently. Even he couldn't do this level of strength. The momentum that had just been condensed dissipated in an instant, and the mysterious man tore off the tube on his body and quickly fled deep into the cave. However, his breath had already been locked by Lin Chi, and as long as he was on the Blue Star, he had nowhere to hide. This guy may have other nests. Let him run for a while. Lin Chi ignored the mysterious man who escaped, but waited for the follow-up troops to come and clean up the insect nest. Not long after, Wei Lan sent a large number of mechanical life forms into the depths of the forest, guarded all the exits, and searched for the remaining insect eggs in the insect nest bit by bit. After they took over here, Lin Chi and Jean Na left the insect nest and took a spaceship to track the location of the mysterious man. Since escaping from the insect nest, the 9th level strongman has been flying towards the sea and finally landed on the island that had been destroyed. It's really the devil from this island country. I didn't expect there is still such a hidden danger. Lin Chi was afraid. If he hadn't returned to Blue Star, he really wouldn't have discovered the existence of this evil. If he was given enough time to develop, it might really affect the situation on Blue Star. It seems that we have to clean up the termites on Blue Star. There is no need for things that grow in dark corners to exist on Blue Star. When he arrived above the island, the traces of the previous destruction still existed, but the ruins were full of vitality, and there were many traces of mutant beasts. After Lin Chi used his mental power to explore, he found that there were still many humans on this island, and they were all hidden in the underground base, doing unknown things. These humans do not use the Azure network, and can be said to be in a state similar to that of illegal residents on Blue Star. As long as they do not go deep into the center of the island, their existence cannot be detected at all. Do you want to find some people to help? With the help of Lin Chi, Jean Na also discovered the bases hidden underground. And the number was so huge that it was surprising. Over the years, the remaining survivors of the island country have gradually hidden themselves, dug out a huge space underground, and relied on the technology of Zerd genes to control the insects to expand their power. On weekdays, these survivors all live underground and never go out of the ground, which also avoids being noticed by the outside world. When they need to go out, they will control the actions of the insects instead of hunting and searching. Unknowingly, they have developed a large underground base, and it has already formed a scale. In this underground base, there are not only the remnants of the island country, but also a large number of insect descendants produced by genetic hybridization, and various strange chimeras. Okay, let Wei Lan mobilize some Blue Star guards to surround this island and eliminate them bit by bit, and let those warriors experience and test their strength. Lin Chi wanted to wipe out this island, which was easy. Now that he has the power of a star, he can easily destroy a planet. But it is undoubtedly too cheap for them to destroy this island so easily. Only by destroying them bit by bit can they feel more fear. After making up their minds, the two no longer paid attention to the base under the island, and asked Wei Lan to quickly mobilize the guards and advanced mechanical life forms on the Blue Star to come and encircle this evil force. Not long after, Wei Lan's information was notified to the entire Wei Lan network, and all the strong men on the Blue Star received this information. After learning that the island country was researching genetic hybridization technology, all the strong men on the Blue Star volunteered to respond to the call and headed towards the island. Chapter 382 High Martial Arts Era. This was the first large-scale operation after the establishment of the Blue Star Alliance. In just one day, a large number of awakened people had surrounded this narrow island. The dense warships in the sky covered the clouds, and the bases of all parties sent top combat forces. Fearing that they would miss this encirclement, Lin Chi had returned to the Central Plains base and connected to the Azure network, and could observe all information about the war from the perspective of all mechanical life. Azure took charge of the overall command mission, set orders to various fleets, and began to bomb the island in an orderly manner. This large-scale cleanup mission, the remaining islanders had no ability to resist at all, and the entire island suffered an unprecedented blow before they emerged from the underground base. This kind of attack was even more terrifying than when the little boy first landed. It completely destroyed the entire surface in an instant, and the vegetation that had been revived was completely turned into ruins. Most of the survivors hiding underground were completely buried before they could run out. Only some powerful awakened people and gene people who had integrated the Zerg genes managed to escape. After the bombing ended, countless strange-looking insects broke out of the ground and rushed out densely. The Source Plan warriors went out in full force. They had rich combat experience in dealing with this kind of evolved insects. They could better demonstrate their strong strength and combat experience in close combat, combined with the powerful Source martial arts. It is basically possible to kill monsters without any damage. Now this island is almost being killed like a dungeon. As long as they see a bugman, the awakened ones will swarm over and use their Source martial arts to hit him, fearing that others will take his head. The battle lasted for half a month. The land of this island was almost completely turned over. Even the bug eggs were not spared. Some bases even dug thousands of meters down, directly dug through the bottom, and let out the seawater. After half a month of continuous searching, all living things within the island disappeared, and even all traces were wiped out without a trace, completely losing any traces of what they once had. In the follow-up tracking of gene hybridization technology, Lin Chi still did not give up, and asked Wei Lan to upgrade the restrictions on access to the network, conduct real name authentication, and make detailed records of everyone's genetic information. In this way, the remaining aliens were directly screened out, which allowed Lin Chi to identify them in detail. In the core of the Central Plains base, Wei Lan quickly tested the statistical data and screened out special targets. There are so many termites hidden. After genetic screening and comparison, it was found that there were many survivors who had smuggled from the island country hidden in the Blue Star Alliance. These people hid their identities, joined some safe areas, and lay dormant. Some of them have become small leaders, have some power, and some have even formed special groups, doing some unknown things in secret. The construction of the insect nest base was supported by such people in secret. Should we notify all awakened people and eliminate such people one by one? In the base, everyone was paying attention to the data of Wei Lan's statistics. As the lists were announced one by one, everyone took it seriously. It has only been a few years, and the Blue Star Federation has been infiltrated so seriously. No need to announce it. Let Wei Lan select some 9th level Source Plan warriors. Return to Blue Star to form an assassination team, and clean up these infiltrators bit by bit. If it is announced, it will definitely cause a huge panic. Those people are forced too hastily. If they do something crazy, even Lin Chi can't stop them all. Only by cleaning up a little bit can the root of the evil be slowly removed. Although Lin Chi can easily eliminate these termites, it will undoubtedly not be of any benefit to Blue Star. It may even make future humans feel dependent and lose the motivation to move forward. It is just right to form an assassination team to make all humans alert, have a bottom line in their hearts, and know what cannot be easily touched. Wei Lan quickly selected some 9th level Source Plan warriors in the Jinling Galaxy and ordered them to return. As the starship returned to Blue Star, the assassination mission quickly began. The Azure network was temporarily shut down, preventing everyone from transmitting information. This chaotic situation will continue until the assassination mission is over. When everything returns to normal, all the infiltrated termites will be eliminated. And from then on, Blue Star will only have a single race left, becoming the true master of this planet. All these actions went smoothly. Lin Chi only needed to receive information from Azure every day and check the progress of the mission. Today, the area occupied by humans on Blue Star has been greatly reduced. But this also indicates that resources are becoming more and more abundant, allowing all awakened people to have resources to quickly improve. There are more and more 9th order mutant creatures on land, but without the penetration of dark energy, these creatures can only stop at the 9th order and cannot break through further. The same is true for human awakeners. Without exposure to dark energy, they cannot break through the 9th order and become superhumans. But once someone reaches this level, they will receive guidance from the Blue and obtain the qualification to enter the Jinling Galaxy. After arriving at the Jinling Galaxy, they can rely on the dark energy source and absorb dark energy to break through to the planetary level. After all, Blue Star is an ordinary life planet and cannot withstand power above the 9th order. If it is not restricted, 2 planetary level strongmen will easily cause irreparable damage to the planet. Although he was on Blue Star, Lin Chi could still check the situation of the Jinling Galaxy through the Azure network and remotely affect everything in that galaxy. As time passed, Blue Star gradually returned to peace and began to develop in an orderly manner. And high-level martial arts academies were established in major human cities to teach the new generation of humans how to enhance their genetic abilities and source martial arts, as well as explore the mysteries of the universe. The beginning of this era was called the High-Level Martial Arts Era by Lin Chi. The High-Level Martial Arts School founded by Lin Chi is the largest academy in the Central Plains Safety Zone. The strongest young generation from all over Blue Star are all receiving guidance in this academy. When their strength reaches a certain level, they can enter the lunar base and enter the Jinling Galaxy through space teleportation to shine their own glory. With a steady stream of talent, Blue Star can continue to cultivate new forces without wasting top resources, and at the same time provide subsequent combat power supplements for the humans in the Jinling Galaxy. But at the same time, Lin Chi needs to select a part of humans to enter the Jinling Galaxy and quickly multiply the population. This is the first step in human migration and expansion. Chapter 383 Void King. A few years passed, and the new generation of humans gradually grew up. The highest academy in the Central Plains Safety Zone also welcomed the first batch of freshmen to graduate. These freshmen were all born after the Doomsday. Their genes evolved slowly and automatically at birth, and their upper limit of strength was much stronger than the original humans. Moreover, the awakened abilities are endless, and some people are born with incredible genetic abilities. Lin Chi has retreated behind the scenes. He will only leave Blue Star for a period of time when absorbing the power of the stars. But in most cases, he is paying attention to the changes in Blue Star. Wei Lan has become the patron saint of Blue Star. At this stage, everything in human life cannot be separated from the help of Wei Lan. Even the geniuses of those schools can use the Wei Lan network to connect their consciousness to the special mechanical life forms of the Jinling Galaxy and adapt to the battles of the Jinling Galaxy in advance. After this period of continuous practice, Lin Chi's strength has completely stabilized at the star stage, and the Jinling Galaxy has been completely controlled, and all planets have established blue network connection stations. As he learned more about the Jinling Galaxy, Lin Chi also learned about the vastness of the universe. Although the Jinling galaxy is many times larger than the solar system where the blue planet is located, it is still only a small galaxy in the vast universe. From those interstellar adventurers, I learned that there is a huge galaxy in the center of the universe, which is the holy land of all intelligent life, and the forces there control the future of the entire universe. And the star-level strongmen are just the most basic forces in the center of the universe, and they can't even enter the core. When Lin Chi first heard the news, he didn't take it seriously. But as he got more and more information, he became more and more awed by the vast universe. Although it seems that he has now controlled the Jinling galaxy, Lin Chi has become the king of this galaxy, and at the same time controls hundreds of races and planets. But if a strong man at the star stage really appears, it is not certain whether he can deal with it. After everything on Blue Star stabilized, Lin Chi took everyone back to the Jinling galaxy and began to improve their strength with all his strength. Moreover, as the power expanded, dark energy sources were built on almost every life planet, constantly improving the upper limit of the strength of the life races in the Jinling galaxy. The Jinling galaxy has a large number of dead stars, which can provide these strong people who have reached the planetary stage with strength to improve their strength. If they are properly cultivated, it is enough for the top group of strong people to reach the star stage. Although it cannot be compared with the legendary center of the universe at that time, ordinary small galaxies are not opponents of the Jinling galaxy at all. Just as Lin Chi was constantly making plans to improve the strength of the entire Jinling galaxy, suddenly Wei Lan caught a special energy fluctuation that was spreading rapidly from the edge of the Jinling galaxy. In just a moment, several stars on the edge of the Jinling galaxy exploded. The space collapsed, and an illusory black hole appeared, and it was constantly swallowing the exploding stars. A vague figure appeared near the black hole, surrounded by dark energy, looking at the silent universe indifferently. The void is coming. The breath emitted by this creature is exactly the star stage, and because of the void energy, it feels even more incredible. Sensing this energy fluctuation, Lin Chi immediately opened the nearest space node and transmitted it over. In the void of the universe, the black hole is constantly spreading. If it is ignored, this suddenly appearing black hole will become larger and larger until it swallows everything it attracts. The Void Clan will fail because of the appearance of a star powerhouse. The life shrouded in the shadows slowly spoke in a low tone. What he said was the language of the Void Clan, but Lin Chi could still understand it. Since you, the Void Clan, have stellar masters who are strong enough to protect a galaxy, why do you want to invade the Golden Spirit Galaxy? The two masters were suspended in the universe, and the aura they emitted made the space feel distorted, especially under the pull of the black hole, which was more obvious. The essence of life is to spread and plunder. It's just that there haven't been masters in the Golden Spirit Galaxy for too long, so it will naturally attract the attention of others, the Void Life said disdainfully. At their level, the sense of belonging to the race is already very rare. If it weren't for the remaining Void Clan who escaped back to tell him about this, he wouldn't even want to pay attention to it. It took more than 10 years before he remembered this matter and found the Golden Spirit Galaxy, intending to destroy this civilization. Unexpectedly, there are also star-level masters in this declining galaxy. Looking at the growing black hole, Lin Chi knew that if he didn't kill this guy today, he might not be able to eliminate the black hole. He stopped asking questions and quickly condensed a spear in his hand. Let me see how strong the star masters of the Void Clan are. Although he is just stabilized at the star stage, Lin Chi relies on those special skills and is not afraid of any star-level masters at all. The spear suddenly stabbed out, turning into a dragon roaring and blooming in the universe. The Void Master didn't seem to have the idea of evading. He just waved his hand, and the surrounding space became illusory. The spear dragon was actually worn away bit by bit and completely dissipated in the universe. Spatial ability? This familiar fluctuation made Lin Chi realize the specialness of the other party. No one who is involved in spatial ability is simple. However, the other party's spatial ability is obviously different from Jin Na's, and it is not even of the same type. The void can only disrupt the space around it to block the upcoming attack, so that it can be invincible. Of course, there are also special attack methods, but they have not been shown yet. After judging the other party's ability, Lin Chi relaxed. Although most of his methods could not cause damage to the void, there are two ways that can threaten it. Immediately, the vast mental power pressed forward, breaking through the void barrier without hindrance, and heavily bombarded the void. Mental power can ignore this void barrier and directly oppress the opponent's mental power. thereby causing mental attacks. As long as the difference between the two mental powers is too great, one can even kill the opponent in one glance. However, being able to reach the star level, the mental power of the Void is naturally strong. He just staggered slightly, and then stabilized. However, the next second, the spear in Lin Chi's hand changed into a bow and arrow, pulled the bowstring to the full, and shot an arrow. Too naive. This kind of child's toy also wants to hurt me. At their level, the increase in ordinary weapons is already negligible. Not to mention the bow and arrow in Lin Chi's hand, which can't penetrate the void barrier and hit him at all. However, the arrow quickly disappeared, but strangely appeared in the void again. After flashing several times, it appeared in front of him. Shukong was startled, and just when he wanted to dodge, he found that a stronger mental force was pressing down on him, causing his body to freeze. Boom! The arrow hit, and the black energy exploded instantly, blowing his entire body apart. Chapter 384: The Energy of Black Holes. However, after the explosion, the figure of the Void was still in the same place, but the energy around it was much more violent. The Void ability weakened most of the attacks. Lin Chi saw the opponent's state at a glance. After the arrow hit, it did cause damage to the Void, but he transferred this damage to the virtual space. However, judging from his state, he should have suffered a great impact. After all, after advancing to the star stage, Lin Chi's casual attacks can add the power of the star, and the energy carried by the arrow can almost destroy a planet. Void stopped talking, as if he already knew the strength of the opponent in front of him. He condensed a dark energy ball with his hands, and shot it towards Lin Chi. The black energy ball instantly expanded in the universe, turning into the size of an asteroid and crashing towards Lin Chi. Star-level masters really have special means. This kind of big wave can easily destroy a planet with life. Looking at the expanding black energy, Lin Chi couldn't help but be shocked. Even he didn't dare to easily withstand this level of energy explosion. Immediately retreated quickly, and the arrows in his hand kept shooting. The scattered arrows in the air were like a torrent, all gathered together, and flew towards the black energy ball in a rotation, although it looked so small that it could be almost ignored. The energy it carried was also unfathomable. There was a loud tremor, and the two forces collided with each other. The middle of the black energy ball collapsed instantly, and the rotating arrows penetrated the black ball and shot into the void. The aftermath of the explosion caused ripples in the universe. The black energy shock wave broke several suspended meteorites nearby into pieces, and they quickly fell towards the black hole. The figure of the void was still in the virtual space, but the arrows did not slow down at all and still shot towards him. But this time, he did not dare to be careless. Even if he hit his body, he felt the crisis of being locked. But he dodged several times, and those arrows seemed to have the ability to track automatically, constantly changing direction, hide in the virtual space, so that the arrows can't find the target. Lin Chi has seen through the tricks of the void. This level of ability can almost be immune to most physical and energy attacks. But the virtual space is not a real space after all. The strongman at the star level can still sense the position of the target. Immediately raised his hand slowly and slapped the void. Snap! With a crisp sound, the void hidden in the virtual space was directly pulled out by a strange force. Before he could stabilize his body, a solid slap slapped him away, and the whole person was stiff for 2 seconds. This kind of hard control with the law ability directly made the void lose all resistance. The arrows instantly pierced him, and his body was blasted into an energy body again. However, the body of the Void Clan had already been transformed into an energy body. As the scattered energy condensed again, his body recovered again. But at this moment, he no longer had the arrogance in his eyes. He looked at Lin Chi with fear. How is it possible? What kind of power do you have? The power that pulled him out of the void space just now, and the 2 seconds of being unable to move, made him feel the crisis of death for the first time. This is just where you are. I haven't let you experience real fear yet. Lin Chi was ready to try all his abilities on the void, just to verify the role of his special abilities. In the horrified eyes of the void, another slap was slapped. The feeling of being out of control appeared again, causing the void's body to fall into a state of stiffness again, and he was shot. 2 seconds later, Lin Chi swung the spear skill once, and then continued to control, switching the spear in his hand to a long sword. Various special sword techniques slashed at the void, and the last hurricane slash even caused the universe to turbulent. drawing all the energy scattered around. After the sword technique, it switched to a long sword and slashed the void several times. After the energy explosion, his body had completely become illusory, even if it was a star-level strongman. After suffering such a fatal blow, the body could not bear it. But every time he tried to escape into the void, he would be slapped out by Lin Chi, leaving him no way out. It's almost done. If we continue to waste time, this black hole will be out of control. Feeling the black hole's swallowing power becoming stronger and stronger, several asteroids have been affected and gradually pulled over. Lin Chi no longer hesitated. All the mental power hit, turned into a giant bow, and appeared in front of him. Go! The arrow broke through the air and disappeared in the universe in an instant. When it reappeared, it had hit the body of the void. The powerful mental power impact directly hit his spiritual sea of consciousness, stirring it into turbulence. Void could no longer control his body to condense. He tried to condense again several times, but his severely injured spirit could not concentrate at all. Destroy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Chi slowly condensed a stellar shock wave, put his hands together, and a powerful shock shot out, directly blasting the body of the void before it was completely condensed. The energy of the stellar strongman exploded instantly, spreading and vibrating in the universe. This impact force almost swept across the entire Jinling galaxy, allowing all life to sense the changes. The death of a strong man will nourish other lives. The void has absorbed stellar energy for countless years, and after death, it is completely released and will gradually return to other stars. Moreover, the lives on those stars can also be nourished by this energy, thereby improving their life level. After searching for a while, Lin Chi realized that the consciousness of the void had completely dissipated. And then he turned his attention to the gradually expanding black hole. This black hole that can swallow everything is emitting a special energy fluctuation, which is the dark energy of the advanced planetary stage. However, if it continues to expand, it will definitely be a great disaster for the galaxy. We can let Ji Na isolate the surrounding space and control this black hole, so as to create a huge source of dark energy. In this way, the entire Jinling galaxy can absorb dark energy. Lin Chi was about to destroy this black hole, but suddenly this idea appeared in his mind. So he quickly contacted Wei Lan and asked her to prepare what she needed. A few days later, several huge starships slowly approached, and Jinnah and several planetary masters flew out of them. Originally, with Jinnah's strength, she could not influence such a large space at all. But the person who came this time was a special awakener from the 4 major bases, Wei Qingyi. This special woman has the ability to absorb energy, store and transmit it. Her function is like a large battery, which can continuously transmit energy to Jinnah. In this way, everyone's power can be mobilized and concentrated on Jinnah to achieve the desired result. Chapter 385, Sealing the Black Hole. Everyone's source power was injected into Wei Qingyi's body, turning her into a glowing person. That huge energy made this planetary awakener almost have more energy than the star stage. Let's get started. Ji Na was suspended in the universe, and in front of her was an expanding black hole. This powerful attraction was pulling the surrounding planets to change their orbits. If it is not controlled, it will not take long for this black hole to swallow the planet. As Wei Qingyi guided the energy into Ji Na's body, a huge energy was instantly ignited, and the surrounding space was distorted and fluctuated. This wave of fluctuations made everyone unable to move, as if they were trapped in a quagmire, with endless pressure all over their bodies. Sorry, the source power is too abundant, and I can't control it for a while. Ji Na quickly apologized, took a deep breath, and then slowly began to mobilize the surrounding space power. Lin Chi's idea is to condense an extra-dimensional space array around the black hole to isolate the devouring power, but still be able to continuously extract the dark energy emitted from the black hole. In this way, the entire Jinling galaxy will be affected by the dark energy, and it will be much smoother to break through the planetary stage. After Wei Lan's continuous verification, this method has been completely completed, and only needs to rely on Ji Na's extra-dimensional space power. With everyone's concentrated power supply, Jinnah quickly expanded the extra-dimensional space and wrapped it up towards the black hole. Fortunately, the black hole had not yet fully expanded at this time, and everyone was still able to cope with it. Otherwise, when it could swallow the star, it could only be destroyed by special means. The endless power made Jinnah not have to worry about insufficient supply at all, and the space barrier was spreading rapidly. After consuming a day and a night, it finally completely wrapped the black hole and trapped it in the extra-dimensional space, without anything to swallow. The size of the black hole was completely fixed, but it exuded a strong dark energy that was gathering rapidly. Next, we just need to build a few dark energy controllers nearby to extract the dark energy from the black hole and then spread it into the Jinling galaxy. After careful observation, Wei Lan made sure that nothing was missed. So he slowly approached the starship and released the temporary dark energy controller on the starship. This small controller was just to try whether it could be used, and the real controllers were several nearby planets. After they were modified, they moved along a fixed orbit, surrounded the black hole, and rotated in circles to draw out the dark energy inside. After the construction of the extra-dimensional space barrier was completed, everyone returned to the nearest life planet. As for the rest of the work, it could be completed smoothly by the mechanical life under Wei Lan. The battle with the Void Star Powerhouse benefited Lin Chi a lot, and he had a deeper understanding of the strength of the star stage. If it weren't for his own abnormal skills, it might be difficult to predict the outcome of this battle. Therefore, in the future, it is necessary to cultivate more star powerhouses, or move towards a deeper goal. But what kind of existence is above the stars? Even in the Jinling galaxy, there is no record. This kind of power that exceeds the stars can only exist in the center of the universe, or those large galaxies. So Lin Chi planned to leave the Jinling galaxy to explore a more powerful power. In the following time, Jin Na left her mark in all the space nodes of the Jinling galaxy. No matter how far away she was, as long as she passed through the space node, she could feel the previous mark and find the target location. In this way, even if they leave the Jinling galaxy, they can return quickly. After spending several years preparing, Lin Chi started a star-class battleship, ready to leave the Jinling galaxy and go to the depths of the universe to find a more powerful force. This star battleship is huge, with complete internal facilities and even complete ecological supplies. After leaving the Jinling galaxy, it disguised itself as a small planet and sailed slowly in the universe. Inside the battleship, Lin Chi consulted the information he had learned from those cosmic adventurers over the years, looking for the coordinates. The center of the universe is a special existence, where a cosmic king was born. After countless times, it occupied the largest galaxy in the universe, and was also the origin of the universe. Once, the universe was barren everywhere, but it was this king of the universe who passed on civilization to all life, gradually making the universe lively. The closest galaxy to us is the Abyss Galaxy. No wonder this race came to occupy the Golden Spirit Galaxy. We can go and have a look. Lin Chi opened the star map, and the illusory light and shadow appeared inside the warship, with an extremely clear projection. This star map was bought from an interstellar adventurer, recording several nearby galaxies and the general direction of the center of the universe. There are many space nodes marked on the star map. These are the node jump routes commonly used by interstellar adventurers. There are also several hidden space nodes that are rarely known to others. The universe is vast and vast. Even if you want to travel through the Jinling galaxy by starship, it will take a very long time. Not to mention crossing the distance of a galaxy. But with space nodes, most of the time can be saved, and only a short journey is required. But even so, after leaving the Jinling galaxy, it took another half a year to reach the first space node. This node is the nearest transmission channel to the Abyss Galaxy. We need to jump 13 space nodes in a row to reach the periphery of the Abyss Galaxy. Wei Lan connected all the space nodes in series, the farthest of which has reached more than 100,000 light-years, and it is impossible to cross it with the speed of the starship alone. Then prepare to jump, and activate the starship's energy defense. One space jump may not have any effect, but continuous jumps are simply unbearable for ordinary life forms, and even the starship will be affected. However, at this moment, the lowest strength of the people in the starship is at the planetary stage, so there is no need to worry about energy erosion. Moreover, this starship is specially used for long-distance navigation, and its sturdiness can easily withstand the impact of meteorites. The space transmission device on the starship captured the location of the node, and disappeared instantly after it was activated. When it reappeared, it was already in an illusory space channel, and the surrounding streamers were flashing, as if something was passing quickly. When the starship reappeared, it was already in a star field hundreds of thousands of light-years away, and in front of it was the Abyss Galaxy that attacked them. The Abyss Galaxy was smaller than the Golden Spirit Galaxy, and the life planets were very rare. The starlight coverage of this galaxy was very low, so most of the life planets appeared dim. Chapter 386, Entering the Abyss Galaxy. This dark galaxy is full of desolation. The starship slowly entered the range of this galaxy without encountering any obstacles. Blue. Prepare the Abyss virus. This galaxy will become an extension of our power. Now all the life planets in the Jinling galaxy have been developed. In the next few hundred years, humans will reproduce rapidly, and one galaxy will definitely not be able to accommodate them. Preparing the Abyss Galaxy as a backup galaxy can lay a good foundation for humans to conquer the universe in advance. It's ready. Go to the nearest life planet to release it. Lin Chi was very well prepared for this trip. Not only did he have a virus targeting the Abyss clan, but he also had means to target the Void clan. It is impolite not to return the favor. The other party has already bullied him. Although he has been beaten back, the loser must pay the price. After a few days of sailing, he finally detected the fluctuation of life on a planet. The starship slowly passed through the atmosphere and directly released an Abyss virus bomb, which spread rapidly under the atmosphere. After the starship landed, the Abyss life on this planet had been completely infected with the Abyss virus, and all of them turned into alien beasts that only knew how to kill. In addition to alien beasts, there are a large number of other creatures on the Abyss life planet. These creatures are all lives they captured from other planets. They selected some of them with strong genes to parasitize in order to enhance the power of the race. However, the Abyss virus only targets Abyss life, and these enslaved lives are not affected at all. Wei Lan quickly took over everything on this planet, invaded through the Abyss network, and connected to the headquarters of the Abyss Galaxy. In just a short time, the detailed locations of all life planets in the Abyss Galaxy were known. This information is quite useful, and there are coordinates of other galaxies. Lin Chi checked the important information in the Abyss network and found some useful information for himself. For parasitic life forms like them, the biggest resource is various special lives. So when expanding and plundering, they regard life as the most important trophy. Therefore, the characteristics of some nearby galaxies were recorded in detail, and even some special space node locations. First, eliminate the planetary beasts on this planet. Collect the resources, and then continue to slowly spread to other planets. With the special attack method of the Abyss virus, Lin Chi can even destroy this race without bloodshed, just by going through all the planets. With a detailed map of the Abyss Galaxy, all you need to do is follow the prescribed flight route to send all the Abyss viruses to these planets. Lin Chi chose a technologically advanced planet, and after being controlled by Wei Lan, he began to build a steel base and slowly develop his power. The steel base quickly produced high-level mechanical life forms, and with the assistance of a large amount of resources, it quickly built planetary launchers. Those Abyss viruses were installed in the planetary launcher and launched towards all life planets. In this case, as long as there is no external force to block it, one day the Abyss Galaxy will be completely infected by the virus, and the Abyss life will completely disappear. After a few months, several nearby life planets have been completely infected, and the Blue Intelligence System has taken over the control of these planets and fully transformed them into mechanical planets. The main star of the Abyss has already noticed that the galaxy has been invaded, and immediately dispatched a large number of fleets to press towards the controlled planets. In the battle of this galaxy, these Abyss creatures gathered very quickly, but when Lin Chi noticed, they had already surrounded the planet where they were. Is there no star-level powerhouse in the Abyss Galaxy? Lin Chi used his mental power to sense the combat power of these fleets. The strongest among them was only at the planetary stage, and they were not even a match. He immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow at the opponent's main ship. The star-level strength gave Lin Chi's skills a comprehensive blessing. After leaving the planet, this arrow gathered unprecedented momentum, rolled up the meteorites encountered along the way, and gathered into a huge storm tornado. Even if a starship encounters a meteorite vortex of this scale, it must avoid its sharp edge. Not to mention that the fleet of the Abyss clan is far less powerful than Lin Chi's starship. Coupled with this locked attack, they have no possibility of avoiding it at all, and they will face a comprehensive attack as expected. After one arrow, Lin Chi no longer paid attention to the results, but began to sort out the information collected from this planet. Although the coordinates of the center of the universe were not found, the Abyss Galaxy has long plundered other galaxies, and its information database records the information of many galaxies. And there are also some hidden planets. After occupying these planets, Wei Lan quickly established a space transmission channel to connect to the Jinling galaxy. After that, a steady stream of mechanical life forms entered the Abyss galaxy and completely stood firm. The starship jumped through the space nodes of the Abyss galaxy and soon appeared on the periphery of the Abyss main star. As soon as it appeared, it launched several Abyss viruses and flew towards the Abyss main star. This planet has a large number of high-level Abyss life, and its technology level is extremely advanced. It integrates the genetic specialties of various creatures, allowing the Abyss family to have various abilities. After noticing the invasion of the starship, the Abyss main star quickly made defensive deployments, and the entire planet was quickly covered by a layer of energy light. This defense made by the power of one star can withstand large-scale energy shocks and even block all external exploration. All the planetary powerhouses of the Abyss main star were mobilized to prepare for the arrival of the crisis. They have received information that the other party has a virus attack that can destroy their genes, so they must block the other party outside the planet. One by one, the virus missiles were intercepted, and the Abyss warriors, wearing protective armor, rushed towards the starship fearlessly. Does this defense want to stop me? Lin Chi looked at the countermeasures made by the other party, and quickly found a loophole. The seemingly indestructible defense is only for the same technology. Once the combat power exceeds the planetary level, this defense is as fragile as paper in front of him. Break their defense. The big sword is enough. Lin Chi's mind moved, and a huge long sword flew out of the starship. After turning the sword tip, it quickly flew towards the main star of the Abyss, the Thunder Sword. Instantly, the sword body was filled with a dense plasma, rolling up the wind and thunder, and fell towards the Abyss main star with an unstoppable momentum. Boom! The warships were instantly split in half, and even the Abyss warriors, who had the courage to block them, were annihilated by an invisible force as soon as they approached. The energy barrier that seemed to be well defended was instantly shattered with just a slight touch, and the exploding energy spread and vibrated. Chapter 387 Star Destruction. As the defense of the Abyss main star exploded, virus bombs fell one after another and entered the surface of the planet. Although the Abyss warriors continued to intercept, there were still some that slipped through the net and finally exploded, spreading virus gas. In just a moment, the Abyss life on the surface of the planet fell into despair. As long as they were infected with this virus, their genes would collapse in a short period of time, and the genes they swallowed would explode quickly, completely changing their body structure. Ordinary Abyss life does not have complete protection. After being infected with the Abyss virus, they have no ability to resist it all. Only those Abyss high levels, who prepared in advance, can hold on for a while by relying on the armor defense that blocks the breath. But the entire planet was in a complete panic. Even with preparations, only a small number of abyssal creatures survived. In order to make a quick decision, Lin Chi had already flown out of the starship and quickly flew towards the Abyss star. Although the Abyss virus had been released and most of the abyssal creatures on this planet had been destroyed, all that was left at this moment were the high-end combat forces of this planet. If they were allowed to form an effective counterattack, it might threaten the safety of the starship. With a long sword in hand, he was domineering. Lin Chi casually swung a sword, and a 40,000-meter sword energy broke through the air and slashed out, instantly destroying the planetary strongmen he encountered. With a big realm difference, a casual attack could easily kill the planetary strongmen, allowing Lin Chi to rush directly to the surface of the Abyss planet as if there was no one in the world. Then, the mental power spread and locked onto all the survivors on this planet. Mental power storm. In an instant, a huge mental power riot directly impacted the consciousness of all the Abyss masters, destroying their only resistance. Consciousness is the most tenacious existence, but also the most fragile, especially under this special attack method of mental power. These Abyss creatures with ordinary mental strength have no resistance at all. In just a breath, all the Abyss creatures lost control of their bodies, and some even died on the spot. Wei Lan took the opportunity to invade the highest system of the Abyss main star and easily seized control. This dimensionality reduction attack left the Abyss life without any resistance, especially after the main planet was occupied. The remaining planets had no resistance at all, as virus missiles were continuously sent to other planets. The life planets were falling rapidly. There were space transmission nodes dedicated to transportation between these planets, which made it more convenient for Lin Chi to operate. In just a few months, the mechanical lifeforms carried a large amount of Abyss viruses and spread throughout the Abyss galaxy. Then everyone spent a year integrating the resources of the Abyss Galaxy. And after the warriors sent by the Jinling Galaxy controlled all the planets, Lin Chi resumed his voyage, leaving the Abyss Galaxy. The next stop is the Void Galaxy, which is the most closely connected to the Abyss Galaxy. This galaxy is a special galaxy. Void life is different from ordinary life forms. The galaxy they are in has no oxygen, and cannot allow ordinary life forms to adapt at all. Therefore, it is not of much value to Lin Chi. Moreover, the most powerful existence of the Void Clan has died in Lin Chi's hands. This galaxy poses almost no threat to Lin Chi. It took several months for the starship to enter the Void Galaxy. But in Lin Chi's perception, this galaxy is no different from the Silent Universe. Originally, those life planets had lost traces of life under the plunder of the Void Clan. And even the climate had changed. Without the most basic life on a planet will soon become a dead star. And no life will be born. The survivors are special life forms that can survive in the universe. The starship directly arrived at the nest of the Void Clan. It was a huge star, but the surface of the planet was riddled with holes, and all the Void life forms lived inside the planet. This saves us from dealing with it slowly. We can destroy the planet once and for all, and those special life forms will have nowhere to hide. Although the Void life forms can survive in space, they cannot bear it for a long time, and will eventually die due to energy exhaustion. The starship was suspended in the universe, and Lin Chi slowly flew out of it, slowly condensing a giant bow and arrow in his hand. Star-destroying arrow. The mental power and the power of the star level overlapped each other, making the arrow longer and longer. And there was even a special energy on the tip of the arrow. As Lin Chi loosened his fingers, the arrow broke through the air and flew quickly towards the Void Star. This was an arrow that Lin Chi poured most of his strength into. And the target he locked was a life planet, spanning a very long distance in the universe, making the energy condensed by the arrow more and more powerful. The arrow passed through the universe, and the rotating force attracted the energy of the universe, forming a huge vortex, which was approaching the Void Star little by little. Although the life on the Void Star had sensed the crisis at this moment, they had no ability to resist it all. Countless energy volleys still could not stop this powerful attack. In the end, they could only watch the arrows carrying the power of the universe hit the planet heavily. In an instant, the entire planet trembled violently. As the vortex energy entered the planet was directly torn into pieces, extending countless huge cracks, and quickly spreading in all directions. This unmatched force directly penetrated the Void Star. And after the internal explosion, it penetrated through again. After the core of the star was destroyed, the Void Star exploded completely, lighting up the last fireworks in the universe. All life on this planet was completely annihilated in this explosion, leaving no trace. Lin Chi chose a nearby planet, installed the space transmission device, and asked Wei Lan to transmit a group of mechanical life and ice giants to slowly control a planet. This kind of dead galaxy can only be occupied by life that can survive without oxygen. However, if a planet is pushed to a suitable position and the atmosphere on the surface of the planet is slowly changed, it can improve the environment of the planet like the arrangement of the moon, so as to achieve an ideal state for human habitation. Lin Chi did not stay in this depressing galaxy for too long. After Wei Lan finished the arrangement, he started the starship and left the Void Galaxy. After several space jumps, the starship gradually moved away from the Void Galaxy and appeared in an unfamiliar galaxy zone. According to the star map obtained from the Interstellar Adventurer, this is a chaotic galaxy zone, with an area far exceeding the sum of the previous 3 galaxies, and there are countless life planets. However, this galaxy has never been ruled by the strong, and the forces of various parties are intricate and even became the nest of interstellar hunters and interstellar pirates. As soon as the starship entered this chaotic galaxy, it was attacked by several forces, but no one dared to act rashly for a while, because they did not know the strength of the other party. Chapter 388. If you don't agree, come and fight. The starship hovered in a suitable area. The magnetic field was spread out and stable, and the blue spread out information to connect to the network of this chaotic galaxy. There is an exchange platform on this network, as well as a detailed introduction to the chaotic galaxy. Every cosmic life that enters the chaotic galaxy must abide by the rules of the galaxy. Most importantly, Lin Chi found information on the way to the center of the universe in the network of the chaotic galaxy. After a period of reorganization, the starship slowly approached an extremely huge life planet. After exchanging supplies for a docking position, Lin Chi took Jean Na and Tuan Tuan out of the starship and came to the surface of the planet. This planet is a famous pirate planet in the Chaos Galaxy. Almost all of them are pirates from the interstellar space. They accept tasks from their employers and return here after completing them in exchange for rewards. The most powerful pirates in the Chaos Galaxy have power comparable to that of ordinary small galaxies. These people only know how to plunder and kill, constantly eroding the resources in the universe, and have become a cancer. But it is also these pirates who make those things that cannot be done openly secretly paid for, so they can continue. The controller of this planet is a pirate with the longest experience, who is said to have lived for tens of thousands of years. However, there are life forms with long lifespans in the universe, and their strength is not necessarily strong. Some of them have long life through genetic evolution, and some have obtained long life through taboo experiments. Lin Chi took Jean Na and Tuan Tuan to register their legal identities, and then wandered around the planet. The currency used on the pirate star is virtual data. Let's exchange some with materials first. Although A Lan's ability is powerful, he cannot invade the system of the chaotic galaxy and change the internal data. He can only exchange with materials. The life forms here are so strange. There are even tree people. Tuan Tuan saw a tree man walking slowly in the square and pointed at it in surprise. This is a special life form, probably captured by interstellar pirates and sold here. I heard it's worth a lot of money. Lin Chi's eyes quickly showed the information of the tree man. There are endless creatures in the universe, and there are even rock giants. It's more reasonable for this kind of tree man to appear. In addition to the tree man, there are some animal forms, bird men with wings, etc. Of course, the largest group is still human form life. This perfect form occupies the mainstream of life. The three of them came to a material exchange place. Lin Chi took out several high-level gene crystals, exchanged them for some virtual currency, and registered himself as an interstellar mercenary. With this identity, he can accept some tasks issued by high-level star systems and have the authority to enter some special star systems. But what he didn't know was that when the three of them first arrived on this planet, they were paid special attention to. Their every move at this moment appeared on the projection screen deep in a palace. It's just three guys, life forms with perfect genetic evolution. In this palace, there were several light and shadow projections. Looking closely, each of them showed a strange shape, and one of them looked as weird as an octopus. We are tracking the origins of these three life forms. According to the spatial fluctuations on their starships, we have deduced that they are from the Void Star system. We are sending staff to verify. After the light and shadow, a voice sounded, and a woman with purple light all over her body slowly walked out. Control them first. I need to know the data of perfect genes. The light and shadow immediately issued an order, as if preparing to divide the three individuals with perfect genes to study useful things. But they didn't realize that Lin Chi had hidden his star-level strength. After the order was issued, the light and shadow flew away, and the depths of the palace fell into darkness in an instant. At this moment on the surface of the planet, Lin Chi, Tuan Tuan and Jean Na were tasting the food of this planet. The infinitely regenerating tentacle monster was promoting his delicious tentacles, one for only 10 virtual coins. And another tree man skillfully picked the fruit on his head and placed it on the stall. Just a few minutes later, another fruit grew out. What a strange thing. Lin Chi looked at this new creature, as if he had opened a new world. Other things around him could not attract his attention at all. Only those strange lives could arouse his curiosity. Should we buy some tree people, so that we can eat fresh fruits? Tuanchuan looked at the red fruits, and couldn't help but buy a few. After tasting them, he showed unprecedented satisfaction on his face. It's good to buy some. I also think our starship is a bit monotonous. Why don't we buy more other species? Lin Chi happened to see a slender, delicate-looking female elf-like humanoid life, whose skin was as shiny as jade. This kind of life form seemed to be a legendary existence, which made Lin Chi salute slightly. Let's go to the slave market, where there are slaves for sale by interstellar pirates. Selling lives is a regular business on this planet. After all, in the chaotic universe where the strong survive, life seems to be the least valuable thing. The three of them started the small spaceship and flew towards the slave market. But before entering the venue, a large number of small warships appeared around and surrounded the spaceship. Warning: you have been legally arrested. Surrender as soon as possible. If you resist, you will be punished with life. Lin Chi looked at the battleship team that surrounded them with a confused face, and subconsciously asked Wei Lan, Isn't it legal to buy and sell slaves? How come we're breaking the law when we haven't even started buying? Lin Chi didn't want to cause any big trouble when he first arrived on this planet. But since trouble is coming, he certainly won't back down. Sir, I'm searching for information and can't find any criminal records. Wei Lan quickly reminded him and planned an escape route. No need to escape. Give me the coordinates of the supreme ruler of this planet. At this moment, Lin Chi was a little angry. He was already a star powerhouse. No matter which galaxy he went to, he should be respected. He wanted to live in peace with them as an ordinary person. But he didn't expect to be deliberately targeted. Now, I have to show my cards. In an instant, the momentum of the star power swept the entire planet. And all the cosmic life that reached the planetary strength was moved. The spaceship quickly shuttled out and flew to the other side of the planet. When it arrived at the target location, Lin Chi stood up and shot an arrow. The controller of this planet is an ancient interstellar pirate. Although he has rich experience, his strength is not very outstanding. Therefore, the opponent has no ability to resist after being locked with an arrow, and was instantly blown into pieces. Lin Chi of the human race, a star-level powerhouse. From now on, this planet belongs to me. If you don't accept it, come and fight. The next moment, the majestic voice resounded throughout the planet.